Told you I'm coming right back, right fast. Shout out to anybody who find this stream. We about to have a nice little build. Normally talking about history. I might do some ancient Egyptian language research. Let's just see what it do. Alright.
I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in a debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoke spoken, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. We build it, call us by African names. I'm for the children. It ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections. My complexion, pure black, that's the essence. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
Oh yeah. You know, I'll be feeling good when I got a little bit of time on my hands. I get the stream, we get to get it back crack. Hey James, you ended that last Zoom. I didn't want to end it, but I just put up a new link. Y'all might have to hit it from a computer though. Anybody want to build on this knowledge, this information, this history, these politics, whatever we going over, feel free to tap in. It's nothing. I'm going to put one more tune on, and then we're going to get it started. It's good to have a little break in the intermission anyway, right? Like, God damn, you ain't got to just like... I used to be streaming. I used to think I couldn't even take a break in my talking. I used to think I had to just keep on... People don't want that. Your ear needs to rest every now and then. So it's cool. I'm going to play this tune. We're going to get right back on it.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the jewels, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor save me, a doctor inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played.
Yeah, we about to get it popping, don't even trip.
Consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking.
Alright now.
And I'm a worker, cause I ain't going out lazy.
That's
bro.
right.
Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro.
Man, check it out. We just did a whole 6-hour stream, so you know what I mean? Like, golly, I mean, man. What I'm supposed to do, what I'm supposed to say. I'm back because I got time and I don't feel like playing no games right now. I just want to chill. I might do that on the late night. And I want to build my page up so I'm streaming vertically. And it worked for the first video. I got way more viewership than I get for a stream. 3 times the viewership. So now if I do another stream and the same thing happen, I just 6 times what I used to make on YouTube in a day. Just by switching my formats. So that's cool. What's up? Who the hell is Harvey? What's up with you? If you ain't familiar with that tune, you can just listen to it right on Bandcamp, but then it'll expire and ask you to buy those tunes. So if you want to support, you grab that album called Fights Over Egypt, and you got a lot of hip hop relevant to the subject matter that we be kicking. You know what I'm talking about? Motherfucker tried to make me think black history was irrelevant and shit. And they didn't, none of the gatekeepers and controllers allowed that to come into the social space as something cool to do. So they thought I was going to fall off. That's how you know some suckers. They can't really break you like if you really built like that, bro. You going to spit them LIPs every time, no matter what. 2 views, 200, 2,000. It's nothing. We sit right here doing the same motherfucking thing. It'd be 13 people. We talking about that information, that knowledge that people don't even know is most important and relevant to their life today. Now that racism hot again and shit, it's even more relevant that you know your goddamn history. Because it's people just right online that'll come out their motherfucking face talking about black people have really never even contributed anything to society. I mean, what? And they getting millions of views and shit. Bow. That's when we get hot again. Soon as they open their motherfucking mouth popping out like that, we so ready. We got all the information. Shut that shit up. You get shut down in any type of discourse. Because you got to understand that rhetoric is pro-slavery rhetoric. And you see how the world is going? Why is pro-slavery rhetoric popping up on social media all of a sudden? I ain't just made that up. That's what that is. The whole argument, slavery was here since the beginning of time. Anytime people start saying that shit, they going into their pro-slavery bag. All of this got discoursed out in the what? Early 1900s, late 1800s. These different type of arguments and talking points. How's cats on YouTube using talking points that they was using to keep slavery going? What part of the censorship is that? Shout out to Harry. I was loving that stream too. It was cool. And it was good to be building. Right now we can talk about anything. It don't even matter. I'm just out here. If y'all new to the channel, make sure you subscribe if you like history. And none of that fake shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially, I need some white people to subscribe who don't know no African history. One of the things I used to think, like when we was coming up, I only spent a little time in college, and I was just on my own accord, and I took African history, and one of them elementary childish feelings that you would get when you seen white people in the African history class, you felt like they was taking up a seat from somebody black that needed to be learning that. But as I matured, I learned that's the opposite. In America, white people need African history more than black people. They the ones got the racism issue, right? They need to be taught African history more than young black youth. I'm just keeping it a buck. They need it equally. Why my phone keep ringing? I hate phones and stuff, bro. Like when I'm doing business, it's cool, but now that they done gave your data out to everybody in the world, it don't never be no emergency when I look. All I just be hearing is this buzzing, ringing all the damn time, trying to distract me and shit. Man, turn that shit off. Let me see who that was, though. Told you, potential spam. So, yeah. That was a childish thought of mine that black history courses in schools was for black people. A more mature thought is those classes need to be filled up 50-50. When we in European history, it'd be 50-50. Because, like I said, little crumbs like dudes like Nick Fuentes think they could come on YouTube with a pro-slavery rhetoric in 2025 and say shit like black people have not even contributed to society. I mean, people be thinking it, but they just don't want to say it. I'm the type that don't say it. That's his whole get down. So that type of propaganda is useful for what? Taking shit from black people. It's useful for what? For vilifying people, for getting rid of people. Come on now. Like, you see all that. You know propaganda. We seen all this shit. Why we be acting like a dumb society? You know what I'm saying? All the smart people, all of y'all hella smart. Collectively, we kind of stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not even using no color bias. I'm talking about the masses. Collectively, we be dumb, dog. The masses of American people. Like, we don't make good decisions as groups. You know? So, instead of me going on rampages trying to talk back, racism don't turn me racist. But dealing with racial issues, I'm going to shoot it from the shoulders and just say it how it is. But the fact that there's a person like Nick Fuentes who think he believed that, you know, these are just people who social media influencers, they're influencing people. And they getting millions of views. I done sat up watching young white people watching Nick Fuentes and be getting his information like he's teaching them stuff. So who should be out here on these same streets? Benjamin Netanyahu, ain't he the prime minister of Israel? Said quite clearly the biggest battle right now is happening on social media. He's talking about Israeli propaganda. Well, whose propaganda aimed at? You, the masses, making you think something. So the biggest fight they having right now is to be on TikTok and X. Then what about that? Mean that's leveling the playing field for you. Because if the biggest playing field now is something that you have access to, right? And you can affect. So all these negative images of black people, they just get turned up so much in your phone and in the social media space. That's all part of it. Like that's why I don't be liking dumbass rappers, bro. Like you got 20 million followers and you sharing this black fight that happened in the hood where girls is pulling each other hair out that none of us would have never even seen if you wouldn't even have shared it. How that's making you look? How that make your people look? What impression is that putting on the people that ain't in your country that still follow you, and you putting that shit up there? I'll be hating rappers. Like we contribute if we don't understand propaganda, but motherfuckers was rappers and didn't even understand the music business. Your biggest artists be talking about, I didn't even get paid from that. So how you expect them to understand propaganda and how they're being manipulated and used as a tool to make their own children look bad? Do you know that motherfuckers came around you flossing with some money that was only 10% of what they were supposed to be earning? Motherfucker be get ripped off and they get their little crumbs that they get ripped off from, then come back to the hood and put it in your face like they rich. But meanwhile, they getting ripped off by some people, but they just show you like they balling. We gotta stop being content with that buster ass shit. Like, can we just appraise ourselves? I can include myself in any type of buster shit if I ever was slipping like that. Like, I'm not even acting holier than thou, dog, when I'm talking to us. I'm talking to us like we a football team. Do you think the dude riling people up in the huddle, like, man, we playing like shit, is he not including himself? Motherfucker act like you just think you better than somebody. Nope. We all tripping. Even the best of us. Because the motherfucker, just look at the numbers. The average black household got 10 times less than the average white household. So say you're doing exceptional as a black man, you got 10 times more than the average black person. You still got what the average white house got. So you don't know why our superstars live next door to normal white people. Because of that reason right there. Our superstars, think of the biggest one you want. His neighbor is a white dude you never heard of that just got their paper. He's not a superstar. He didn't have to be a superstar to live on that same street. I'm just smoking. I'm smoking up a storm today. It is what it is. Some days I'll be like that. I get bored. If I sit in this house, I'll just be bored and blowing. Right though or wrong? So stop rocking with the shit that make you say your history is invaluable and it ain't worth nothing, and other people take their history and take over whole nations and shit just based on some history, and they shit be fake. They'll take some history, some shit that be made up off the Bible, and say we them in the Bible, and then start doing shit in the real world, yo. That's why I don't be tripping. That's why I don't be tripping. Let's see what we got on the hip hop hype. You know I could go all over the place. This is one of the best variety shows. If you ain't up on it, you dealing with one of the top tier MC spitters right now as we speak. roll your eyes, do whatever little speculative shit. But really, in the rap game, I'm casual, the rap guy. But you know, I don't really be on it like that. At this age, I'm kind of like, I get more out of studying and stuff. I still make my music. We got a hot new hieroglyphics record coming. But I like to integrate. So I'm going to play a slapper real quick. Since I was talking head, I'm going to play something with a little bit of bars in it. This off this album right here. The Hyro Font. I recorded this in like 2011, 2012.
Hey yo, just so your bookie don't overlook me, I still rock a show with rookies, the flow is cookies. Dipped in milk, Spider-Man dipped in silk. I gangster lane and left the till. Sit mic check, H deuce. See the 7 deuce Monte Carlo? Yeah, that's the gray goose. All right hand, your hype man. Why the crew Bogart, your bodyguard? We so hard, Yakuzali, your body scarred. Stin shooter, Glock user, rockin' pop music. See the Mac flow over ya, the gap blow. Joe, you see so many arms, you get arachnophobia. The black foe, shut shit like the lacto. Normally laid back, but he on the attack. It's the chic answer, Diop or hip hop. The rhyme in Van Sertima, Lockjaw, Ursa Ma'at, Ross, and Tepin Ra. The planned murderer of land burglars. It's the twat first stellar people. Nigga, we the best. Rome next to the Olmecs. Who told the secrets to the Masons? Rock fried my pineal with no apron to who these scriptures. Rappers trying to be trappers, but we truly vicious, wild and unruly with it. Rap songs, animated Pixar, movie pictures on the utmostest. Rain like the third Tutmosis. We got with the tongue play, I place words in the beats when it's heard in the streets. It's like audible feng shui with tennis shoes hanging from electric wires. Corner store wallpaper, neglected flyers. And you expect the liars to rectify us. When cops come around, they petrify us. Emptiers won't deny us pious. We only understand the heights of the highest. Who the most treacherous? Son, the flow effortless. Wonderful wet tundra flow. The essence is excellence. Drop bombs under your bungalow. Heavy flow, bro. Don't get caught in the undertow. You got fans that'll be irresponsible. Most rappers know, so they fear the monster. Boy, wet, saturated, hydrated. I vibrated up out of my physical. A wizard to you pseudo-lyrical misfits. This is more than a band. These are signs and symbols of primordial man. Smash, rock, and toe ray. Twice your lifespan.
Woo! That's that old school fire, boy. Fuck with that.
Spitting that shit for you.
Hey, I body the set when I do this song. They put their hands in the air.
In Oakland the other day, 4 cops got wasted. I was spitting raps to race shit in the basement. I shine luminous, rhyme catalog numerous, the lunar solar and polar, mic controller, not a Kabbalah follower. Crown chakra rocker, got to medicate, to elevate, and educate the featherweight. Y'all better wait for casual next album, and if it don't drop, it levitate. The best flow, just so celestial, boy, I spit helium. If you don't know God, well, I'm the medium for meeting them. Full of game, still a pull of thing, gorilla killer aim.
DQ, what up,
Rap
boy?
float over tracks like the bullet train. I have to squeeze big lyrics in microphones. I need a macro phone. Your tour is like an Apple phone. 16 gigs for 3 Gs. You should have stayed back at home.
That lyric was relevant back when I said the song, when I wrote it. I said, your tour is like an Apple phone. 16 gigs for 3 Gs? You should have stayed back at home. Motherfucker do 16 gigs for 3 Gs like an Apple phone. Oh man, we back at it. I be having jokes though, you know what I'm saying? I be having jokes in my hip hop, you know what I mean? It be something for people to catch and be laughing out loud. That boy said, your tour is like an Apple phone. Boy did 16 gigs for 3 Gs. He should have stayed back at home. But now I be having some bars, you can't really hear them. Like, my new shit I learned how to do is write battle raps, right? But make them not sound like battle raps to the beat. Because motherfucking battle rappers don't even know how to rap to the beat. Fuck it. It might have been some other, man, I'm not even, you could play me, but I'm one of the first MCs who got signed. Not the first, family. God damn, don't be mad. I'm one of the first MCs who got signed for just being a battle rapper. I'm not talking about nothing else. I'm not, you can say KRS One. Well, I told you there's so many that I followed after. But I had a decision to make. Is you gonna make these jiggy songs? Is you gonna make this? Fuck that. My first line was a battle rap line. I write raps. When niggas bite, I clap. Because they shit sound better now. You done let me down. Thought you would be dope, but instead your shit's dead. You get fed to the alligators lurking in my moat. Peep what I wrote. You bit so hard I thought that shit was a quote. Man, I got a $250,000 record deal and said that rap first. And everybody knew Biggie got a lot of his shit off me. Motherfucker think I'm saying some stupid shit right now, then fuck it. Go ask Maddie C, motherfucker. Maddie C introduced Biggie to Puffy. Shut the fuck up. Like, I be too humble. If I really just told you the real true history, you'd be like, damn. Maddie C introduced Biggie Smalls to Puffy. Maddie C. Maddie C came to Oakland in 1994 and said Biggie will be in Brooklyn pulling up to the stoplight, and he look out motherfuckers at the corner and say, what y'all know about this? And turn up casual and be looking out the window like this. Biggie Smalls. I was like, damn, for real? This is kind of like, this was early in my career. I was like, damn, for real? I never was trying to meet, I swear I could have tried to meet them fools. I ain't never, but they used some of my shit and I got paid what Puffy got paid. Man, stop playing with me. Them motherfuckers be all behind the scenes, mixing numbers up and shit. Man, check this out. My lawyer was Michael Ashburn. They use my shit. I'll show you right here, bud. Stop playing. So you think I'm playing? Let me go like this, casual. I didn't mean to, right? Listen to this. Like, motherfucker used to love me, took hella shit I was rocking, hella my flows and shit, and blew up. But they didn't just take my shit. He had his own shit. We was inspired. He was inspired, nigga. This was what it was.
But I didn't know she was like that. She stared right back. My was warning me that she was coming on to me.
So you can't hear Biggie flow all the way, and then my niggas was warning me that she was coming on to me. But I'll play you one from that you probably never heard. That was my demo that was circulating around New York. Got a lot of hoes. This is casual at Skyline High School. Got a lot of hoes. Listen to this flow. And tell me who came out rocking this shit. That's why I don't be tripping, bro. I know what the fuck I did, and people told me it was true. When we used to be thinking we influenced the Outkast, they came out and said all that shit was true.
Cause that's where your mouth is. MCs jocking are going down like South is. Women know me, niggas know me. Because of my flow, I know a hoe will blow me. And the 037 is the access. And the fact is, women know me. Ha ha, I gotta laugh cause you stink. Being fresh just contradicts what you think. Even though I know your girl is hideous, I had my hand on the gluteus medius, working my way to the maximus, and accent just be a little calmer. Drama is thrown, that's the pitch. She's one hit hot fly cook, dumb bitch. And now I gotta let her know this is not to claim me. I got game all due to Jamie. Extra large and dog flex in charge. I left my mark in this girl, now time to walk. And if you don't trust that I hit thee, check it in a thought for a hickey and it's like that.
So I can't tell you what nobody heard. I can't tell you what sound like what. I can just tell you facts that when Muddy C, the person who introduced Biggie to Puffy, came to Oakland, he told me what was up. Now, to prove that, I just showed you. I mean, I ain't tripping off that shit. Don't matter. I love these rappers. I wish I could have met that person. You see what I'm saying? Like, I ain't nobody. I'm just somebody from the town. But listen to this. Then I'm about to play something for you.
Alright, I might have had a little glare when I stared at you, but I didn't know she was like that. She stared right back. My was warning me that she was coming on to me.
Now stop before the YouTube cut off my stream, and I'm gonna go right here. Biggie Smalls, The Wickedest, freestyle, and let's see what you hear.
Full status, nigga.
I'm skipping all that.
Smalls, time it is.
Listen to this.
It's going out to Old Town, Philly, back. All day, niggas, stand. Are you ready? Like I said before, Junior Mafia click, hardcore.
Let's go back. I gotta show y'all. Y'all motherfuckers be thinking I didn't know this. I knew. I produced the shit. I got paid for this. So look. Motherfucker be sitting on YouTube like, he didn't know you. I'm playing mines again.
Let me help you on it. Alright, I might have had a little glare when I stared at you.
Now let's play the East Coast version.
Representing Biggie Smalls in the house. Check it. Biggie Smalls is the wickedest. Niggas say I'm pussy. I dare you to stick your dick in this. If I was pussy, I'd be filled with syphilis, herpes, gonorrhea, chlamydia, getting rid of ya. Got it locked like. But I didn't know she was like that. She stared right back. My was warning me that she was coming on to me. I react like a Mac do. I act cool, just a tester, cause I'm no jester.
So that's all love and respect. We influence each other, and that's not none of that little kid shit like I'm better than him. He took that, he did the flow, he rocked it the way it was supposed to get rocked, and I was proud. Every time I seen one of them signals, like, damn, I could rock that. Damn, I could have been rocking that. Damn. You feel me? I was proud. I wasn't pretentious. I had a moment in time where I was like, felt some type of way, but that wasn't everything. We influence each other, bro. You got to stop we got to be real on that type of shit. Like a motherfucker, really in real life, copying is good. Copying is not good in art. Copying ain't good like if you got something unique you trying to do. But in life, primitive man would have seen the first man pick up a rock and cut his meat off the bone, and he would have thought, damn, I'm not going to do that because I'm copying. And then civilization would not have developed. So when somebody got something raw to do, copying ain't wrong in real life. If you go to do a skilled job and the worker next to you is doing it faster, you can look at the way he doing it faster and copy what he doing. That's not bad. Copying is bad in art. It ain't even bad in commerce because you got Coke and you got Pepsi and you got all of that. So just remember, in art is where we talk about biting because our goal is to be original and unique. But just in life, bro, if somebody figured out a way to do a math problem, you're going to just spend your time trying to figure out a new way to do that problem because you don't want to copy off him. And so I don't have no negative sentiment about I feel like I'm raw. My whole life, like, if I ain't influencing niggas, then I'm not raw. If a motherfucker don't see how I get it in and want to do it like that in his own life, then I ain't even raw. That's what raw is to me. To make somebody say, damn, I want to be like bruh. You know what I'm saying? So when it happens, how are you going to get spiteful? Like if you really cut from that cloth and you really an influencer, not like no YouTube influencer. I'm a real life black man influencer. I come in a room, niggas talking some nonsense. If they see me come in a room, niggas gonna shut up. You think I'm playing? It's not nothing about intimidation, it's respect. They gonna stop talking that bull. Only some ignorant niggas gonna keep talking that bullshit because they don't know how stupid they look. Right? But motherfuckers who got a little bit of sense, like I do. Like if I'm, just say we sitting around shooting the dozens, please don't think I'm on no bullshit comparing myself to these great men. I just want to give you an example. Imagine we just like in a room shooting dice and shit, right? And Farrakhan walk in. How you gonna feel in your stomach? You gonna easily ease up off that flow, right? And you gonna make your way to the couch and sit down. You gonna get up out that dice game. I just had to give a stark example, but I told you I'm not comparing myself to those great men. I'm simply saying that's respectable to me, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, have a positive influence is better. You know what, you mean ass, dumbass, mean mugging ass motherfucker. I dare you to go into the world tomorrow and be polite all day. Opportunities and doors is going to open up for you that you ain't never even thought was in the world. Even remain polite. Now, y'all see me flash on dude at the store yesterday because he deserved it. But at certain times, I would have been more emotionally intelligent and not even tripped off letting him try to wave his motherfucking incense around in the store behind the counter. And while I'm sitting there waiting for some service, he got to clear out the bad energy with his incense before he going to give me some service. So I didn't like that. I come to the store every day and you getting too comfortable, motherfucker. I'm about to make you feel uncomfortable real quick by just berating you with some words. Fuck you doing? Get your ass over here. You see I'm standing here? But, you know, that ain't wise. It was called for in that moment, but I didn't calculate it. It just happened. But that ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? You gonna mean mug all day tomorrow? Try saying, peace, bro. What's up with you, bro? Anything I can help you with? To a young man to see what happens. Some of them motherfuckers gonna say something back. I used to work in the youth center and I used to do that, and I used to get overwhelmed with the way they would respond. Cats would be like, yeah, man, you know, my uncle just died, and I'll be like, holy shit, I just opened up a can of worms. I really can't help. And that would not be the best feeling. You know what I'm saying? All the time. Man, I have a feeling I need to go into my YouTube clips. I love going into my YouTube clips. Every time I see something cool, this like a trophy case for me too. Y'all could be talking about something dumb, I'm gonna clip it up. So let's see what this is.
The Shigandi Diops, and they talk about how this man changed the field of thought. He changed the field of thought because they was trying to act like the invading race theory.
You see that? That's why I clipped this up, because look at this bozo. He's on here debating Elder Yara, and he's using Sheikh Anti-Jope's work positively as if he agrees with it. Man, I got clips. This the same person say ancient Egyptians wasn't black, but Diop say they was black. And I got a clip of you talking about how Diop changed the whole field.
That's what Christopher Eric says. So I'm not none of that. So let me make
Okay,
this
so
point here.
so
Let
you
me hold on.
no.
Right, I said no. But
Okay.
I'm not saying no. I'm not an Egyptologist. That's what the black Egyptologists say. That's what the white Egyptologists say. That's
Hey, bro.
That's
Hey, bro.
what Christopher Eric says. So I'm not none of that. So let me make
Okay,
this
so
point here.
so
Let
you
me hold on.
no.
Right, I said no.
They keep looping back. Sorry, I should go back to my clip basis. Let's go to the next clip. I'm just clipping up.
Listen, bro.
Is she
You
white?
cut off artists, I'm a cut off artist. Let me
Is
finish
she
my
white?
statement. Let me finish. No.
So
Now,
Kara Cooley's
and she
Do y'all know what just happened? He said Kara Cooney's not white. In order to prove his point that the ancient Egyptians ain't black, in debate, he argues that Kara Cooney ain't white, y'all. Look at this.
hey man, I keep
Okay,
telling
I
you,
want to
you
stay on that for a
Baltimore
minute to
dudes
show
are
you.
pansies and
I
y'all
just
talk
wanna-
too much.
I'm be all that.
Just
Yeah.
Shout out to Elder Yara. Shout out to Sonetta.
have a conversation.
You did. No, bro.
But
You
I'll
put the
keep
hell on
moving.
that. No.
I'll keep moving because I didn't come here to talk about that.
No, be a man and man up, bro. You can't.
What did I just say, man? I keep
Okay,
telling
I want
Hold on. No, we gotta
stay
go
on
back
that
to the
for a
clip.
minute. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not listening to a white lady. I'm listening to Kara Cooney, who has a documented statement. I'm correcting him, and I'm gonna be in perfect order with the rest of the conversation. I just want to let them know, yo, you can't get with me. Now, I leave notion of
Why is it
whiteness
skipping like
and
this?
the white lady. So
All right, let him talk. Unc, let him talk. You
I'm
gotta
saying
let him
it now.
talk.
I'm correcting him. He made it talking right now.
Or
We're
do
talking
you
right
just
now.
wanna come on here and
Let's deal
give
with
me
the
your
white. Let's
pansy
deal with the
lip,
white lady.
bro?
Let's deal with your perceived. Not know you hanging over the ocean. I just cut the string.
I don't know why it's skipping like that. It must be something going on with my computer. I think they told me something about memory before, but let me refresh it because it's just skipping over his
Bro.
words.
Is she
You
white?
cut off artists, I'm a cut off artist. Let me
Is
finish
she
my
white?
statement. Let me finish. No.
So
Now,
Kara Cooley's not
now,
white.
I don't know what her ethnic background is. Let me finish my point.
Hey,
That's ridiculousness. In order to make your point, Kara Cooney gotta not be white, even though she called herself white. We got clips. What about when they brought
Ain't
this
that-
scholar on and wanted to get him to discredit something about the modern Egyptian? Check this out.
Claims that those Egyptians, those modern Egyptians, are in a replacement population, and that's one of those Afrocentric ideas that holds well. A lot of people say and so this is where the rubber meets the road. What is the
Okay, let me answer that for you.
okay? Yeah,
Very
go ahead.
scientifically, very
Scientific. Let's get it.
very easily.
Okay.
The modern Egyptian population, I believe, now let's call it a belief, has absorbed a lot of people over a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And there are models that you can actually run. Actually, someone developed at my alma mater before I got there, where you can actually do really basic gene simulations, and you can show how if you have 5% migration, which means 5% of people coming from the outside into a given space.
Claims that those Egyptians, those modern Egyptians, are in a replacement population, and that's one of those Afrocentric ideas that holds well. A lot of people say and so this is where the rubber meets the road. What is the
Okay, let me answer that for you.
okay? Yeah,
Very
go ahead.
scientifically, very
Scientific. Let's get it.
very easily.
Okay.
The modern Egyptian population, I believe, now let's call it a belief, has absorbed a lot of people over a long period of time.
Just stop. He didn't want to hear that. 'Cause that's exactly what we've been saying, man. Cut it out. The modern Egyptian population has absorbed so much different DNA from so many different people over time.
And there are models that you can actually run. Actually, someone developed at my alma mater when well, before I got there, where you can actually do really basic gene simulations, and you can show how if you have 5% migration, which means 5% of people coming from the outside into a given space and assimilating, okay, and having children there. It doesn't take, and in fact, I published based on something that somebody else said, it doesn't take a, a, a whole lot of migration if you do it, say, over 25 generations to fundamentally change the genetics of a population.
Okay.
He wounding this boy wig. So this boy want to act like the modern Egyptians is the ancient Egyptians, and the doctor sitting here explaining to him, look, man, it don't take that much to change a population. This is embarrassing. I would have been embarrassed. I would have chalked my money or whatever I paid them. I wouldn't have posted it. I don't care. Because look, if my intention, excuse me, if my intention is to not be truthful, like their intentions, they don't care what these scholars say. They're going to still stick to what they're saying. Then why are you posting this? I don't even get it. Hey, you could go to, you got to hit the link on from a computer, family. Sorry about that. Because I'm streaming vertical, so if you see it on the computer, it might be a working link. But that's just one clip, man. These dudes took so many L's. We all up in the clips today. We like the clips from Virginia or whatever. Let's see this.
Depending on how far you want to go. You want to go back to that P2 ancestor. You want to go back to...
Hold that P2. We're going to talk about that P2. Hold that. Not yet.
No, but if you want to go back to an earlier period, talk about east to west migration.
Why didn't you tell him to hold that? Because when he was about to hit him with the P2 ancestor, let me show y'all. Man, this be hella funny. Watch this. This is why he wanted him to hold it. Listen.
Migration from east to west. Depending on how far you want to go. You want to go back to that P2 ancestor.
Hold on.
I don't see, no matter what anybody says, late stage Egyptian is not the same as Walla. Okay? Now, could they be related? Could they be related languages? Or if you want to talk about an earlier migration from east to west, depending on how far you want to go. You want to go back to that P2 ancestor. You want to go back to...
Hold that P2. We're going to talk about that P2. Hold that.
Got him. Y'all don't see how fake these dudes is? Some of y'all don't even see why this is a clip, huh? See, the Dr. Soikieta is talking about, he said if you want to go back to because he trying to get him on some back migrations, this Gozy shit. And I'm a doctor, bro. I'll beat the brakes off you. I already see what your motive is. And just like he told Gozy, I got a good bullshit detector, is what Dr. Soikieta said. He just told him if you want to go back to earlier east to west migrations. See? Like from Egypt to West Africa, maybe? Nah. Hold that. Y'all didn't even peep game. Listen.
I don't see the kinds of rules of evidence that I would like to see archaeologically for that. I would expect to see certain markers and certain things. We'll talk about certain hints and influences. I think that either that may have a common cradle, or maybe there was some actual migration and influence. But I don't see, no matter what anybody says, late stage Egyptian is not the same as Walla. Okay? Now, could they be related? Could they be related languages? Or if you want to talk about an earlier migration from east to west, Depending on how far you want to go. You want to go back to that P2 ancestor. You want to go back to
Hold that P2. We're gonna talk about that P2. Hold that. Not yet.
no, but if you want to go back to an earlier period, talk about east to
See,
west
that was
migration.
deceiving. He wanted to stop him talking about east to west migrations, bruh. Because he don't want West Africans to have nothing to do with Egypt. See, I be picking up on shit, bruh. Now tell me that ain't what's happening right here. You thought something else was happening, huh? To hold that P2. You don't know nothing about no damn P2. All you know is that he said it's evidence of east to west migrations, and you don't want that spoken about on the show. Easy. I should be a lawyer.
I don't see the kinds of rules of evidence that I would like to see archaeologically for that. I would expect to see certain markers and certain things. We'll talk about certain hints and influences. I think that either that may have a common cradle, or maybe there was some actual migration and influence, but I don't see. I mean, no matter what anybody says, late stage Egyptian is not the same as Walla. Okay.
So I will correct that, doctor. No one says late stage Egyptian is the same as Wolof. No one even compared late stage Egyptian to Wolof. They actually compared Middle Egyptian to Wolof. Late stage Egyptian is damn near a whole complete different language, so I would have to say, in the way that you worded it, you 100% correct.
Now, could they be related? Could they be related languages? Or if you want to talk about an earlier migration from east to west, depending on how far you want to go back to that P2 ancestor. You want to go back to
hold that P2. We're gonna talk about that P2. Hold that. Not yet.
But if you want to go back to an earlier period, talk about east to west migration of people within Africa. Yeah, that's much more plausible, in fact, and very likely.
Heard him. So the east to west migration, hinging on that P2 lineage, is likely. But look at what happened when they brought the lady on, and she told them the same thing, and they almost beat her up. They start calling her names, literally calling the scholar names. Called her a blackologist. Right? I got the clips. I told you, you in history. You going down in history. Where's she at? Dr. Gina Page. She said the same thing, and they want to beat her up. That's why they want them to hold that P2. No, how can I find it better? Is it a way I can just type Gina Page? I know the clip is on there. Where she go? I used to just see it all the time. They erased the video? That's the only thing that make your clips go away. Let me see. Maybe it's on another page. Dr. Gina Page. She told them to their face. Everybody tell them to their face. Well, I don't see no more clips. So I guess something happened to the original Dr. Gina Page video, because it ain't here no more. But we had the clip of her. I still got it in another place. Oh, I know where I got it. I got it right here. Videos. Trust me, I got it, bruh. When they try to erase stuff, you take it off the internet. So what did she tell them? Let's see what she says. And if it's the same thing that Dr. Shamaka Kieta said. And you know, shout out to my slow ass hard drive waking up right now. You know what I mean?
We do know that based on migration patterns, that many West African populations are descendant of ancient Egyptian population.
So if West African populations were descendants of ancient Egyptian populations, which way would that migration go? East to west. So all these qualified scholars is on here telling these. That's why I don't even fuck with people no more. I don't watch that shit. I don't do nothing. Because why'd I waste my time? They're not trying to be convinced. Every doctor in the world then got in front of their face. All they trying to do is keep getting cash apps on YouTube. Now, is that not two PhDs saying the same exact thing?
We do know that based on migration patterns, that many West African populations are descendant of ancient Egyptian populations.
See, why do they run from this? Because they got this stupid ass argument. These motherfuckers are some clowns. They got this. Whenever we black Americans study ancient Egypt, they think they got a strong argument. I even heard one of my close to me scholar partners try this, but I checked him hella quick and he fell back because he didn't want none of that smoke. Because he tried this same shit. Yeah, that shit cool that you studying, but we West African. They try that all the time, and I don't disagree. But when professional scholars, right, tell them about the connection between East and West Africans, then what they do. The genetic connection between East and West Africans, then what they do. They say, hold that P2, hold that, we gonna talk about that later. No, I watched the whole video and he never wanted to get back around to that P2. Here's another doctor. For her saying this, see, she thought they were some real black people, like, and beseeching their history. She didn't think they had an agenda, which was to discredit black students who study study African history, right? And so she was looking in the video like, why are they responding like this when I tell them the things that I think they want to know? And after she got off the show, they start calling her a blackologist, right? Ridiculous. Just ridiculousness. But we're going to keep up in the clips because we playing clips today. See, they can't do this with me. They try, but all my shit's still the same. Everything I said is still the same. I just got stuff that go with the I'm not even focusing on one person. I'm looking through the clips. Since a lot of the discourse I had were with these people who were detractors from everything I was teaching, then a lot of my clips involved them. But let me click this. It's called Beat Them Up.
See, we learned a long time ago, yo, when you beat the shit out of niggas to get on the squad. Niggas don't know that history. Yeah, you beat niggas up, you beat up a Saw, beat up Wuja, they act like it didn't happen. I was a referee, nigga, you beat them niggas up. So
so I'll beat the brakes off you too. Is the part you're not acknowledging. I'll beat the brakes off you too.
See, we learned a long time ago, yo, when you beat the shit out of niggas to get on the squad. Niggas don't know that history. Yeah, you beat niggas up, you beat up a Saw, beat up Wuja, they act like it didn't happen. I was a referee, nigga, you beat them niggas up.
Now, I beat the brakes off of you and you're acting like it didn't happen.
See, we learned a long time ago, yo, when you beat the shit out of niggas to get on the squad. Niggas don't know that history. Yeah, you beat niggas up, you beat up a Saw, beat up Wuja, they act like it didn't happen. I was a referee, nigga, you beat them niggas up. So that's how you got on the squad.
I read the paper.
X could never get on the squad because he could never beat nobody. See, we learned a long time ago, yo, when you beat the shit out of niggas to get on the squad. Niggas don't know that history. Yeah, you beat niggas up, you beat up a Saw, beat up Wuja, they act like it didn't happen. I was a referee, nigga, you beat them niggas up.
Then I came back and beat the brakes off of you. And you act like it didn't happen. You want to know why? Because Casual go crazy.
And in the front, like me and my crew, like we want to battle them. It wasn't no negative energy, but we want to battle.
Let's work it out. Let's see what.
Yeah, let's see. Now, how you from Oakland and sound like
Casual
that?
go all night.
Yeah,
Casual was
go
there that night
crazy.
too.
Yeah.
And I went to Battery Studios.
Casual go crazy. Shout out to E40. I told you we could hit them with the clips and just rock their wig all night. Should be crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That's what this called.
I'm not gonna lie to them niggas and tell them they ain't black. I ain't gonna go along with your fucking lie.
Shout out to my man Chef. Boy, I got y'all. I'll make y'all look like Summer Jam. Listen to what Chef said.
I'm not gonna lie to them niggas and tell them they ain't black. I ain't gonna go along with your fucking lie.
The Ethiopians.
Shout out to Chef. I'll be fucking with Chef. Even though he teeter-totter for the views, it is what it is. He ain't in the fight. He just watching. He just told him straight to his face, I'm not going with you fake-ass niggas lie saying that they not black. This back before Chef had got hypnotized.
I'm not gonna lie to them niggas and tell them they ain't black. I ain't gonna go along with your fucking lie.
Chef like, I'm not gonna lie to them niggas and tell them they ain't black. I'm not going along with y'all fucking lie. I'm all in y'all clubhouse, bro. I be all up in their locker room and shit like these niggas stupid. It be like I'm doing some Israeli surveillance and shit. These motherfuckers right on YouTube with the whole locker room saying I'm beating the brakes off them.
I'm not gonna lie to them niggas and tell them they ain't black. I ain't gonna go along with your fucking lie.
Shout out to Chef. When he got mad, he told all the pseudo killers, I'm not going along with y'all fucking lie. I'm not lying to them niggas telling them they not black. Now watch this, same video.
At this point, y'all giving the argument to smashing now.
All in the locker room, yo, this be funny. Chef be keeping it too real. Chef, you supposed to do this in the pseudo killers back chat. Putting this on live is just giving me too much confirmation that I beat the brakes off y'all. Listen to this.
At this point, y'all giving the argument to smashing now.
He not West Sahelian niggas from fucking the Savannah.
Imagine if you was fighting against some people and you got to hear they huddle and they was this puzzled in the huddle. Listen.
At this point, y'all giving the argument to smashing now.
He not West Sahelian niggas from fucking the Savannahs, nigga. They not.
Chef, they saying drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, at this point, so y'all giving it to smashing now.
Chef,
they gave it to me, Chef.
Don't drop it. You already know we won. John Gozy want to come up.
They gave it to me. At this point, y'all just giving it to smashing them. Golly, you can't get no worse.
I don't know if everybody forgot where the argument originally started. When me and Sheffrin said the Egyptians ain't black. When we said they wasn't black nor white. You know what I mean? Like
we read this shit straight out of Wiki.
Right.
Chef is so funny. He like, nigga, don't try to hit me with that. We got that straight out of Wiki. Oh, this shit be funny. It'd be like a straight clown show when you go get the clips of people. He like, don't be trying to act like we did some homework and we started to listen. This like Beavis and Butthead.
I don't know if everybody forgot where the argument originally started. When me and Sheffrin said the Egyptians ain't black. When we said they wasn't black nor white. You know what I mean? Like
we read this shit straight out of Wiki.
Right.
That's hella funny to me. I don't know why it might not be funny to everybody. James, you there?
Yeah, what's happening with you?
I'm gonna make it so you can hear the clips. Hold on, let me share the screen. Shit.
Yeah, I went and grabbed me a quick bite to eat.
Yeah, I ain't even did that yet. I'm just chilling, bro. It's all good. You feel me? Yeah, I'm just going through some old clips that got me rolling because you don't know that y'all put this much data out. All you gotta do is comb through the data and find dudes contradicting themselves over and over and over. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's even worse now.
Yeah, the longer time that go by, the more, the better they look. You know what I'm saying?
They still ain't retracted. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Got Soy Kenyatta, got the Queen from African DNA.
Oh, we got all kind of stuff on here.
Straight embarrassed.
But these the ones I be tripping off, like the videos that ain't there no more. Like it mean that somebody knew they was leaking in that video, and they erased it. See?
Right.
Like not those people in black and fucked up. I wanted to show the so I gotta make a whole movie out of these clips, and it just make people look sad, man.
Yeah, you better grab them for something come up and shout.
Yeah.
But I had one with Zahir Watts. He had an African sculpture that he dug up and shocked the shit out of him. And they deleted on Nova.
What happened?
They was digging in a site and right next to Cairo. And they had found the unopened tomb. And then when they went to digging, they found the African sculpture with a baby on her back. It would look straight black. That's the African thing right there in itself. And he tried to explain it away and said it was from the 25th dynasty.
All right, my man just said Ankh had to change his argument to they never called themselves black. Exactly. And got beat up on that one too. Dr. Maggie Bryson said, nah, they did call themselves black. Why do you keep saying that?
Then he went to indigenous.
So let me show this one. This is for the people who keep on thinking Kush and Nubia is the same thing. I was trying to teach that to dude from overseas, remember Shakanda or whatever? And he got all mad at me and started slandering me in hella videos simply because I was teaching that the Kushites and Nubians ain't the same thing. So now let me just put this on the screen and we can hear the scholar say it.
Space, I'd like to make a distinction between Kush and Nubia. When I say Kush, I'm referring to a political designation. In fact, a kingdom that was contemporary with its Egyptian neighbor to the north and lasted for the entirety of the 3,000 years where there was pharaonic history in Egypt. There was also a kingdom of Kush to Egypt's south. And then when I say Nubia, I'm using that as a geographic designation. So for the region that can also be called the Middle Nile.
Dang,
that's an area located between the first and the fourth cataract.
And she took it down far, to be fair to her, but let's keep going. Let her keep going.
A cataract is simply an area of the Nile that is strewn with boulders that make boat traffic difficult when the water levels in the River Nile are low.
So what did she wanted to make? She wanted to make a distinction between Kush and Nubia. Golly, cats be knowing way too much, yo. Don't argue with me that Kush and Nubia are the same thing. Like, why are you doing that? They wasn't calling themselves no Nubians. They called themselves Kushites. The only thing we get out of Nup is the ancient Egyptian word for gold, Nup, which then signified an area where gold was at. So when the Greeks talked about that area, they put an E-A on it. Nubia, the place of gold. That's not ancient Egyptian. That's something else. But anyway, we got these clips. So did she clearly say she wanted to make a distinction between Kush and Nubia, right?
Indeed.
I'm like, so why would somebody start slandering me over that? I'd be like, people hella stupid.
There are a lot of people fell by the wayside, Smash. You would have never thought.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell happened to it? That shit happens all the time. So at this point, I'm desensitized from it. Even like you see certain things that other people be talking about, you like, man, I can't believe they took that route.
I know. Let's hear what this is. It's called God and Gozy. Let's see.
So
That's what the problem is.
So they came before the Natufians. They said they came,
Yes,
and then the Natufians
and
came.
and the base part in the base of Eurasian, which he used, has no Neanderthal DNA as well. Watch this. So y'all just heard the name of the watch. I'm finna show y'all. This is how this works. Like just what Brother Reggie just did, we can all do this. So this is the paper. See, it has Dr. Yusuf, whatever his name is, and Dr. Nadine Rollins. This is the paper. It's genetic insight into the origins of farming in ancient Near East. Do y'all know, if you were to read this paper, they're going to talk about the Neanderthal DNA and how they lack that. See, it says basal Eurasian lineage that had little, if any, Neanderthal. See, I just went right here. But watch this. When you go down to the chart, and we love charts, this chart right here is going to show you. This is the basal Eurasian population. Basal Eurasian, the square. That's it. This is it right here, 0%. This is basal Eurasian at 100%. And then they do right here, if you turn your head to the side, they're going to be talking about the shared Neanderthal alleles. And then if you go right here, you'd have to read the paper, and I'm going to share the paper with y'all. They're going to show you that these people have the least amount of Neanderthal DNA. This is this population right here. See, Natufians, they down here. They got the least amount of this stuff. They don't even have a full 2%. So they're telling you that these people are African, but you have to read this paper, which I know that Kent and them ain't read. I read this stuff several times. So I got a great understanding. See, they're talking about Neanderthal admixture. They're telling you that these people are African. That's what the paper just showed. But watch this. See, look at this chart. This says basal Eurasian, don't it? Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
See how this is dotted. This is the reason why this is dotted, and you can look at everything on here. None of this is dotted because this is a hypothetical population and it's outside of this. You see what I'm saying? Then the next thing it goes to down here, it shows the arrow going to Natufian. See that? Yeah. Y'all see Natufians right here?
All right.
Yeah, that was a done deal.
See that?
Yeah, it was over. It was so much like, damn, who can't understand? You can't see this right on the screen?
Yeah, it's just been going on a pretty good while. But I don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Let's listen to this clip about Neanderthals.
But Neanderthals did ultimately die out. The big question is why. So the disappearance of the Neanderthal scavengers who are always going to lose out to the clever...
No, sometimes the video keeps skipping like that. Let me go back so I can get the part I wanted us to see. I don't know why it skips.
Yeah, my clips is messing up too. So it's something in they.
Oh, it's YouTube got the clips.
They gotta fix it.
Right
they gotta update or something.
Yeah, they gotta update. Let's see if I can find that one about Neanderthals right here.
But Neanderthals did ultimately die out. The big question is why. So the disappearance of the Neanderthals, I mean, first of all, we have to argue really whether are they actually extinct if, you know, there's 2% of their DNA in a lot of people alive today.
Did y'all hear that?
I heard it loud and clear.
He said we have to argue even if Neanderthals are even extinct yet, since there's 2% of their DNA in people right now. Let's listen. Let's hear that again.
The big question is why. So the disappearance of the Neanderthals, I mean, first of all, we have to argue really whether cleverer and superior Homo sapiens...
See, now it's doing that again.
Well,
let me start it over. I don't know why they're doing that, bro.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was just me, but I'm glad I found out.
But Neanderthals did ultimately die out. The big question is why. So the disappearance of the Neanderthals, I mean, first of all, we have to argue really whether are they actually extinct if, you know, there's 2% of their DNA in a lot of people alive today. Some people have calculated that if you put all the DNA around the world together from Neanderthals in different people's genomes, you could actually reconstruct 40 or 50% of the Neanderthal genome. And of course that's present in billions of people. So actually there's more Neanderthal DNA on Earth today than there was 50,000 years ago. That's a remarkable thought. Yes, physically extinct. They disappeared as far as we know.
Did he
about
just
40.
kill them? How you gonna say an extent Neanderthals is extinct when there's more Neanderthal DNA on Earth today because of how the way humans proliferated, right? Than it was 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Now listen.
There's more Neanderthal DNA on Earth today than there was 50,000 years ago. That's a remarkable thought. Yes, physically extinct. They disappeared as far as we know about 40,000 years ago. So why did they disappear? I mean, the short answer is we don't know. There are many different ideas, and I think it was probably a combination of things. So I don't think it's a coincidence that they disappeared not long after Homo sapiens started to get into their territories and grew in numbers. You know, in a sense, you could say they were an endangered species, perhaps, and that appearance of another human species alongside them might have been finally what tipped them over the edge to extinction. A lot of climate change going on at that time. That may have affected their numbers.
But the clip that I clipped was the part that I just wanted us to see. With him saying, man, we could argue if they are even extinct or not, bruh.
Yeah, and I remember we did a show and I had to teach them about hybridization in humans. They didn't even know.
I remember. I was there. I was
great.
like, I mean, so let me show you this. I'm going to go to my shorts now.
Stop letting these rappers lie and say you beat the feds. Nobody.
I want to go to my shorts. What? How do I go to Google account? Maybe. Nope, not that. Let me see. Go back. Go to my shorts. Maybe I go to my videos. So YouTube Studio. Real quick, I gotta go to my content. I just want to show this one short that's on the subject. Content. It's gonna be shorts. Okay, let's find this one. I don't know what all these is. Oh, here we go. Listen to what he says.
In our genomes today, if you're a non-African person, it's more like 10 or 20% of your ancestors are Neanderthals. So, if you want to make a strong argument, you might argue that non-Africans today are Neanderthals.
Did you hear what he said? If you wanted to make a strong argument, you might argue that non-Africans today are Neanderthals. And he corrected people with that 2% shit. He like, nah, they say 2%, but if you do the knowledge, it's actually up to 20%. Listen.
In our genomes today, if you're a non-African person, it's more like 10 or 20% of your ancestors are Neanderthals. So, if you want to make a strong argument, you might argue that...
No, he said 10 to 20% of your Neanderthals your ancestors are Neanderthals. 10 to 20% of your ancestors are Neanderthals.
Non-Africans today are Neanderthals. In our genomes today, if you're a non-African person, it's more like 10 or 20% of your ancestors are Neanderthals. So, if you want to make a strong argument, you might argue that non-Africans today are Neanderthals.
Now, he did say before that, he said that, the percentage that we putting out today, that 1 to 4%, he was like, it's actually more like 10 to 20.
I know.
That's what he said. He said it's actually more like 10 to 20%. And now when I was saying it, they said I was crazy.
I'll be right back. Keep on, I'm listening.
Yeah, so it's crazy because I was like, because if they got something that you don't got, you could technically say that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they is, even though I get it, but they all humans. We all humans, but at the same time, you got different speciation within humans that they just now really found out about in 2010 that they did not believe was the case. So they happen to come to reality or come to the conclusion that, hey man, what we thought that we was all 99.9% the same, we have to account for the different variation, archaic variation that we have. And that's where structural variation comes into play. And that's what I found out when I started getting on that whole genome sequencing situation. I got piece on that where I could just show an illustration of
Man,
the actual percentages that they use. You know, when I found out, I was like, okay. So now
against that history. So I didn't have nothing. I just had the utmost respect for him. You know what I'm saying?
right. Yeah, that was really good dialogue, respectful. You know what I'm saying? I was hoping y'all was gonna do a part 2.
We're gonna do a part 2. I like to give a person, you know, I was gonna give him 6 months. I gave him a year. Cause I want him to take me serious, so I'm gonna holler at you next year sometime is what I told him. And I'm gonna really do that. And
Right.
that's just gonna be like, that motherfucker really hit me next year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right on. Yeah, let me share something real quick if I can.
All right, let me make it so you can
Oh,
share.
hold up, you gotta send me a request.
All right, go right ahead. Ain't no way I can make it that much bigger, people, because we going sideways, so you might not be able to. I'm going to start making presentations for this vertical stream so that y'all can still see stuff, but until then, this is just my first day going vertical, and I'm gonna keep it up. You know? But yeah, you can share your screen. Whenever you're ready. You still there, James? I think you might have fell off or something. Yes, sir. Hey, Reggie, what's up? When you gonna come on and show us that presentation? Like, I just got my doors open. I'm getting the stream going back. I'm gonna be back on every day for at least probably like a month. You know, as much time as I could get in. So, help me out. Come do that presentation, Reggie. James, where you go, bro? You must have froze out. All right. Right now, when I do some bars and I get on my work and I put it on social media, the only person that keep tagging me say I need to do a song with is Black Thought. So I'm like, okay, some people want to see that happen. They want to see what'll happen. They don't know we got history. I don't be saying shit, but man, check this out. This was a long time ago in Philly. We already had our run-in. The Roots and Hyro, we had our run-in. And all I can say is I walked away from the battle because Festo and Black Thought wouldn't stop. They wouldn't stop. And I just said, fuck it, this was amazing, but y'all, this club is cracking. And in a minute, y'all missed the whole club trying not to lose the battle to each other. Do y'all know Festo from Hieroglyphics and Black Thought battled? And I was standing right there, and this shit was hella crazy. Yeah, I can tell your computer froze or something. It's all good. Come back when you're ready. I'm just gonna tell stories and kick it. Probably show some hip hop stuff, do whatever. I'm just whatever. I'm not playing. I don't feel like playing no games. I'm gonna play some games later. I ain't doing that right now. I'm chilling. My work day starts at midnight. Oh, y'all know them coats we made? Them coats we designed online the other day? I found the lady who can make them already. Bro, let me show y'all how I gets it in. But it don't take me no time. Man, I ain't even gonna say who won the battle. Who you think won the battle? This was not Black Thought of today. I gotta give him his credit. He has stupid bars. And most people we battled, the battle be over. But they kept going for hella long, and they wouldn't stop. So really, like, nobody won the battle, but none of us felt like it was time to start rapping and to stop Festo. Like, for instance, if he would have started getting with Fest so bad, I would have been like, it's my turn, and started rapping, you feel me? But that we never got to that point, so that should let you know something. I don't want to be like, he couldn't even get past Fest. Just that ain't how that look at. Festo he be getting past me. Festo be getting past me. He got bars. What's up with it, brother Reggie in the building? We might have a good show coming. Where Reggie at? All right, we're gonna let Reggie get his game up. There you go. What's up with Reggie?
Fine. I'm just trying to figure out if it's my sound that's low or the way it's coming in on your side. It's low.
I hope it's low or slow.
Low.
Oh, hopefully. I mean, not hopefully, but it might be on your side because all of my levels are maxing out over here.
Yeah. So how do I sound?
You sound nice.
Okay. Well, I do need to try to grow my channel. So, but I haven't to that side. I haven't been streaming much. I have a lot of ideas and I'm writing. So, but what I will say is for us to think about is that I don't think that these people really understand science. And so when we start talking about the so-called fertile black soil, right? That the black land is supposed to be a part of. Can you still hear me, or am I broken?
Yeah, you loud and clear.
Okay. So, I don't want to break up this conversation. Maybe we could do it later.
No, whenever you're ready, it's all good.
I'll start here. Okay. The fertile black soil is what they say the black land is based on. And they make a big deal out of that. And they try to make it seem like that the Africans were stupid. The Africans on the Nile were stupid. If the Nile, and we have the hymn to the Nile, right? And we have lots of other texts that talk about the Iritu and the Nile not flowing. We have the famine text, and we also have the period and intermediate period, which you call the Great Famine, right? Where Tefi and the rest of them are complaining about, right? I'm sorry if some of our audience doesn't know ancient Egyptian literature, right? But we have a lot of literature, the prophecy of Nefertiti. We have the Iper text. We have the hymn to the Nile, right? Now, so when we have that, we find clearly that the Nile is the key to the life of the of what they call Tawi civilization, all right? Or Egypt, or ancient Egypt.
That's right.
So, Smash, with that said, why didn't they have, if the black mud was so special and sacred, right? Why didn't we have a black mud economy?
Huh.
Do you see where I'm going?
Let me hear it.
Huh?
Let me hear it.
So, meaning that if it was so sacred, we would have a black mud society, economy. Meaning that we would, if the Egyptians were stupid, right, which they were not, they're ancient Africans, then they would be stupid to say, you know what we're going to do is we're going to harvest this black mud, right? And we're going to spread it out all through Egypt. So what we're going to do is we're going to shovel it into carts, and we're going to transport the stupid mud, right? Now, is there any evidence whatsoever, right, that when the Nile started receding because of irregular flooding, did they try to plant in the mud? No. stupid asses. They didn't plant in the mud, right? They relied on the flood, right? Because Egypt did not, what you call Egypt, did not get much rain. So nothing would grow in the stupid mud, right? Without water. Am I wrong?
Definitely not.
Right? So what they want you to think is that all you had to do was throw seeds into the damn mud and things will grow out of it.
I know.
Say what?
Them seeds stay dormant until they get the water.
Until they get the water, right? And so what the Egyptians understood. Now, did they go out when the Nile receded into the mud and start planting?
Did
Meaning, huh? Say what?
Did they?
I can't hear you.
Did they?
Of course not.
Of course not.
They hated the mud.
They hated it. I keep
You
telling
have
people
texts
that.
to say, look, the Kemetic priests and stuff, they would not, I'm laughing, but they would not take their fine linen and go into the goddamn mud, right? They did not have boots, right? Now, if they went into the mud, right, they would probably be swallowed up by quicksand. Am I wrong?
They have one story that accounts to that, where a pheasant or a peasant lost his a farmer lost an entire ox in the
his
mud.
whole cow. You read that. So
Yeah.
that's why you read the text. Hassan Khan read the text, right? So he lost. He was embarrassed. First, he had a whole group of oxen, right, around the damn mud, right? And then all of a sudden, he didn't have it. Then he had to explain what happened to his ox.
He had to explain to his overseer what happened to the oxen, and they was like, "You gonna look like a fool saying they got lost in the mud."
Exactly. So they have these texts to show you that the mud was a very dangerous thing. Now, also, when the mud when the Nile did not flood regularly and it was a low tide, right? What you have now is now the black mud that they claim, right, so valuable, it starts to crack and dry up, right? The ancient Egyptians did not plant in that dried mud, right? Because they knew that water was essential. So what I have a problem with these people is that when they start to inject science, and it seems that they don't know that it's a combination of things, but water is the most essential thing. Now, when the mud started drying up, right, along the Nile, then you would have a dangerous environment. Why? You have frogs, and frogs attract what? Snakes. And then you have crocodiles, right, that are trying to survive. And then you have, of course, birds, and you have bacteria, you have insects, you have all of these mosquitoes, right? When the Nile flooded, right, there was a balance. When the Nile did not flood, then it was a bunch of hostile environmental crises where the animals themselves were hungry. So you're not going to go nowhere near that goddamn black mud, right, while this is happening. Why? Because you will die. It's simple as that. You will be swallowed up. It's simple as that. They did not have a black mud economy. There's nothing to say that the black mud
the silt itself.
They didn't even make mud brick structures.
Right. Right. So it was useless. Right? Now, what agriculture, first of all, the problem with Tawi civilization itself is they could have benefited from West Africa from things like yams and beans and legumes, right? Their biggest food supply was wheat. Wheat did not grow in the dried up black mud, causing starvation. Barley did not grow, which was a staple in the civilization, did not grow in the black mud without the water, right? They needed flax, right? But it was problematic. It was problematic to get the flax while this environmental disaster was happening, right? Now, with problems, luckily I do have college education. So I took university biology, chemistry, mathematics, physics, all that stuff, right? I did take it. It becomes valuable now to help me think about environment. I also took a course on astronomy, right? It becomes valuable to me to know that what happened is they did plant on the shorelines, right, when during a particular period, right? But that's only after the Nile receded enough for it to be firm.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment. If we go to a 12th dynasty text that we often look at, and we looked at it even yesterday, the story of the eloquent peasant, we can think about when he took his trek on his way to Heracleopolis Magma, and there becomes a part in the story where they describe what he was experiencing as Nimti Naked tried to rob him. So what he had to go through, there was one path, and to the left of the path, the water from the flood had rose all the way up to the left of the path. And to the right of the path was the barley and the stuff that Nimti Naked was growing. Now, the eloquent farmer was walking with all of his donkeys down this path, and Nimti Naked, seeing all this gear on his donkeys, and wanted to steal his stuff, so he threw a linen cloth in the road. And so, and what he did was obstructed him to force him to go through either the water or his farm, so to speak. Well, if we talk about what you're saying, it let us know that the farm was somewhat separated from the water of the flood, and then the water of the flood was driven into that farmland with canals.
That's correct. So when you start, when you step back into science, right? Then you find that they was building dikes, canals, right? That they was trying to manage the flood water to come from the Nile, the water, not the damn silt, the water to come into their farmlands, right? And then there's another place where, of course, they did a lot of farming around the wadis, right? And then things like the Yellow Nile and things like that that led
Explain what a wadi is for the people.
So wadis usually are, if I could best say it, small rivers.
Tributaries, right?
Tributaries, right? And then you have to explain, we have to explain tributaries, right? So
there are little creeks and stuff that contribute to a river or run off of a river and lead to the saltwater somehow, basically.
Right. So wadis can be natural, right? Um, okay, okay. So the technical definition is a wadi is a dry riverbed or valley found mostly in desert regions that contain water only during periods of heavy rainfall, right? Making it an ephemeral watercourse.
So these wadis that ran through the desert, if you knew the history of them, you could identify where water was in the desert because you knew that sometimes it ain't no river running through there, but after rain, a heavy rain, it would be it was one that ran. Is it Wadi Hamamat that ran from the Nile to the Red Sea?
I have to check. I have to check. But I think that you're right. But I wasn't looking at that.
Yeah.
But we would have to check that.
All right, keep going though.
So humans, Africans, humans around this region, they sometimes relied on the wadis, right? And sometimes they observed what was happening with the wadis and they built dikes, right? But the essential point was it was the water, right? That how can I say intercourse with the deserts and the farmland, right? And it was not the damn black silt, right? The black silt is a misnomer that doesn't make sense in science at all because uh, because if the black mud was a spiritual or whatever, I hate that word. I just had they just aired a conversation with me and Jabari on this word spirituality, right? I think spirituality only benefits just a segue. It only benefits when you're comfortable. When you're comfortable, you got a whole lot of spirituality. When you're dying and diseased and you're on a slave ship, spirituality don't work. Spirituality only works when when you're living good, right? When you're living good and you have the money to, in these days to go to a religious center and buy clothing and things like that and show off, that's when spirituality works. Spirituality don't work during regular time periods. It's what humans did was something else. But getting back to what we're trying to talk about is that what was important to the civilization was the wadis, the rainstorms when they occur, and they started occurring less frequent, and it was the Nile. So the Egyptians understood without water, you couldn't plant in no black mud. And there was no black mud economy because the black mud, when it starts to dry up, doesn't look much like black mud. So this overemphasis on the black land and black mud is really problematic during particular periods in this culture where there was irregular flooding, creating things like the Great Famine, where you would not see this black mud that is so sacred to pseudos, right? Black land is sacred to these pseudos. You would not see this sometimes in 3 months, sometimes 3 years, right? So there is no way that the culture made the black mud significant simply just based on science. And so I had wanted to talk about that as a strong argument for us because it doesn't seem that these people know science. They talk about science a lot, but when you start thinking about this, and when you start thinking about this, then you have to come to a conclusion that I'm coming to, that Smash came to, that a lot of us on this platform comes to. Did they have a black mud silt economy? No, they did not.
did not, they didn't, because they were smarter than the people today. There's people today would use something, they're religious. The black mud stuff, black land stuff is a religion. A religion that doesn't make any sense. Because nothing grows without the water. Right? So I'm pretty sure, Smash, when you start thinking about it with your audience, you are going to come out and you are really going to be able to do it better than what I just triaged right now.
Well,
right?
that was good, a wonderful contribution, and another way for us to think about it. We pointed out that out of all the thousands of netchers or gods, the ancient Egyptians made up for almost every element. It ain't one for no black silk, right?
No.
We pointed out that they don't have a primary source for that claim in Egyptology. And we've gotten one of the leading epigraphers to say what? That it was based on racism. That it was racist for them to say that ancient Egypt was the black land based on the silk and not the people.
Absolutely. I have I'm writing. I'm about a month short of my book because I have a lot of ideas that I was going to do. The black land, the black land revisited, or something like that, or the great black land hoax, right? But I have to kind of figure out, be smart about it, because I want people to read and understand about the civilization, and then maybe I have a chapter called the Black Land Hoax. So I'm so happy that you read into the Eloquent Peasant, right? Because in fact that shows, even though it's a fictional story, it's not real, right? It's meant the whole basis of the story, right? Well, I can ask the audience, what do you think the basis of the Eloquent Peasant story is?
To be articulate, basically. I mean, you know, we get a lot from that story, but when we read through the multi-folds and pages of it, it was all about how well he could speak. This is why they called him eloquent. And when he got robbed by Nimti Naked, he went and found the leader of Meru, the area called Meru, and he pleaded his case to this official. And when the official heard him pleading his case, he like, hold on, man, where you from? He said, I'm from the Wadi Hamamat. And he like, dude, you speak like that? Let me take you to my homie. So he took him to another official and had him plead his case again. And his homie did the same thing, to where he wound up pleading his case at least 6 times just so they could hear how well he spoke. They was like, let me go get somebody else so they can hear how you busting over here. And how you not just knowing good grammar, but pleading his case eloquently. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I absolutely agree with you, but there's after I read the story again, because it's, you know, it's prose poetry and it's these hidden concepts, right? Mm-hmm. Wow. What I found is the story starts about what it's really about. So the first lines of the story is what?
Well, I don't know the first exact line off the top of the head, but I know the first theme of the story. He's preparing to go down to Kemet. Right.
That's my brother Smash, right? So you can't pull nothing over Smash Rockwell. He got skills. The whole story is about Kemet, right? And when Kemet is well, right? When Kemet is doing well, right? The story is about articulating Kemet.
Now here's the difficulty that most people don't know because they don't understand the history. They're just Egypt, Kemetic. The Kemetic groups, they're not too bright, right? Because what they do is they look for the spiritual part. Okay, what I'm trying to say to you is that this story happens, and you know what I did, Smash? I mapped, watch this. I actually mapped his route, right? And that's something that that's funny. That's something that you would do,
going.
huh?
Yeah, we have the. I think I was talking about that at about hour 5 or 6 of yesterday's show. I was showing people we could see where Kemet is at because he say he going to Kemet, but he's in the borders of what we know as Egypt, which shows that wasn't Kemet. Then he say he going to Heraclinopolis Magma and he goes further south, and he never reaches Kemet, but it let us know that Kemet was in the south.
Well, I agree and disagree. So let me go and see if I can find my map of Kemet. So let me see if I can actually find it that I downloaded, right, and then bring it to the show. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that to not confuse anybody. All right, what I'm writing about is that we think Kemet was first talked about in the 11th, 9th to 11th dynasty.
I'm glad you included
during
9th. What made you include 9th?
Huh?
Because you must have been doing some research, huh? Most people don't say 9th, they say 11th. So why did you say 9th?
Okay. Well,
yeah, because I know everything you about to show. I read it before. That one at the station, they made a mistake. But I'll let you go.
Well, I'm not going to spill all the beans because I'm writing, but I'm pretty sure you are really well read, right? So and Asar Ka is really well read too.
Asar Ka, if you go into the Discord, the link is in the Discord, and you can come into the chat, or
So
look at it from
Ka,
a computer. Look at it from a computer, and you can click the link.
So I'm not going to spill all the beans, but what I will say is that the Kemet that we're talking about, right, is in the period in King Keti's area, time period. This is King. Okay, I think I found the map. So let me just bring this over and at least show the map, right? Okay, I got a better one. Let me see if I got a better one. I got a better one. Is this the better one? Yes, this is the better one. Okay, so this is one thing about Smash. You're always talking about AI, and you do a really great job, and I just smile, right? Uh, uh, is because we only use ChatGPT to and you be giving away so much game, right? Uh, and I think that you just be playing with people, but you're trying to get them up on game, right? And so people don't know how to use. I'm screen sharing, but okay.
It'll
So I
come
gotta
on
stop
soon. There it goes. We can see it.
Yeah,
now.
but I got no. That's I don't know why it didn't show what I want to show. So now I'm going to show this. So what the funny thing is, all this time, okay. So now we have AI. So what I was talking to Jedam Ankh Hekare is that the Egyptian maps, right, is not like the maps that we use today. The Egyptians' maps is descriptions, right? It is descriptions. And so they didn't have to draw, they didn't have to do cartography like we do. right? They didn't have to do it, and nor did they do it that way. They did it. They did it differently, right? They did it because they knew the places, and all they had to do is describe the places. And if you read The Eloquent Peasant, they say this place is north of or south of, right? So you see my screen?
I'm looking. It looks good.
Okay.
Oh, you did some homework. Because you got the robbery site from the story right there. Oh, you trying to be cold, huh? That's where he got robbed at?
Say what?
I'm sitting there telling people he got robbed. But look, you trying to say he went down and then went back up and got robbed?
Well, this is what happened. This is exactly
Nah,
what
Kemet ain't right there, though, but keep going.
Well, no, Kemet is right there.
All right, keep going.
Kemet is right there. So he goes from the Wadi Natron, right? And where he is on the west of the Nile, not on the east of the Nile. He's on the west bank.
You right.
And this is during the period of the King Keti, the House of Keti.
Okay.
Right? So what he does is, what he does is he goes down from Wadi, right? And he doesn't have a whole lot of supplies. And you got to look at his inventory of supplies. He doesn't have a lot of supplies for farming, right?
No, he don't have nothing for farming, but he does have a lot for trade.
Right. So then he needs to trade with someone. So he has skins of panthers, other rare skins. He has these carrots or something like that, right? He has these carrots, right? Which is really interesting because I'm a cattle person, right? I'm not a Kemetic person. I'm a cattle person. I'm not Afrocentric. I am I'm African centered, but right now my area is on cattle culture. So he goes to Wadi Hajj, right? Now there is this Nile that's here. You see the Nile?
Hold on. Okay. You said there is this Nile. Do you mean
this part of the
Nile?
Nile? This part of the Nile.
See, because I'm saying I listened to that demonstrative pronoun. Like, why'd you say this Nile?
Yeah, because you corrected me. This part of the Nile, because it seems to be a bend in the Nile, which you talked about earlier. Right. So he's on his way to this place that I believe is Kemet, right over here, right? And as he crosses this, he gets robbed near the estate of Fifi. He gets robbed, right? So then they describe this place called Medet, where this is, right? Yeah. And they describe ultimately where the trial took place.
Hurricaneopolis Magma.
Right. So what happened was he was on his way somewhere in this area over here, which I marked as Kemet, right? And he never made it because he was robbed of his goods. So Kemet, to me, as and Osakawa would be laughing because he knows I'm not going to give it up. But what happened was, in this particular period of the Keti kings, right? They lost, and remember, he's trying to be king of the two lands. Am I right? He's trying to be the Norsut Bidi. Am I right?
But he's not.
But he calls himself that.
It's 11th dynasty, right?
Yeah,
or what dynasty? 10th?
This is roughly in the 10th dynasty, the 10th dynasty.
Okay.
He calls himself the Norsut Bidi. He's probably related to Pepi, right? Now, a prince of Pepi, and then it all falls apart and breaks up into nomarchs. So what happens is that he has lost, there's a couple of things that's happening. He has lost territory that he doesn't think that he can get back, or at least at this point, but he needs to establish himself as a king. So a righteous king, not a righteous king. Sorry,
Yeah, I know
a
who you're
legit-
talking about, that Northern King. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Right. So he has to establish himself as that, right? So the issue is there are different Kemets. Kemet to me, or Kemet to my research.
Nah, slow down. You just messed up. Don't go that route. There are different Kemets. Because that's going to open up another can of worms. Just show us where this one Kemet that you got on the map is.
Why?
at.
How can I say, you want to walk into the dojo?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, the first part of it is that in the Winnis Papyrus, in the Winnis Pyramid text, that's the first time we hear Kemet.
All right, that's fine, but you about to go too far back, and you can just real quick. I just got a question about what's on the screen that'll give everybody some clarity.
Let's deal with that.
So you say, and it's hard for people to see. Let me see if I can show it. Yeah, I'm using my mouse, and they can probably see it on the YouTube. This green dot right here is what Brother Reggie says is the location of his Kemet, which is north of Heracleopolis Magma. Now, my first question is, if he wanted to go to this green dot right here, why did he continue on and go south more to Heracleopolis Magma?
Well, because this green dot marks kind of an estate, and I don't know. This Kemet is an estate, and this Kemet, how big it is, I don't know.
So your argument is that Kemet is a building?
It's an estate.
So a building with land attached?
Not a building, an estate.
So explain to me, what do you mean by an estate?
Estate is like when you go to a rich person's, like Dendera is an estate. Dendera?
All right, but they don't got an estate without a dwelling, so that's why I said a building with surroundings.
Well, there may be in the state tombs. It may be cattle lands, right? It's a state, like a horse estate.
Okay, I'm willing to accept that. Talk about why the eloquent peasant passed up his destination location by hundreds of miles to go to Heracleopolis Magma on foot with a donkey and hella stuff. Why did he pass where he was trying to go?
Right. Well, it seems to be the reason why he's going to this estate is because maybe there's some event, pilgrimage. There's something going on in Kemet.
So you don't want to address the question I'm asking you. I asked, why did he pass it?
Why did he pass it?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a donkey, right? And he's got a wagon, right? Yes? So if you know anything about, well, you do, so I'm not going to talk to you like that, but there are public roads.
Okay.
Right? Because he just can't go over any terrain with his donkey and his wagons.
So that's your argument, that he went hundreds of miles past his destination
Oh, it's not
location?
hundreds of miles.
All right, let's just say a few kilometers. Let's say 2 miles on foot past his destination, because
he didn't get to the destination is down here.
Yeah, but look at Heracleopolis Magma way down there, which we know he went to.
Right? No. He went there later. He went there later after he got robbed.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He went there on his way to his destination. His destination was Kemet, and on your map, he passed his destination already.
Because he gets robbed.
Nah, that's not a good argument. You're gonna have to change that.
No, it's a great argument because I'm holding my hand. So it's a bad argument if you.
All right, let me tell you some more details of the story.
Okay, so let me stop this and let's bring
keep this on the screen. This is all good. You got to remember that after he went to Heracleopolis Magma and they wanted him to go plead his case to the other people, he had to go to some other people who was south more than Heraclinopolis Magma. So now he's going hella far south. He hadn't
He
even
got robbed.
But it don't make sense.
He ain't got his goods no more.
If you take your Kemet and put it south more, everything will work. Your hypothesis would be working. Because the one simple question I asked you in the dojo, you can't answer. Why did he pass his destination location with hella donkeys and stuff in the hot Kemet weather? Walking, whether it was 1 mile past his destination. You have to have an answer for that.
My answer is that this green Kemet right here, meaning it's just a placeholder to say that Kemet is within this area, right?
So now you expanding the area, right? Is it going to expand down?
Yeah, I did, because
is it going to expand down to Heraclinopolis?
If you want me to drop, watch this. If you want me to drop Kemet. If you want me to drop Kemet down here, to me that's fine.
It would be more like the story because he had not reached his destination,
no,
and
he
nothing,
had not. Why?
And nothing in the story say he passed it, but on your map you got him passing it.
No, on my map I get him robbed right here.
But then look, you got him crossing the water and going to the east shore. Am I incorrect?
No, he's not going to East Shore at all.
It just looked like that on the map. That X seems to be on the east side of the map.
Yeah, the X. No, the you see the triangle?
Yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah,
the triangle is where he gets robbed.
Okay.
So Kemet could be lower, right? Lower than Medinet. It could be, right?
It definitely gotta be.
But it's probably not lower than Heraclinopolis Magna, and I know that he's trying to take a public road.
All right, look, we agree that he was going south, don't we?
Yes.
We both agree that he got robbed on his way south.
Right.
But
he got robbed at the bend of the Nile.
But we disagree because at the point you said he passed up where he was going.
He never made it there because he got robbed. He's on this road. And he's on this road on the east bank of the Nile, and Nipti Knot, he traps him right here.
You should rework this theory out and place the Kemet down below Heraclinopolis, and then you could use the story to prove that. Because in the story, he had not reached Kemet, nor did he pass it up yet. It ain't no point oh man, he was right next to Kemet and got robbed.
No, it's not. First of all, it's a fictitious story, and then you have to look at the main parts of the story. If I move the green down, right, you're just looking at how AI mapped it out.
So just think about this. Superman is fictitious, right? But in Superman, New York is still on the East Coast. Just because you telling a fictitious story doesn't mean you take all the locations in the fictitious story and displace them and remove them just because you telling a story. If I tell a story about Oakland and I'm traveling to New York, it could be all fake. But in the story, those fixed locations that everyone should be able to reference are they're stationary.
Okay, well, okay. So, look, my good brother Smash, all you're saying is to move Kemet down south. That's okay. That's not a problem. But what else happened here is that I overlaid this with another story, which is the Merikari story. And so that's why because of that, right? Because Kemet is in the Merikari story, and they talk about other places like Kimwe.
Hold on, let's slow down. You meant to say Merikari story?
Yes, I didn't meant to say it. I said Merikari.
Okay, so where are you extracting his story from? His pyramid?
Instructions of Mercari.
Okay, thank you. That's what I
Ketty's
want to know.
Instructions of Mercari.
All
I
right,
don't
keep
have to say
going.
more.
Teach me some more. Go ahead.
So what I did was I took out all the roots in the Mercari story, right? And I combined those places with the story of the Kanuna Noop in The Eloquent Peasant. And then AI generated this map, right? To give me some try to fuse, because we don't know exactly where this estate, Kemet is an estate. And the reason why it's an estate is because for these people, Kemet is which I think is an estate of black cattle.
Let me ask you a question. Why does Kemet have to be an estate in order for this theory to work? This hypothesis?
Well, because I'm hiding my hand.
See, what you got? I'm trying to see. I can look. I'm seeing through it. Like you saying, Kemet is an estate, but it don't seem relevant to nothing we talking about. So I'm trying to figure out what that's all about.
It's definitely relevant to everything that I'm talking about. Kemet is an estate, right? And I know it's an estate because the place of the estate changes from kingship to kingship. When you go to the Ramses period, Kemet is kicked out of Tameri, meaning that it's captured, right? So Kemet is a kind of the soul of the country. Kemet is the how can I say, occultic utopia estate for the country.
I don't disagree with that, but you just got it in too far north. Going by
No, I
all
don't.
of the text that we going off.
I mean, you keep saying this, Smash, and I'm like, okay, so then what do you say?
So you want me to deal with it? All right, let's deal with it then.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen so I can.
I'm
look
gonna show you some more. No, keep showing it because I want to show you how the AI was betraying you. I'm going off primary sources and my memory of these primary sources. Share the screen, please.
I am.
And we can pull up the text and you can tell me how this happened. Because Perfifi got hella far over. Your Perfifi is on the other side of the river. He didn't say no.
My Perfifi is not on the other side of the river.
Man, I wish you could blow that up. Thank you.
My where he got robbed, right? Where he got robbed is somewhere over here, right? Now,
Perfifi in the story, Perfifi is right by Medinet. On your map, it ain't. Thank you, Bad. Here, come here. Oh, look on your now. Do you want me to pull up the story?
Yeah. I want you to pull up the story.
All right, I'm gonna pull up the story.
Good night, everyone.
What's up? Peace. How you doing?
I'm just enjoying this back and forth between you and Reggie.
Now, before I said I'm gonna pull up the story, I said Perfifi was next to Medinet in the story. Now watch what happened when I pull up the story. All right, keep going, y'all.
So, and I have to keep doing this to you, Jose, so you don't ever do this again. Jabari is not on this channel, so you don't have to defer to Jabari.
What did I do? I didn't even say anything, Reggie. I didn't even say anything, Reggie. Why you going there?
I'm on a show with Jose, and I'm talking to him and he says, "Well, Jabari," I'm like, "Are you serious?"
Reggie, let it go. It happened once. Let it go, brother.
But you don't understand, bro.
Let it go, Reggie. It happened once. It wouldn't happen again. I wasn't even going to say that.
No,
I was enjoying the back and forth.
We're going to see if the map worked when we look at the story. But see, we helping you because you on to something good, Reggie.
No.
This is the scrutiny that your hypothesis need to be under so that you can step out with it. Feel me?
Well, I don't mind going into a dojo. I don't mind going into the dojo. Remember, I told you I was hiding my hand.
All right, well, watch this.
Right? So I told you I was hiding my hand.
All right, watch this. It says, "Behold, I'm about to go down to Kemet to buy food for the children." Let's go into here. Now watch this. Now, everybody read this. I'm going to try to make it as big as you can so you might could even see it on YouTube. Let me see. I know if you in the Zoom, then you already can see it hella big. But people on YouTube can't really see it. You see what it says? "Behold, I'm about to go down to Egypt to buy food for my children." They go to Kemet. Now, we all have established that where he was in the Wadi Natron. So he was north and he was up out of the valley of Kemet. So he's going to...
my map shows.
Huh? Yep, your map does show that. And he's going to descend into the Nile Valley. Now watch this. He tell his wife to go get all the food. She measure it up. Now he say to his wife, divide it up for the kids, right? For the children to eat. Be prepared for these. Now she made him 6 bushels of barley to eat every day. Now watch this. Watch how this go down. I'm just going to skip forward because I know he ain't going to get robbed instantly. He ain't going to get robbed instantly. But we got to see his direction he go. He said he going south. He's about to say, first he said he's going down to descend on Egypt. Now he's going to say south. Then this farmer went down. See the word down? If we want to go here, it means to descend.
My map shows that.
Yep, to descend upon. All right, hold on, but watch this. This all the stuff he had with him. You said the leopard skins all on his donkey. And he left from the Wadi Natron. You said all that correctly. Look, then this farmer set out on a journey south. So we clearly know he going upstream, south, to Heracanopolis Magma.
Yeah.
So he's on his way to your southmost destination. But he's on his way.
Wait.
Go ahead.
So go back up to that. So
ain't nothing in between that.
He's going into the territory of Keti.
Of the what?
The territory of Keti.
He already would have been up there because he's from the north.
Okay. He set out.
Ain't Keti the northern king?
Watch this. He set out on a journey south to this place. He would have to take public roads.
So if he set on a journey south, he went from north to south, correct?
Of course, but my map showed that.
All right, cool. We're not finished. Look, to Heracanopolis Magma. Now watch the next thing. Just like I said, per Fifi, north of Medinet. Listen, right. So, he then reached the district of then he reached the district of Perfifi.
Yes.
Which is north of Medinet.
My map shows that.
But he on foot, right? So they're hella close together. On your map, Perfifi is way far from Medinet.
No, but he said he reached the district. Okay, let me pull up the map again. Right? Let me put up the map because then I have to have you map it out. So let me put up the map. Share screen.
I want you to, though, you're going to leave out this other part I want to get to because he's going to continue south. But pull up your map while I find him going south more.
All right, so this, So remember I'm mapped from 2 stories, right?
Now you're showing a different map just so
I know. I'm trying to I'm not creating the maps on the fly. These are right. So I looked at this and I said, okay, this is too far, right? This is state of Fifi is too far. It's problematic. So then I gotta make sure you want me to succeed.
No, I definitely do. Keep going.
You want okay. So I'm looking at so what I tried to do is I'm trying to use AI to help me plot something that's not that I hadn't seen plotted.
Well, I thought it was good, and all I said was move Kemet down some.
So I know that it's a Fifi, right? So the story says that the story says that my map says that we're in the same area.
All right, well, let me ask you. You see, this is where you got Medinet, and way up here is where you got the estate of Fifi. Does this sound like a sentence of Fifi north of Medinet? It should be right above Medinet, right?
It is.
No, it's way over here. That's a great distance, bro.
Well, but remember this whole area. This whole area right here, right? Like what I asked AI to do, right? What I asked AI to do is to use two different stories and map it. So you see the Marikari route over here, right? And then you see this is the dotted line over here, and then you see the peasant route over here.
All right, okay.
Right? So then what happens is that AI is trying to take the two stories and try to find a location. So in one sense, yes, it could be a less distance, but what I tried to do was map something with two stories.
All right, and this looks pretty good. My only contention so far is that Kemet appears to be a tad bit too high on the map. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so the question is Kemet below Medinet, right? Where in fact is Kemet if you agree with my concept that Kemet is an estate? So my concept is
I don't agree with that yet.
Well, that's all right. You won't.
You ain't even said nothing to substantiate that yet.
Because I don't want to.
So you want me to agree with it before you substantiate it?
Well, some of the stuff I've talked about already, you agree with. Partially.
But if we wasn't in the dojo, I probably would agree with it. But you said you wouldn't get in the dojo, so substantiate that. Kemet is an estate. Prove it.
Huh? I'm not gonna prove it right now. I'm just gonna lean on I'm just gonna lean on the fact that this is a possible route of the eloquent peasant.
So let me ask for an example of another estate in another estate in Egypt, in ancient in Kemet. Give me another estate. Where did you get this example from?
Dendera.
Okay. So Kemet was like Dendera.
Dendera, where the Tenetiyu were, right? The Tenetiyu, these are the followers of Hathor. It's another estate. So what Kemet, what happens in this country, if you read the text, not from to read the text to get as close as to how they think without being spooky dooky, is that Kemet is kind of a cosmopolitan, a sacred area where it helps the people in their belief systems, meaning it's a microcosm, right? Where there's like black cattle, right? Where there's black cattle, where everything is well.
Hey, your arch enemy came to say that's some bullshit.
Who?
Guess who just showed up?
Who?
Hell no. A true buster. I'm just messing with
man, I just let the brother in. We ain't got to start attacking already.
I'm just messing with him.
Who's my arch enemy?
No, Chief X, he popped up.
Look, Chief X just popped up. What's up with Chief X? Hey, in real life, I hope all is well with you. It's been a long time. On this knowledge, you still broke up? Are you coming back? What's up?
Nah, he ain't broke. He ain't came back. He was on my page the other night tripping. So nah, he's still lost.
Chief X, you don't know shit about.
He's talking
you
to
don't
me,
know
James.
shit about Kemet.
Let me hear from Chief X real quick. Then we're gonna go back to Reggie.
Man, y'all don't get nervous. Y'all calm down.
No, we're not nervous, but you don't know shit about Kemet. We talk about the eloquent peasant.
He don't know nothing about it. We know that, but we just want to hear from him.
About Kemet.
He might got some new information for us to refute. Let him have the floor for a second. Then it's back on you, Reggie. Go ahead, Chief X.
Yeah, what's happening, Smash?
And shit.
I just called to check in and fuck with y'all.
Yeah, I know you ain't got no new info. We still doing our thing. You see what I'm saying?
It ain't no new info. All the new info was the DNA that came out.
Oh, James got you on that. Whenever you want to talk about that, we'll deal with that. James got you on that.
Oh, James is an expert now?
Nah, not no expert. We just laymen, but you know.
I listen to the experts.
That's your problem. Oh, okay. Well then, okay, but then we can just share the experts with you to say what we saying, and then what you gonna do? You gonna agree with us then? If I can show you the experts to show you something that you're unaware of, are you gonna start? Are you gonna change your stand if we have an expert to say what we saying?
The entire world of academia who's into genetics and DNA agree with me, Chief X. I didn't. Huh?
Do they?
Absolutely.
Name 2 experts that agree with you and source up.
I don't know all these people's names. And
show us 2 sources right now.
I already did. Go watch some of my uploads. I've uploaded them.
You got some new stuff uploaded?
Are you subscribed to my page? Who was asking me that question?
That was
Jose.
Joey.
Who?
Jose, it's me.
Jose, are you subscribed to Chief X's YouTube?
No.
Okay, so you're missing out. When you get off
Not really.
Okay, you don't know. If you're not subscribed, you have no clue.
I've heard you speak before, and I know I don't want to subscribe.
Oh, well, what have you heard me say that was false? Ever?
Everything.
Okay, so I know you just.
In my view, everything is wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm on Joey on that. When you be more wrong than you be right, Chief X. You used to be more right than you be wrong. Sometimes when we address your source material, you don't like to come back with no refutations of our falsification. Like, we falsify some shit you say, like I've done hella times, even I made some funny comical videos. You never address those falsifications. You just keep on teaching the error. And that's why we call you pseudo, because when you know you in error and you won't change, that's why you get called pseudo.
Well, I'll say this. No one has ever addressed my presentations. People say that, like you're saying, but no one has addressed my presentations, played my presentations point for point, and debunked them. That has never happened in the history of the conscious community.
That's bullshit.
I have never been debunked.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I went in and
you know why it's
Go
bullshit?
to the clips, man.
Hold up. You know why it's bullshit?
I've addressed
Hey,
Reggie.
Chief X.
I've addressed Reggie's claims. He's never responded in his
You know why,
life.
Chief X?
Hold on. I've addressed Reggie's claims. I've made about 5-6 videos about Reggie and his claims. He's never ever responded in his entire life.
Oh my God.
Let's just be honest.
Okay, well,
All right, now let's check it out though, Chief X. I welcomed you in here, and it's all good, but I'm not about to we're not gonna change it. And I appreciate you for hitting the link, but then we're gonna get back to our normal schedule.
Right. I just called. Hold on. I just called to say, hey.
Peace to you and yours, man.
And be humorous and just check it. That's
it's all love, but I don't want us to turn into an argument show. That's the only reason why I said that.
Let me say this.
I didn't call in for that. Reggie and Pan African James is trying to argue.
Before
I just called to say,
anything,
hey,
Chief X, I don't have to talk to you. I
didn't ask you to talk to me.
I can talk to your daddy, Zahir.
Oh no, that ain't cool. So let's not go there. That's what I'm trying to prevent. Some nonsense, Reggie. Cut it out.
Reggie,
I don't do nonsense.
You're
I'm a
doing
grown
nonsense.
man.
You're doing nonsense. I just called to say, hey. The response is, "What's up, Chief X?" That's it.
It's all good. Peace to you, Chief X. Hey, thanks for tapping in, Chief X. I appreciate you. I just got you up out of here just to keep the show going cool, not because you did nothing wrong. Cats was about to get on your head. But thanks for clicking the link. Hey, so go ahead, Reggie. Back to you. You got the floor to say what you need to say.
Well, I come to your show because you actually do the work on Kemet, right? And you have one of the best language aptitudes in the community, right? I come to your show. Today we are talking about Kemet, right? And it's okay to bring in Chief X, but Chief X is going to gloat about Chief X, right? So I didn't come for to listen to Chief X. Not that he's a bad person or anything like that, but Chief X has been proven wrong, and he doesn't want to change. So I don't do nonsense. Like everybody else, I pick the time and place that I want to contribute, and I think that your show is valuable. but I'm 60 years old. And not just being an old person, I'm pretty knowledgeable. Chief X is proven to be wrong.
That's right.
Beautiful. You could have said that more eloquently, Brother Reggie. We don't got time
And
for
so,
foolishness.
and so sometimes people, I'm just Brother Reggie. You can reach out and touch me, but I work hard at what I do. And then some of the people who he gets his ideas from, like Dr. Zahi Hawass, I actually talk to him.
And Ngozi.
Right. And I talked to the both of them. Right. And publicly, I disagreed with Dr. Zahi Hawass. Right. And so a lot of the stuff that Chief X says doesn't really hold weight, because you can go to the source of the problem, which is people who don't like African people, which Dr. Zahi Hawass, right, minimizes African culture. But nevertheless, I don't want to get upset, but I don't come to listen to Chief X talking about I have to address his claims. I've read too much, worked too hard to address claims.
Nah, you know what? When he starts saying that, let me know he was still on this new bullshit. Like when you see somebody who used to be on some bullshit and you want to see if they still on it, you give them a chance. He could have came on the show and said, man, I read your book, man. You got some bars. You know what I'm saying? But he came on maintaining his same bullshit, so I had to get him up out of here. It was no big deal.
Yeah, so why when I said why when I was critiquing it, it was like nonsense, right? Like I didn't come to argue. I came on your show to talk about some of the things that we talk about.
Ooh, what happened? Where's that? X marks the spot. What happened? What?
What's
Hey,
up,
Saber, how
Asar?
you doing? How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing this evening? Emmett Tap.
Oh, so
Peace,
Kyle,
Asar.
So what we were talking about was I was trying to map the story of the eloquent peasant, and the way I did it was.
But real quick, I'm out the dojo with you. I gave you my critique. I think that's very good work you did. I just wish you read the story again and see if there's any reason for you to place Kemet lower. And then there's one more story you got to put into there is the Kamo story. If you put the Kamo story in there, you're definitely going to place Kemet lower. But James, if you available, can I give you the host
Wait,
right now?
stop right there. Stop
All
right there.
Go ahead. Let me give James the host and go right here, Reggie. I'm listening to you. But I won't be able to respond, but I'm definitely listening, Reggie.
Okay, so here's the problem with that. The problem is that Kemet is a state that is a symbolic estate, and it changes in different periods. It's not one place. Then it becomes the place for the whole country as kind of like a spiritual soul of the whole country. It's like a duel, right? There's what's really happening in the country, and then there's some like microcosm that they create. So Kemet seems to be an estate that worships some particular attributes of the country, and it changes. So I would not use the Kamo story because that's far later than this particular period. I would not use that story. I would use the
about 150 years, right? Or not that much. It ain't that much further.
Oh, but things change. What happened is that now Kemet becomes unified. I'm looking at Kemet in a no-mark period.
Okay. I was going to ask, how are you looking at its original version, or are you looking at the conglomerate of city states that eventually become it in its biggest portion? So the no mark period. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm looking at King Keti, who is trying the House of Keti during the first intermediate period, where he has his instructions to Merikari, and then there's the eloquent peasant, right, which is in his country, in Keti's territory, right? Now later on, Keti House of Keti gets defeated by Mentuhotep, right? And Mentuhotep now unifies people who believe in Kemet in the north, in Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. So Kemet. So while this is happening, there is another Kemet, and that this other Kemet.
Gotta come off mute when you keep saying that, bruh.
You can come off mute anytime you want. Come on. Come on. What are you talking about? Like,
what is you talking about? There was another Kemet. Stop messing up.
Okay, watch this. Asar and Ka. Is there another Kemet?
Hold on, that's not answering nothing. I need to hear from you.
I'm writing my book.
Now you're just asking another person. Listen, I need you to help enlighten me about this other Kemet. Tell me something about it.
But Smash, what he's saying is, according to scholars, they would call it a cult center or a religious or spiritual center. So if that being the case, it can change at any time based on it not having any physical.
Yeah, that's not, none of that is in contention.
Gravity.
None of that. I'm willing to accept that. He just said there was another Kemet.
I would say that.
But he's explaining to you why there would be another Kemet based on it having a significance other than just being a physical location.
Okay, but that's like saying every church is called the same thing. Like, if it's some estate, why would they name another estate the same thing as that estate? Where else did that happen in Egypt?
Because it's, wait, Jose, because it's under the control of another king.
But you can't show me examples of that in none of their building structures. You can't say Dendera ain't called Memphis.
Smash.
Well, this is, hold up, Saber, before we...
See, I'm making some very valid point, and I'm beating the brakes off this argument. That's what's happening.
I want to say this real quick, right? Because, and this is why I asked the question, are we looking at Kemet as it grows, expands, and becomes its ultimate entity? Or are we looking at it from its fabrics, its beginnings, and then starting to talk about its expansion? Because remember, Heliopolis, which is Enu, is in a part of Northeast Africa. When the Ptolemies, by the time the Ptolemies get to the crown, we can look on Hadrian's map and see they pushed Heliopolis all the way over next to Israel.
Damn.
So there's expansion that takes place, and that's why I asked. Like,
yeah, I'm not against that.
I understand your question.
Yeah.
I understand your question. It's just that what Jose was correct. It's a cult center. It's a state territory.
But this is what I'm trying to say. Y'all saying all these things authoritatively, but y'all not proving nothing. Prove
I don't
it.
have to. I have to finish writing my book. I don't have to prove it right now.
That's
fine. All I can say to you is if you is that kings are vying for legitimacy over Kemet, and so Kedi does a couple of things. Kedi is trying to be the Nosut Bidi at a time where there is the intermediate period, where nomarchs are fighting for
kingship. Yeah, the ruler, ultimate rule. We got you. Keep going.
Right. So they are fighting. So the Thebians, they have a place that that was founded in an earlier time period, right? Which is their Kemet, right? And the Northerners who are vying, because the ninth.
No, that's not true.
I don't. Just because you say it ain't true,
I'm about to prove it's not true. So you just argued. Let me give you some evidence. You just argued that Caddy. You just argued that Caddy in the north had a Kemet, and the Thebians, who you called them, which would be Mentuhotep, the Isfets, or I said Isfets. Tef, right? Yeah, come on.
It's Tef.
Yeah, exactly. That's that whole family who was the Thebians, right? The dudes who were scared to come out and fight Tefi when he came up from the south and surrounded Thebes. Now,
They wasn't scared to come out.
Yes, they did. They didn't even come out and fight. There was some
No,
punks.
because ultimately they had a plan. So
Man, if I'm at your door and you knock and say come out to fight, and you say you ultimately got a plan inside the house.
Yeah, because ultimately their plan worked. Ultimately, the Thebians bust Aunt Teffy's ass, right, and took the territories back that he thought he won.
He correct.
That's the art of war.
You are correct there. That's really good. Ultimately, what did he do?
I got a question on the other Kemet, if I may.
That he made up. Go ahead.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to hear you. I'm glad you out tonight too, brother Reggie. It's good to be on the panels with the brothers, man, because y'all be getting it in.
Ain't
we
no
ain't
other
been in
Kemet.
dojo in public in a long time, man, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
Yeah, this is hella fun. I'm trying to sharpen up his theory. It's a good hypothesis, but it don't work yet.
So this is
It
this
don't
is my
work for
question.
you. It's already working. You just don't know.
Let me ask
Say,
the
but
question,
Reggie, he attacking
is this
it
the
so that he
question
can
right
make you
here?
put on your thinking cap right now.
Exactly. I'm helping you tighten your game up. Let's go.
So this is the question right here, Reggie. Whenever you say there are, like, I'm under the impression there are multiple chemists, right? But they are the same Kemet depending on, like you said, who the pharaoh. Meaning, depending on who was ruling, depended on the empire of Egypt. Because at one time, part of their territory was like the Arabian Peninsula. I mean, not the Arabian, but the Sinai Peninsula, up into the Levant, down all the way to like Kush. Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Well, then
So
what
that
the hell
ends
are you
that.
trying to say?
So that ends that. What I am trying to say, what I am saying, is that during different periods and different kingships, they need to establish legitimacy based on structures that were created in the in the normal period in the Old Kingdom. And so what happened is during the first intermediate period, after Pepi died, right, there was these important places like Thiz or Tiginal, right, that were, how can I say, very important.
No, don't talk too fast. It was important places like what?
Thiz.
Thinis?
Yes. It's called Thiz or Thinis, yes. Tiginal.
Thank you. I didn't know what you were saying. Go ahead.
Smash, you from Oakland. You know what Thiz Town is at. Quit
He
playing.
said Thiz. That ain't called no Thiz. I just ain't trying to trip right now.
It's written.
I'm cracking jokes.
He
man.
said it was
Go ahead.
something in Egypt called Thiz Mac Dre.
Well, okay. Look,
Thinis though, Thinus or Thinis?
It's depending on the way it's written. Sometimes it's abbreviated. Sometimes it's Teginal.
Well, you want to keep it real, Reggie? Me and you read the Medu Netter. They use the TCH when they draw it. They use it, so we both messing up. It's like chinnis. But
Right.
keep going. Yeah, keep going.
Right.
It ain't Thiz like drugs in the Bay Area, though.
Yeah.
Wow. Are there two simultaneous Kemets? Are you saying that when you say other Kemet, does another Kemet exist?
That's not
at the
true.
Same time?
Well, that's what. Yes.
Uh-oh.
That's what he's trying to argue, and that's what I'm telling him. He needs to fall back. Earlier, his thesis was kind of working. Now you messing it up more.
But
Okay.
Smash, a perfect example of what he's talking about is like when they say the Greeks came in to Menepher, saw a temple, had no idea where they were, and used the temple to rename the country because they didn't recognize where they were at the time. They thought that, according to academics, they thought the temple was the entire country.
But that ain't even a good explanation of what they did. No one said they used the temple to rename the country.
No, what I'm saying is, according to the example, when they came into wherever it was.
Let me give you an example.
Am I wrong though?
Kind of. Let me give you an example.
But hold on.
I'm doing what you're going to request for me to do right now, if you would allow me to.
According to Reggie's point, is it accurate to what you're saying though, Reggie? Is he making a proper example of what you're trying to say?
Well, Smash doesn't think so.
No, he's not, because that ain't how it happened.
Well, I'm saying
No,
is that what Reggie means?
I'm giving him the academic explanation.
I know that's
what
not even the
academics say.
academic explanation. No academic says they took the name of Hukapata and renamed Egypt after that. They normally say they couldn't pronounce it right, remember? And so they say they came up with Egyptos. They never say they
Do you know
took the name and renamed it.
Do you know if you look up the etymology, it does mention Hecapeta?
Yes.
That's the etymology of the word Egypt.
No,
What does it have to do with
that's
them naming it after the temple?
No. I'm trying to give him an example that when you look up the etymology of the word Egypt,
I understand everything you
there
said.
is no. I'm talking to due diligence. There is no direct etymological thing in Kemet that deals with Egypt.
See, this
So
is
they have
what
to
we
use
be
this-
getting. Our points get proven wrong, and so we
To a
keep
different
talking to
point.
go off on a tangent to mention some other shit that
Yeah,
don't pertain
yeah.
to the ultimate argument. Like y'all
Okay,
was
well,
talking
okay.
about, listen, you're talking about this estate being named the whole place, and you was mentioning Hut Kapata, giving an example of that to say, well, it happened in the instance of Hut Kapata. Now you're trying to talk about the etymology. That's just something completely different.
What I'm saying.
Let's
but
stick
I'm
to
saying-
what we initially
but
dealing
Smash,
with.
What I'm saying too is when you look at the etymology of Egypt, they mention Hecapeta because there is no direct translation.
I know, but
in
that's not
Egypt
relevant to our
between
current
Egypt and Kemet.
inquiry. It's not
Yeah,
relevant
that
to
has
our
nothing
current
it has nothing to
inquiry.
do with the point.
Okay, well then I gave a bad example, and I'm gonna fall back on that.
Our current inquiry is we trying to say that they went to Hut Kapata and they named all Egypt after that, and that's a good example of how that could have happened with Kemet. And I was saying that is not how even the scholars say it transpired. They said they couldn't pronounce Hut Kapata. Remember? They was like, oh, since they couldn't pronounce it, they came up with Egypt. And so that would not be a good instance to cite, oh, look, Kemet happened this way too. What couldn't they pronounce about Kemet, and then they came up with another Kemet?
Man, Reggie,
So
quit hiding
the way
your
I
hand,
saw
bro.
it,
Reggie,
the
come
way I
back
saw
out.
it-
Where'd Reggie go?
But hold
Reggie
on, the way
listening, because
the way
Reggie
I saw
holding
explained it
the
earlier
diamond
made-
hand. Reggie got the gold hand.
Reggie sitting
Diamond
in the
hand.
corner talking to his coach.
He hiding. He talking about
He
him
waiting for the
hiding.
bell to ring for round two.
No, I don't need the bell to ring because I know something that y'all don't know.
Oh, well, that's what we try to urge you to teach us.
Yeah, you got to bring that out, right?
Like, if there's something that can make us stand more to where there was some two Kimmets, but
trying
stop
to,
saying
but
that two Kimmets. Nothing in your
Listen, Smash, you one of my good friends in this community, right? You came in at a time period where how can I say the look, I was fighting the Kemet Wars.
Ain't no friends in the dojo.
I'm with you too, Reggie, and you do the law, Reggie, right? Don't you help with the law and you understand the law, Reggie, right?
I just went to court today.
Now, if you was going to argue a case, would you mention something that don't pertain to the case?
Yes. So let me explain since I do know law, right? So sometimes in legal papers, right, you trap your opponent, right, in putting parts of a case that they don't know about, right, in the case for them to oppose, right? So in discovery, that's what you call discovery. Is well, people hide their hand in discovery because they let people make bad arguments based on what they think they know until discovery is forced. At this point, discovery is not forced.
Well, somebody need to force discovery.
Yeah, but it's not for it's not. My point of it is, watch this, because we can clip these videos. What I am trying to, because we all read the text, and I heard you with King J the other day. I mean, we all try to read text, right? Kemet as a cultic territory was created early in the time of Seneferu, right? And
why you say that?
What dynasty is that?
Old Kingdom. Fourth dynasty.
That's not Kemet they're talking about. They're talking about Kim-Ur.
No, I'm talking about Kemet.
For what attestation?
Why do you say I'm talking about something that I'm not talking about? I'm talking about Kemet.
You got an attestation from the time of Seneferu that says Kemet that's talking about a location.
Of course.
You just told us you had it, so now you
Yes,
should
I have it.
So you should show us it.
Why?
Because it ain't fair for you to say you got it and then not show it. How is that scholarship?
Okay, well, but listen, check this out. I give out a lot of free information. I don't get any support. But what I will say to you is, Smash, because you're a good researcher, right? You're a great researcher, right? So is Asar and Ka, and I'm talking about the people on this particular platform. And you know, Jose is always listening. During the time of Seneferu, they created a territory, an estate, a cult territory, right, that was in the south.
Blood.
And during the first intermediate period, a lot of these territories were destroyed. So Tennis or This or Tagino, right, or the other way that you translate it, that was very, very important because that was the Thinite period. And so it was actually destroyed between Keti and Keti and the Thebians. It was actually destroyed. And so today we don't even know where, even though this Thinite region is so important where Normars reign from, Egyptologists haven't found it. It was pretty much wiped off the map, right, in this war. There was the original Kemet that was also wiped off the map during the same time period where Keti is fighting the Thebians.
Man,
this place was founded during the time
This
of
is wild. Y'all wild. I'm just saying because y'all, this is a good show. This is great.
So how could you be saying all this stuff? So in your book, there's footnotes to all of these original claims?
Of course. Smash. One thing I know that you can write. You're Asar and Ka can write, and you can write, and I can write. Okay?
You can't just share the footnote to the last claim?
No, then I'm giving it all away. You're trying 100 reasons for me
I'm
to
trying
give
to
up.
understand what are you giving away. Like we're going to read your book in order to get the sources and all that shit. All we want
you're gonna
is
pay you. Yeah, until the people that I give it away, most people gonna pay for it.
All right, I understand.
I've already done listen. I did a whole journal article.
No, I understand. That's fair. I can't.
I spent a year on a journal article on Kemet, right? Most of our community don't read it because they don't read anyway.
But you just
Second,
said a lot of
over
error.
75 citations.
I sent you my book to proofread. You might need to send me that.
Smash Rockwell, you are a friend of mine, right? You are a good friend of mine, a warrior, right? Somebody that stood up when they was attacking Black Egypt, or so-called, right? And you continued, and for the last 3-4 years, you've been rescuing it. If you want to know, all you got to do is open up a private stream with me, and I'll show you.
I'll let you do. But yeah, make sure y'all buy this book, y'all community. Y'all bought so many books that are really, they're rags. And now you got the student of John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, etc., Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and he's putting something at your fingertips. So treasure it.
It's not ready yet, Asar. I need another month. I need to get off YouTube.
This book for sure.
I need to get off of YouTube, but I think Jose has parts of it.
No, I read the whole paper.
You read what paper? My paper. But
Yes.
that was on another part of it. That was on what is okay.
That was the syncretism. That was syncretism. That's what I got. I got the syncretism part. The 25 pages on that.
So Reggie, can I ask this? Ultimately, what is the conclusion of the book? Like, what are you trying to prove? What's the message you're trying to get across in the book?
It's a re-examination of Kemet as the place name. From all the mistakes, from a lot of the mistakes that was made. Kemet does not mean the black land. Kemet is the pupil of Osir.
So let me ask you
black
something.
realm.
If indeed you got that source from Seneferu that you're talking about,
I got it.
Where
So
it's a Kemet in the third dynasty, and it's talking about a location and not.
Yeah, I got that.
Smash, he said it ain't no if about it. He got it. Why you badgering that man like that?
Yeah, why you?
Because I got nunchucks myself, and I'm about to share the screen. And what
Okay,
I'm about to show gonna prove that what you think you got is wrong. I got nunchucks. Hold on, let me whip them out.
This is okay, y'all. This
What's
is the big.
this?
Now this is worse than Brother Reggie versus Jabari.
Hold on.
This is.
No, I'm gonna go straight
Reggie
to him.
versus
Watch how
Smash.
easy I get to this. Y'all can't fuck with me. Watch this. Look, look at my screen. Look at my screen.
So wait, hold up, Smash. Wait.
I want y'all to see this live. Now I'm about to tear him
I've been doing
apart.
this shit for 7 years, 8 years.
You've been doing this for 20 years longer than me. You've been doing this for.
Involved in this.
You've been doing this for 30 years longer than me.
This ain't Reggie versus Jonathan. This is iron sharpened iron. That's
Yeah,
what
this is what this is. You got a hypothesis you're trying to make work, and it don't work yet.
Smash just said.
You trying to present your hypothesis. We not gonna tell you that shit is solid until it's solid. And we asking you to prove that it's solid, and you won't prove it. What are we doing wrong?
Yeah, they did me like that too.
You know
Reggie.
what you?
I gotta
you know
be
what you was
fair.
doing, Smash. See, here's the thing, Smash. I probably would have gave it up if people was a little bit more humble. You was basically saying I was wrong about this, wrong about that.
That's what it is. That's
and
how
guess
you.
what?
That's,
I wasn't
look,
wrong about shit.
When I just hit Dr. Sandro, he didn't respond yet because I did the same thing because y'all can't respond. Y'all not defending y'all work. Y'all not defending your shit. How you gonna get a PhD and not defend your work?
You're talking about Dr. Sandro on
He wasn't prepared to defend his work either because I'm like, you wrong right there. Why would you say that? And then I put the source.
At some point, Smash.
I put the source to prove you wrong, and if you can see with your eyes that the source contradicts what you say, why you saying it? I'm about to do it to you live. I haven't started typing on the screen.
Gonna do it to me.
Look, y'all see my mouse circling? I haven't started typing yet. Watch this happen. The R-A-M.
He gonna do it to me.
Yeah, watch this. The
I'm about to
R-A-M.
cigar this shit.
S-E-A.
Oh my God.
Oh, we about to do this. I'm not spelling it right. The Ramseum. I know where the source is at, bro. I got a good memory. The Ramseum.
The D ain't, you don't got a space in between.
No, I'm gonna fix it. I know how to get the. Hold on.
Hey, Smash, are you still vertical streaming?
I think so. Am I not?
It don't look like it, but
on
if you're not, you
YouTube?
need to be.
On YouTube?
I forgot. I'm in the chat now, so it won't show it to me.
Oh
so
yeah.
maybe you are.
Yeah, I am. I think. But hold on, Reggie. I'm not trying to tell you two apart. The Ostracon, O-S-T-R-A-C-O-N. Ostracon. Come on, you don't want me to find it, but you know what I'm looking for. I'm gonna go ahead and talk. I'm about to pull this up, and we're gonna show you about the Seneferu in the Third Dynasty and that Kemet. The Automasticon. O-A-U-T.
All I'm gonna say is all for the new listeners, everybody that's new in the chat and everything, man. You about to witness two giants joust one another.
Now there you go.
You know what I'm saying? So if you went to like seeing real time history in the making, man, you in it right now. So stay tuned. It's about to go down.
You getting spooked, Reggie?
Nah.
Look, I just typed up what's gonna debunk you. Now I thought I made that up. What does this say? This say the Ramseum Automasticon, right? Now let me grab that and let me show you something. How do I know how to do this off the top?
You ain't did nothing yet.
I'm about to, though. You feel me? Now look, now we at the book, Ancient Egypt Automasticon, the Ramseum Automasticon, Administrative Literature. You thought you had the ace card. I'm trying to tell you, bro, we do this homework. Let's go into this book, and I'm about to show you something that you like, how could he show me that? So go ahead, y'all can build as I find what you need to see. Go right ahead.
You know, it's very interesting to see these two guys go at it. Because, you know, when they say they have a source, they have a source. They're not just talking.
And besides that, you have two people that can actually read the metanetter, right? So even if you find an interpretation, you got somebody that can go to the glyphs, find it too.
Better. I stopped for the last 6 months, 7 months reading because I've been doing some other stuff. But Smash reads better, but now it's research. So
well, here's the point though. We dealing with two people that can actually go to the source and verify the information. You can't find too many people on the internet that can do that.
And
this
not just
is a joy and a pleasure.
And not just that due diligence, they're both excellent researchers.
All right, you got off real quick. Let me find the right book. I gotta find the right book.
Yeah, stop talking. Fine.
Yeah, see, you feeling good. You get like a 2-minute break. You better live for a minute. Because when this come on the screen, it ain't gonna be cool.
So the question that's in inquiry right now. The question that's in question is the nature of the two chemists. Smash Rockwell is saying there is no such thing as two simultaneous chemists. And Reggie is saying that there is two simultaneous chemists.
Yeah.
Man.
Reggie is actually saying that there was a Kemet in the Old Kingdom, different than the Kemet in the First Intermediate period. There is a Kemet in the then there's Mentuhotep, who kind of expands the concept. And then there's a Kemet in the Ramsean period, and in the late period, Kemet is just a Serapium. That's what Reggie said.
I thought that's what I said. That you have different expanding and shrinking territories depending on who's ruling. So Kemet
that's
changes.
what I said originally before you came on.
Yeah, well, I agree with you then. If that's the case, I think Smash would agree with that. You don't agree with that, Smash?
Don't agree with what? No, the only thing I'm contending against right now is he said that in the time period of Seneferu there was a Kemet.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's not what's okay. So that's what's in contention right now. That you're saying there wasn't a Kemet in the time of Seneferu.
I finally found the right book, so that's why I'm not worried over here. Feel me? I'm not making nothing up. I'm referring to prior research that I got. I'm gonna show you the domain of Seneferu. And it's going to be called that. And it's not going to be called Kemet. And then what you going to do?
You're going to have to pull the face.
And you're going to read it in the ancient Egyptian language.
Reggie said, I'm going to laugh.
You're going to have to put the face out.
You're going to have to laugh because it's going to be funny how I do that homework. Hold on. I'll make it bigger for you.
Reggie, why? He said, I'm going to laugh.
I'm going to laugh.
My Seneferu was what?
That was a hell of a comeback, Reggie.
I'm going to laugh. So I just think that
well, you're gonna be happy that you came to holler at your boy. That's all. Because before you finish your book, you're gonna want to correct that part.
No, I'm not correcting shit.
Why would you do that? Why would you say something like that? That makes our dojo build unuseful. If I show you,
see, you're always articulating what. Listen, you're a great orator, right? But what you're articulating is not devaluing the dojo. Actually, people are excited.
Well, I'm saying I'm not gonna let
you just a little braggadocious today.
I mean, no, I'm just letting you know you can't come with no false shit and think you're not gonna get it.
See, there go false shit. Why? But here's the problem in this community: your authority.
No, I'm about to show you the authority on the screen, big enough for you to read. Actually, I'm going to ask you to read it with your knowledge of the ancient Egyptian language and see if you can maintain your contention after you read the shit that's right on the screen in front of you right now as we speak. So let me make it bigger since you know everything. Now,
you need to give me the sound
I'm
effects,
going to
bro.
ask Brother Reggie to read the name in the cartouche.
No,
bring it smaller because it's scrabble.
Yeah, it's kind of blurry.
Yeah, it's blurry.
I know a better way I could do it.
Yeah.
That's a nature.
Don't trip. I'm about to show you a better way I can do it. SNIP. I'm going to snip it for my good brother. Look at this. Snip. Here go your snip. Now I'm going to take the snip and make it hella big. Hopefully the snip won't be as blurry. Oh, it is as blurry.
It says
Also, okay, so we got that established first. That this text that we're looking at is talking about the person who you said had a domain named Kemet during this time period, correct? So we have identified the right person, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so now let me show you something. I want you to read
and
this.
these places that he's talking about is something like in it.
Yeah, but no, that's not the right one. I had to start you with that. I got cards and nunchucks too.
I'm only reading what you're showing.
Hold on, I want you to see the next one. I want you to see the one. I wanted to get you to say that that's the name, so now you can read the next one and tell everybody what it say. Hold on. And the crazy part about this one is they use your glyph 049 that make it so you can't get around it. The domain of Seneferu was not no Kemet. Like, what are we doing here? Hold on. I'm going to show you. Here it comes. Well, y'all can build while I'm pulling this up. Oh, here we go.
What he say? He got a source that's contrary too. He said he
Hold on, I'm about to. Here it go, right here.
Say the contrary, so he gonna have to bring up the source.
No, well, I'll decide if he shows me if he's worthy and he shows me something.
I'm about to. You know I'm your man, so you wouldn't even fuck with me if I couldn't do this. You know what I'm capable of doing.
Between you, Christopher Wizards,
Chris got me beat.
Jedamark, right? I mean, shoot, we can't get no better than that.
Chris and Jedamark got me beat. Let me see. But I still would like you just to read this.
No, you up there with them. I mean, Jedamark is
They're
he's
teachers.
a rare breed.
Those guys are teachers. I'm not a teacher like that.
He's a rare goddamn breed, right? Christopher Wizards is really, really good, and you are really, really great because you have the big concepts.
So you want to make that at the end of this show, your hypothesis will be working because you might have some information that just simply make you scoop Kemet down the map a little, and then that's all you gotta do to me. But let me see if I can find what I want you to read about Seneferu so we can deal with that first.
It could be that it's expansive too, which is what I'm thinking you about to show in your book.
Pardon me?
The way it all becomes Kemet in the 25th to 26th dynasty.
That's too far.
The 25th and 26th dynasty?
Yeah, that's too far.
I mean, it might become sooner, but that's why I'm interested in seeing your book and how you break it down. So don't tell too many secrets. Don't mess up my read.
No, I can never, because you can always you're gonna do your own research. You're gonna use one of those scholars that read what a person says and then connect it with your own research. So that's not gonna disturb you.
This is kind of weird because I was taught by you guys the two Kemets is the upper and lower Kemet. I ain't never heard of no other Kemet.
No. That's not what he said. That's not Kemet.
No, there is in
I didn't say that's what he said.
In Merikari, he tries to do that in Merikari. He's one of these kings that tries to be an establisher. So he creates Kemwe. He creates two Kemets with a Kemwe.
Mm-hmm.
But wait a minute. This is wrestling. That was wrestling just now, Splash?
Yeah, but I don't want to get lost. We can come back to that. I'm just searching hard for this one thing I want you to see.
So Seneferu was Khufu's father?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I got that right.
Sennacherib established a Kemet.
Bruh. Well, where you going? You ain't gonna show us the source?
He got it. You heard him. He got it.
I mean, I think people know this. I just think that.
So let me ask you: and this is a trick question, so answer it wisely. Was the Kemet that Sennacherib established Sennacherib's domain?
Sennacherib was the king of all of Egypt.
I'm asking a specific question. Like Thebes would be, I would say, if I ask you Tutmosis' domain, you probably say Thebes, right? I'm asking about Sennacherib. Was the
You mean where he ruled from?
Was that his domain?
Okay. No, I got to be a little clearer.
So
he's throwing one of these Sphinx riddles on me.
Yeah,
that's a yes or no question.
Because you can be in a specific geographical territory as the pharaoh, but have like territories that's outside still considered like Egypt. Like that's the concept of an empire.
All right, I'm looking through the book back and forth, and you feel like you got off lucky, but you didn't. I'm about to show you why. Keep going though. I'm gonna pull it up in the TLA, and the TLA just gonna show you.
Failed, man.
All right, watch this.
Word. On live.
Watch this.
That was what Reggie got.
Now, mind you, when I'm grappling with Smash, Smash is one of the baddest. Smash is one of the baddest. It's just that it just depends on. Listen, I researched this. He researches this, but how can I say I have a different model than he does?
I'm about to show y'all something in a way that y'all couldn't see it no otherwise. But first, before I click this button, I would like you to answer that question. Was the Kemet that Sennacherib built that you said the domain of Sennacherib?
The domain of Sennacherib is the whole kingdom.
So that's a yes?
It's if you're talking about where his palace was, where his residence was?
Yep, his domain.
Okay. No, see, that's not what I'm talking about.
I'm asking that question whether or not I'm asking, was it his domain?
It wasn't his residence. It wasn't around his residence. No, it wasn't.
So he established a place named Kemet that he didn't dwell in.
Correct. He established a cult place, right? He established a cult place, right, in a territory that was optimum to his belief systems, and so it was the soul of the nation.
Man, I'm riding with Reggie on this, but he got the source. I know he do.
He ain't showed
Smash you in the leg lock right now, just so you know.
He ain't showed it. So I want to just, all right, well, let me just show us something that's going to lead to. Now, I came to Kim I don't know if y'all can see that. I'm coming to Kim in the TLA, right? And I just want you.
That's Ujawu and Asar and Hotep. That's where they were.
All right, now let me show you something. This is Kim right? Now watch me click this. Occurrences in 662.
62.
Let's look at the first occurrence. First of all, I want you to see if it's the book, the Master by Ptahhotep that I got open right here, right? So I want y'all to just peek, gang. So you can see the source. I don't have to look. What that say right here? The tomb of Ptahhotep, right? I don't know if y'all can see that.
Some water.
This water time. Hey, look, the tomb. Go ahead. The tomb of Ptah. Now, so let me go show you what the scholars say. It says first. We on the first one. The Great Black. This is not Kemet. It's Kim-Ur. It's the 10th or higher district, but it says great in dignity is Issi. And now, what does it say right here?
Domain.
Okay, so we clear.
Issi is one of the kings on that list.
But this is Assessi domain. Basically, when we go back and look at the book, they have a domain. I'll show you the name of Assessi right under the one that Reggie just read. They have a domain, which is the domain of the king, right? But see, Reggie just got off slick because he knew to answer that question wisely and say that this Kemet was not his domain.
His domain. He
Well,
established
fight back then, Smash. Fight back.
No, I'm just gonna show y'all this. Hold on, so you can see. I'm
good
trying to
work
go
right
back
here.
to the same thing we was
But you
looking
know,
at.
but you know, Smash. I learned something the other day going over the instructions of Ptahhotep for Chris Withers. I didn't know that Ptahhotep was actually the prince. I didn't know that.
All right, now watch this. Look, first, before we read the one we just read that says Seneferu, I need you to read the one that's right before it and tell me
Let's
what.
say it says.
And you just read it in English, but I'm showing you it in the Medu Netter so we can see it. That's Is-Issi. So when we come to here and they say it's the great indignity of Is-Issi, I'm showing y'all the actual attestation, the primary, and they're telling us it's a domain. Why? Let's go back and look at the primary and see. Because it has 049 under it. Y'all see that X with the circle in it?
Yeah.
Now, what we'll learn is on this broken off part above, we're going to go to the next one. Then we're going to watch it line. Look, go slowly. Watch the next one line up with the TLA. Well, we're not at Is-Issis because they got it scrambled out. Let me prove it. That says Kai. Now let me go to the book, right? And scroll over just over here. And then you can read what it say inside of his Shrek. Kakai's. I don't see it now. But it is on here. Let me see.
That's at the top.
Maybe I missed it. Let me see if I can find it.
Menak.
We had Kim this is Seneferu. This one don't have the king in there. And okay, hold on. Well, this might not be it, but I do see the Ka right here. The name isn't, but this is like Kahet. Kahet. You see what I'm saying or whatever. Well, we got Is-Issi. And so basically they just didn't order it right. But let me go down one more.
What's the name of the city underneath his name?
Well, that's a good question.
See, that's a Seneferu, his domain too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted Brother Reggie to see. Right. But right here is Is-Issi, so we know we got the right one. Next, we're at Seneferu. And they're going to tell you nothing about no Kemet, but what does it say when we come to here? Great Black, that's Kim First, let's go slow. So what it's showing us is that on this attestation, in the broken off part, it don't say Kim Et. It says Kim You see, this is the Sapat. Can't you see the line from the standard?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
it's like
above, and the TLA is proving it by showing that it started with Great Black. So Seneferu's relationship to Great Black, as far as I'm concerned, is manifested right here with this text that we looking at. It was not Kim Et, it was Kim that he was talking about. But let's keep it going, because it shows what his domain is too. But they just ain't understanding it. They're like, Seneferu's domain is a festival. We need to go back to the Medu Neter and look on here, and we got the fish, which is giving us the N, so we got an N and a T.
In it, yeah.
Exactly. And so what is in it? The location, my brother, because it's not Kemet, and this is Seneferu's domain.
Okay, well, it is false equivalence. I said that this king created a cult place called Kemet as a kind of soul for the country, and it's something which you I guess I'm getting ready to show it to you, because you guys is
there you go, we got it. Look, I knew I was gonna get him with that homework. See, I hope you understand my refutation.
You didn't give me no homework,
Reggie.
No homework. All you just showed was an aspect of Seneferu, what he was creating, but
No, that's not true. You don't understand what I showed you. I showed you.
I understand
Let me
it.
real
You
quick
showed
so
me
you
Kim
can
Er.
understand. I'm trying to show you Seneferu's relationship to Kim Er and saying you're making a mistake and saying that's Kemet.
No, I don't think that that's Kemet. That's Ujawu and Asar.
Okay, so I shared the
they
screen.
created the phony
I
baloney
showed
book.
my source, and it said the name of his domain, and on top of the name of his domain, it told you it was in Kim Er. So I'm done. It's not Kemet. It's your turn.
Okay, so this is what happens in law. So what, or well, sometimes it leads to sanctions in law. It leads to sanctions. You showed me something in discovery that I'm not talking about, right? You showed me something that I am completely not talking about. I am talking about that there is another Kemet. There is a Kemet that Seneferu created in a particular territory as a cult center, right? Where Kim Er, as you call it, is another aspect of it because these things complement each other, right?
You're saying Kim Er is now an aspect of the Kemet that he created?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh my gosh, I thought that's just what you said.
No, I didn't say that.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I heard it
There's
wrong.
a cult center that he created that's
Yeah, but
called
Jenny just
Kemet.
said it's another
But
aspect.
What I'm saying is that Seneferu is creating concepts around his Kemet place. He's creating concepts around it, and it complements, Kim Er complements this cult center.
Okay, I did the best I could do in offering you some contention to your hypothesis. I said how I felt. If you're gonna show us this place, I'm willing. But now I'm not here to like make you feel like you're wrong. I just said my contention. I'm gonna press mute now, and you got the floor, and hopefully you're gonna show
How
us.
can I say you the rap god?
You're gonna show us what we need to see.
Like you are literally the
Let him
rap
run,
god.
Reggie. He
So
running,
I
Reggie.
expect.
Oh no, I'm pressing mute and showing respect to give him his turn to
Let him get the floor so he
substantiate
can
his
go in.
argument because I
I
showed
ain't trying to hear that. He
what I
running,
thought
Reggie.
was
Go
my
your way.
refutation. And if you don't understand my refutation,
What did you show?
I'm saying Seneferu was associated with Kim Er, not Kim Et, and ain't no Kim Et about no Seneferu. Now it's your turn.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a teaching moment. So, just make sure that when people start saying, "Oh, I knew that, I taught that," like I hear like these professors say, right? "Oh, I read the book, I teach that in my class," and all that BS, right? Okay, so just remember.
Reggie said it first.
Yeah.
This
But
is
Reggie
another
didn't say it
exclusive like
first.
Unk.
Reggie researched it first, right? Okay, so let me start this story for you, right? So we can put this to bed. There is a Kemet that is in the time period of Seneferu, right? So let's just do that, right? That is pretty much what I'm saying. Let me just download the so Smash is saying no. Smash is saying Reggie is confused because he thinks that I'm talking about what Asar and Ujao was talking about, right? Reggie is saying that there is a cult center that Neferu founded, right, to represent the health of the nation, something that they can watch, something that they can pray, something that they can put all of the elements in this Kemet, right, and make it sacred, make it the soul of the nation, right? And
Correct.
so it was, yes?
But okay.
No, I listened to him because
I think Smash was showing the political center, and you're talking about something other than the political center. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me there. That's what I'm getting.
Right. You're right.
He was
So what
saying
I
he's
said
about
is
to
that
show
his
why there's two
Kim,
chemists.
his Kim Ware complements this particular place, right? Okay, so now let's start the teaching moment. So all credit goes to a number of scholars, but one of the important scholars is a Arab Egyptian, right? Who they don't want to talk about. They don't, well, not that they don't want to talk about. They have been doing this work, and he came on and he just put the crown on it. Okay, so did you share my screen?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay. So Abdullah Abdel Razik, he did a paper on something called the ointment tablet of Der el Gebrari, right? And this ointment tablet helps us a lot, because then he goes on and he does a little bit more. So let's just, so it's a description, an ointment slab of dua, Jew, right? It's one of the best examples found so far. So this goes into Asar and Ka's work, because Asar and Ka, part of his work is ointments, sacred oils. And many people do not know that there was another Hotep di Nosut ceremony with oils, right? Am I right, Asar and Ka?
That would be correct.
Right. And so this particular ointment slab, it gives us a clue as to this other kemet. So let's go read this kemet. So here's the ointment slab, right? This is the ointment slab. Wait, it went up too big. And so this is the ointment slab itself, right down here. And this is what they kind of went back and this is part 1 and part 2 of the ointment slab.
Right.
So the ointment slab gives us the name of the first kemet ever. So we can read it. Okay. So yes.
Oh, you're going from the top. D, Mer.
Yeah, already the give, right? Meru. This is the Hotep di Nosut. So it's giving this Meru, Mere blessings, right? Instead of a Hotep di Nosut offering that the king gives, it's giving a Mary kind of blessing with these oils. It says Ha, the Nosut, and then it says T. This is he's a overlord, a treasurer.
Nah, man, never mind.
Of the we can read. I'm just doing it roughly, and then we can go back to.
So the first, would you allow me?
What would you yes?
So after you read give, Erdi, the first word we see, the next word is not about love. The next word is a particular oil.
Right. So it's an ointment. Okay, yes.
Marhet oil.
Right. So he's giving okay, this is a different Hotep di Nosut. He's giving a
2 jugs of Marhet oil is being given by the foremost of the king, the seal bearer, correct?
Yes.
You can continue.
Yup.
Right. And the ruler of this place, right, which is, I would say, this is a temple, a ruler of the temple, just to be short, right? And then he's Esonking, and so nobody's better with Esonking than my brother Smash Rockwell, because he beats it to the living, right? To the soul one, I guess, who is the Tap, the overlord,
The
the
lector
great
priest, the
overlord
lector priest, the lector
this
priest.
place right here.
He's the lector
This place
priest.
right here is like tennis. These are places that disappear later in the first intermediate period, right? To the overlord of, I would say this was Jeweth, but I think that they're going to say it differently. And then it says Jed, what does it say? To recitations or something.
Can you make it a little bit bigger?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I see where that old Kemet is at. I forgot about that. That we talked. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So then he's this Jeddah, just Jeweth, right? And so then it's the MER of the hymnetter.
That's right.
He is the administrator of the hymnetters, right? And then it says I had guessed, I don't know
Yeah.
what this is. And then it says
Amaki.
Imaku, the respected elder, right? And then it says
Care. Care.
care under, I guess under, right? Under, and then he's the under, and then there is a new netter that we don't know about. This netter is called, well, some of us know about it. Smash would probably know, Christopher Wizards would know,
I don't know.
Saul would know. This netter is called Métis. Métis.
Hold on. That's not a new nature. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Go ahead. I'm with you.
Métis disappears, and then Métis is the mistress of this place right here with a jar. This place right here under a jar is Kemet. Now, it's Kemet shortened. Now, why is it shortened? Okay, so let's go.
Hold on. Can you leave that on the screen, please?
Yes.
Smash, this is like a new piece, a new we looked at it the
All right,
other
thank
day.
you. Go ahead.
Okay, so now this is a short form, the shortest form of Kemet. And then over here, the Seba Asar and Ka, he will see, he can tell you, he can give you all of the oils. These are all of the oils that's in this particular ceremony, right? So he knows
but we don't
all of
have
the
to
oils.
even go into that
The
because
Hekenu.
we already found the Kemet, right?
The Sefetch.
Right, we found the Kemet, but wait.
Nah, you trying. Why we need to talk about the oils?
No, because I'm giving people context. You want to, okay, so we have a couple of things going on. One is we have a text that we're reading, and what we're saying is that this is a offering table of oils instead of a Hotep di Nosut. So this is a very special ritual in this particular time period. And
That's fine, but none of that got nothing to do with this rendition of Kemet.
Well, that's because you want to rush it.
I'm not rushing it. We doing it in a timely manner. I
him
got
go.
questions to ask about that rendition, that purported rendition of
I
Kemet.
am, but don't worry. Hey, Smash, chill out.
But I'm saying I can't ask questions about what's
You
significant.
didn't ask a question.
It's the oils ain't significant to our discourse, bro. So you want him to read out all the oils for what? You just running.
No.
Because you know what's coming next. First question. If this is a shortened version of Kemet, it is shortened from what?
Okay, so you see this jar right here? This jar is a what you call the king's jar. The king's jar is in this time period given for a particular providence or a particular how can I say, this is a this is the king's seal, his jar. So he's giving his blessings to this place, which is Kemet. So Reggie's not running.
So hold on. That don't make no sense. That's not how we read the Medu Neter. So what are you doing right now? You telling me,
okay,
how do you pronounce the jar?
Ladies and gentlemen, I say it's a short form of Kemet.
So the jar is KMT.
No, it's the this is a short form of Kemet.
I see a T. So we got the T.
Why are you so stubborn?
No,
today?
You're not
Explain
making sense. I see the T, so we identified the T. I see the 049, therefore that jar in the octagon could only be KM, correct?
No.
How is that incorrect if this says Kemet?
It's a classifier for the short form of Kemet.
You're telling me it's a determinative?
Ladies and gentlemen who is watching, I'm trying to unpack something. I didn't even get, I'm showing you the ointment tablet. I'm trying to show you the significance of the ointment tablet. And I'm saying that the first clue that when people see this, they don't know it's Kemet.
I don't know it's Kemet. You're right. And you are teaching me if what you say is true. Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
in
sir.
the translation of this text, in the transliteration, scholars transliterate that as Kemet?
The short form, yes.
So in the transliteration, when we come to that part, it says KM.T?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. You got the transliteration?
Of course. Why do you think I'm doing this?
I want to see it. What do you mean?
So what he's saying is that that's a short form of Kemet with a jar determinative. Just to make it simpler for people who are not familiar.
It's the first Kemet, right?
Man. Well, if it's the first Kemet, Reggie, help me out, Reggie. Just help me with this. If it's the first Kemet, tell me what is it shortened from? Because you said it's the shortened version.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, Smash Rockwell knows that I'm getting ready to show it, right? I'm showing the paper and I'm trying to give the people who study this work, right, some understanding about the King's Jar, right? The King's Jar, which is a classifier for the short form of Kemet. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you all the long form of Kemet, right? I just wanted to talk about the, show you the ointment tablet and give you a clue, right? Give you a clue. So if you ever see that King's Jar, right, then they may be talking about Kemet there as a short form. So then we go down to, and the article is about the 7 sacred oils. So I'm also giving you some idea about this particular prayer, right? This particular spell, right? So then we go down, because this author, he's not doing the type of work that we're doing. He's looking at a primary, he's talking about the primary, but within the primary, he has to now look at the text. So he says, well, may oils be given to the count, right? The count is the overseer, the seal of the king of Lower Egypt, the manager of the estate. The state, remember we was talking about the state? The sole companion, the great overlord of Tawer.
There we have it.
Right? Wait, we have what?
Keep going.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know, you need permission around this place. Goddamn. All right. The upper Egyptian gnome, the great overlord of this place, this Atet. They say, I thought it was Jufet, but they say Afet, the upper Egyptian 12th gnome. So this place is in the 12th gnome of Upper Egypt. So this is way further down. And then he goes, he's the emir, right? Or the overseer of the Hem Netcher priest, which I said. Then he says the lecture priest, which is the Keri Heb, right? But it seems to be, this is Keri, right? And this is, instead of Mot, it's sorry, it was the Keri Hebed. That's what he's writing. But he's the Imaku, her, and then of Métis, which is this Métis is the netter, the lioness netter, where we don't know too much about her because she declines in prominence. And
yo, Reggie, zoom back in a little bit more. Thank you.
So she's so the overseer of the Hem Netcher priest, the lector priest, the honored one before Métis, who is the mistress of Aya Kemet.
See,
Aya Kemet.
so that's your mistake.
Now see, that's rude.
That's not rude. You're trying to make a hostile escape.
Mistake?
You're trying to make a hostile escape. I'm simply asking you, so is
No,
that your
rude.
mistake?
That's rude to say that that's my mistake.
You never once argued that there was a Aya Kemet. Never once. Now you saying Aya Kemet, which ain't Kemet.
How do you wait? Here's the thing. Let me calm down.
Aya Kemet is not Kemet. I can show you all kind of variations with a KMT in it. That's not Kemet.
It's obvious to me that you are the great overlord of Kemet.
No, I can show you that in Vargas's dictionary. That ain't Egypt.
I never said that this is Egypt.
Well, what are you saying it is? You said it was Kemet.
Okay, you're the great overlord.
Why are you doing that? That's your way to escape?
No.
You didn't say there was an Aya Kemet. I would have agreed. You said there was another Kemet. How do you spell this word? Does it start with a K? Yes or no?
Okay, so now
it don't start with a K.
I have hostile escapes. And you, right? Now you're reading into something. Now you're asking me. So if you're going to ask me, I'm going to tell you. Right? If you're asking me, I'm going to tell you. Right? So let's go down. Since normally, Smash, me and you, we don't do this, but you've already said no, it's not Kemet, right? Mm-hmm. From your work, mm-hmm. right?
From my analysis, I say that ain't Kemet.
So Aya Kemet appears as in the administrative sources of the 3rd millennium as an agricultural domain, a province, which was founded by Sennacherib. It seems that for a space lack, the name Aya Kemet recorded on this tablet is shortened to this particular king's jar.
Exactly.
But the complete form of the name is Aya Kemet. KMT with the Newitt sign.
No. IAKMT. Why are you doing that? You're skipping 2 glyphs.
Oh, because I'm smarter than what you think I am. Because
you're not proving it.
What does Aya mean? What does Aya
You're
mean?
ignoring 2 graphemes, 2 phonemes in order to make your point. Everybody sees a reed leaf and a bird in front of this word, leading off this word. You want us to ignore that so you can finish your book? Or would you like to correct your work?
You don't want me to finish my book. I've never thought that you would talk to me like this. So what does Aya mean?
Check this. I'm not susceptible to your fake outrage, bro. I don't give a fuck about that shit. So you want to go another angle. I'm helping you with your shit.
Or you already told me.
Yeah, because what you're saying so far is some bullshit. You want some people on here to think that word is Kemet? Show us where the book say that.
Is it?
The book don't even say it's Egypt. They say it's from the tombs of LDR. Am I wrong?
Yeah, only because Aya Kemet pops up as Aya Kemet in the names of Kemet in the Kemet name list. So even on Wikipedia they have it. It's a term we see in the
Respectably, that's incorrect too. In the Kemet, let me say something. In the Kemet name list, Aya is one word, and another name is Kemet. You don't find them together like that. Am I incorrect, Asar?
Well, it's used as a place name as Aya Kemet.
It means a mound. It don't say Kemet on that word. I'll pull that up too right there. What y'all doing?
So here's the thing is, every time we make a point, you say that we're wrong.
Because unfortunately, you are.
Okay, so I ask, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. When you showed your Seneferu stuff, right? It had nothing to do with anything.
No, that's not true. It actually told you what the domain of Seneferu was, which was inside of the 10th Nome Kim-Ur.
Okay, and I am saying that he founded a particular providence. He gave it his seal, which is the king's jar, and Aya, Kemet, right, is two words. It's Aya and Kemet.
So now
words, and it's
let me ask you, Brother Reggie, do you realize you're mounting a new argument now that you never said that what we're looking at? And on top of that, we know the grammar is not two words. It's presented as one icon. You said it was the shortened form of this one word, but now at this point you're saying it's two words.
Yeah, because when you're trying, okay, so when we are trying to do this work, and maybe I don't know the Medu Neter.
No one said any of that stuff.
Maybe I don't know the Medu Neter.
Nobody
maybe
said
I have
that.
been fooling
Man,
myself.
come on, dude. Ain't nobody said that.
So what I am saying politely is that this is the long form of a particular place that is very important to Seneferu and to the kingdom. And Aya Kemet, right? Aya means tomb, right? Tomb, Kemet, right? So if we could look at it as one word, sir, as just Aya Kemet, but we do know that they are using their words, and so this is a compound word, right, for Aya Kemet. But nevertheless, good brother, it's a place, right? It's a place, and this place is very, very important to the story of why Kemet, why the usage of Kemet.
That's interesting. Now, had you started the whole discourse by saying there was a place called Aya Kemet, I wouldn't have had no reason to disagree with you. You didn't never say that. Until we got to the source and it didn't say Kemet and it said Aya Kemet, then you switched to that.
I didn't, because I told you from the very beginning, because I was reluctant to do this, right, is that I was hiding my hand, and I told you that in the very beginning. To my friend. And to my friend. And so this particular place becomes a very important cultural site, cultic cultural site for Kemet that got the Seneferu's black jar or his blessings directly from him. So this makes this a very, very important place. Now, in different periods, well, in this particular period, in this particular place, it will unfortunately, it will go out of history. Just like these will go out of history. And then the Heraclean king, or King Keti, he will try to get legitimacy by creating a Kemet in his time period.
Hey, can I just add something real quick? 'Cause this is kind of wild, right? I know I'm off the page right here, but could this be the place where they had the blacktop pottery or something? Because you said, I'm just saying. I mean, you said it was some Kim and it's a pottery right there. That might be where they was getting the material to make the blacktop.
No,
pottery. But,
the vase within this embattled kind of spear, right, is the king's blessings. It's the king's jar.
So just the only problem I see is arguing that is the same Kemet as what we know to be Kemet that came out of the 12th dynasty. This just ain't that, bro.
What I tried to say, good brother, my friend, right? You've been my friend for a long time. And we have hypotheses, right? And until hypotheses are fully worked out, right? The points that I am making is that Ea Kemet is, if we try to say what it meant, it's like the tomb of the Kemet, right?
No, you can't do that.
Well, like we can't Tameri?
No, you just making up. You just making that up. Like, come on, bro. Like, how are you saying that that's the tomb of Kemet? What are you basing that on? You keep on making it into a compound word. They never even told you that's just one word, Aya Kemet. Because it happens to end with KMT consonants, you're confusing it with a word that only has KMT consonants.
Okay, so what happens with Tameri?
No, I don't understand the question. Nothing happens with Tameri. Tameri exists
Tameri is a compound word?
Tameri has two words that you don't even see. All right, I don't know how you could be making that mistake. You understand?
No, you keep saying I'm making mistakes, sir. But I give you an example like Tameri.
All right, so just there's a good chance that what you're saying has some correctness to it. Why don't we go look at how the scholars transliterated it, right? If they put a hyphen in there, you right. If they didn't, you wrong. This ain't nothing I have the advantage on. Scroll up and see when the scholars transliterated it, whether they put a hyphen in between the IA and the Kemet.
Okay. Smash.
You don't want to do that?
Smash.
There it is right there. And they don't put a hyphen in between it.
Do they put a hyphen in Tameri all the time?
Yes, they do, bro.
All the time.
To show that it's two words. It's a system. Just like they always put a dot before pronouns.
Is Smash, is a hyphen a concept?
A hyphen separates all ancient Egyptian compound words in transliteration.
In transliterations all the time?
If you're following a system of transliteration, if you're just being willy-nilly on YouTube, then no. But if you follow the academic system of transliteration, when you come to a compound word like knee soup biddy, how about this? Can y'all see my screen real quick? Let me just show you my screen. Come on, bro. You know not to argue against everything. I'm wrong about everything I'm saying.
You're arguing against me. I was willing to present my concepts, and you're just taking it apart.
I'm only helping you by taking these things apart. Now check this out. Look, every time you see knee soup biddy right here? Since that's two words, they separated with a hyphen. How about this? When in the tear. That's three words, so they're all separated with hyphens because this is a phrase. Okay? You see all of the words separated by hyphens? The ones that aren't separated aren't compound words. What about net or nefer? If we just seen Netter and Affair together, we think that's one word. No, we know that's two words, and so we separate them by a hyphen. But when we come across a word transliterated the way that yours is transliterated, we know it's not a compound word. It's just one word. It's not separated by a hyphen.
Okay, so what I established was Ir Kemet is a place that Seneferu founds in the 8th district of Upper Egypt. It becomes really important as a cultic site that's sacred to the, or venerated to the ancient Egyptians. The Aya Kemet will be reborn, right, in another period during the Kedi rule. It will become Kemet, right?
Right.
It will simply become Kemet. Kemet in the Kedi rule is also a district. It's not the whole of Egypt. It's just a district, right? With cultic meaning for King Kedi as he tries to find legitimacy. And so all I can just do is say that this is a Kemet, right? That's all I can say at this particular point, that this is a Kemet. It's a Ia Kemet. So now trying to understand as we do things like personal names, right? With human beings, as they get these names, we try to parse out. So remember this is Old Kingdom. We try to parse out. And so, for example, when we go Henny Kim or something like that, right? Henny the Black, right? So what we try to do is we try to parse out to try to find the meaning of a personal name. So what we here are trying to do is trying to parse out to try to figure out what this place may be and why is it significant. And I think that that is an acceptable methodology, right? You can disagree, but there's a lot of disagreements based on me beginning just to unpack Ir Kemet. So I have
you ain't
lots
unpacking
more.
it, Reggie. You making something up about it. You changing it into a compound word. Your transliteration on your source don't even support it as a compound word, right? And then you saying you coming up with some fanciful tale about its resurgence during the time of Pepi that you can't prove. You just saying that. That's the problem with the hypothesis. It is a good theory. I appreciate the work. That map is fire. All I think, move the Kemet down some and don't say our Kemet is
We're not
no
talking
Kemet.
about the map, sir.
But the our Kemet ain't no Kemet. That's my critique. I'm not going to continue to critique you because it seems like you're not taking it well. So
Well,
I'll
no,
just...
I'm not. I'm. What I'm just trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that is this a place name? Yes or no?
I agree. It's a place name.
Is it a place name called Ir Kemet?
Well, I know one thing that it has the KMT in it. I agree with that, but it also has something that make you pronounce. It also has something that makes you pronounce something before you say the Kemet, which alters the meaning of the word.
Okay, great. So fine, and so Métis right here, Métis.
We can't see what you're seeing. We can't see what you're seeing. Share your screen.
She's the mistress. She's
Share your screen.
She's the Amaku under, well, this person is the Amaku under Métis, who is the
Do me a
mistress
favor.
of
We can't
Ayakemet.
see what you see, bruh. You gotta
Huh?
share your screen. We can't see what you see.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So, okay, so here, you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Métis, she is the mistress of this place.
of
right?
Yakimet.
Yeah, she's the mistress. She's the mistress of Aya Kemet, and this Kemet, uh, this Kemet, even though it has the IE in front of it, right? This is a place uh, uh, called Kemet. So I never said that uh, I said that there were different Kemets in different time periods, right? So there's a Kemet in the Ramses period. There's a Kemet in the late period, which becomes the Assyrian or Serabium. And this is the first place that has the word Kemet in it, right? This is the first place with Kemet in it. It is a
Well, I don't know. Have you done an exhaustive search on other compound words? Because I never heard nobody argue that it has a KMT in this
have
word,
you
so it means Kemet.
have you?
No, but this is your theory and your
Okay,
hypothesis.
so yes. So I have looked for other place names with Kemet. And this would be one of the earliest because this is in this particular period. And it's a place founded by Sennacherib.
All right, so I'm not mad if you're trying to say that there's an Aya Kemet. I would have never disagreed.
Well, what I wanted to do was unpack a place name that makes the point that this is a cult center, right? That begets what Kemet will be in other time periods, because there's changes, there's syncretism within this country, given different cult practices, right? I didn't say that this is the same Kemet in the contested period of King Kedi, right? Because that Kemet is not the whole country. That Kemet is just a section that he controls.
How many consonants is Kemet made up of?
How many consonants?
Yeah.
It's KMT.
3?
It's KMT, yes.
How many consonants were in your term?
Ia Kemet?
Yeah.
It's well, if you want to do English or you want to do Medunecha.
Yeah, let's do Meta Nature because you have to consider those that I and that A as weak,
right?
Weak
So
consonants.
it
They
has
weak,
five.
not weak. Yeah, 5. It'll be 5. So then we
There's
know
five.
that there's some difference. There, you make different sounds on words to signify different things. If a part of it was Kemet, why are they saying Aya in the front to signify something different than when they just say Kemet, right?
Yeah, because this is a cult center, and so
Understandable.
In this particular period, the king is identifying this place with other attributes.
So I can't disagree. I can give you that. This is what I'm gonna say though. Like this ain't the it ain't you set up for an anticlimactic letdown. And you don't want your presentation to wind up with an anticlimactic letdown when we find out that the other Kemet that you talking about during the whole presentation ain't even spelt the same way.
Well, we have had over the last 8 years, right, disputes with Egyptologists and other groups of people who say that this don't mean black, this don't mean black people, even if they're not talking about skin color per se, they're talking about some symbolic veneration, which I think has to do with the cattle right?
So you seen what Yurik put in the chat? He said, I got one, we Kemet. And that exists too. There's also, you feel me? There's other
Put
things.
it on the screen. Put it on the screen.
That's Yurik who put that up there. Yurik, share that TLA on that we Kemet if you will. You know he can. But what I'm trying to say is we're not to confuse those with the Kemet just KMT, but I like being in the dojo, but I don't like when it seems like you're going to take it personal or something. I don't
because of the words that you use.
No, I don't use nothing. Everybody listening, you was only getting offended because I was critiquing
No,
you
because
harsh.
you said hostile escape.
Yeah.
That can't mean that. I'm wrong.
So saying
Right?
somebody is trying to take a hostile escape, first, you have to get hostile in order for me to make that charge. Like if you raise your voice or something, I'm saying the only reason why you're raising your voice is not to address this situation and you want to escape under the air of an argument.
Oh, but I didn't. I showed my information.
I pinpointed it so it couldn't happen.
No, I showed all of my information.
Word up. And so in conclusion, hey, you know, if you want to say our Kemet is Kemet, you should consider what pushback you might get.
Well, what I am saying is that it's a place that was given by King Senefero that was a important place at this time period that becomes share my screen again, right? That becomes the model of what Kemet, the Kemet that we think we know, the Kemet that we think we know is, because we have been trying to figure out is what is important about this particular place name. My written work is that this place name is connected to some type of agricultural, really not agricultural, really a farm, a cattle. Actually, a cattle.
See, Reggie, this is what I'm saying.
Estate. Huh? Say what?
You don't be in the back chat enough. Let me share this with you, because it ain't gonna help. Look, bro. Look, check this out.
My whole thing is, you know what scholars do? When I finish my work, you debunk it.
No, look. We doing this so you don't publish the work wrong, and it'll get you further. So look.
How could you say I'm gonna publish the work wrong?
Well, look at what's on the screen. Is this Kemet too?
Wait. I'm going. I gotta stop sharing my screen and look at your screen. So right now, go ahead.
Shout out to Yurik the Archer. Yurik will voodoo bip you.
Okay,
real fast.
okay. I see this, but can I see the glyph?
But what make you? Don't you see a K, a M, and a dot T? That's the same thing you required from the other one.
Can you show me the glyph?
It didn't even have a K and T on your glyphs, Reggie. Your glyphs had something else.
But Kimi Iyat is one of the toponyms for Kemet. But we Kemet, I never heard of we Kemet.
I bet five that Kimi Iyat ain't one of the toponyms.
Okay, go to the Legacy TLA. Go to the Legacy TLA and click it.
So look, Kemet, but where is that? Upper Nubia. This is not Kemet. This is Upper Nubia. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Yo, that's interesting, though.
Yeah, y'all don't be in the back chat enough. Hey, I would appreciate if Reggie and Asar would participate more and sometimes come into the back chat.
Well, we have our own.
What you mean our own, though? See, that's what I'm saying. The type of stuff you saying is crazy. Let me say something. Sometimes I'll ask my wife for something out the house, and she'll be like, it's in my room. But me and my wife don't got separate rooms. Me and my wife sleep in the sun. I'll be like, what's in your brain to where you saying it's in your room? Just like you just said that, Reggie. You was like, we got it. Like separating yourself from this. All we is some brothers trying to find out black history, right? So what's the separation?
But Smash, just to be clear, I spent more than 10 years, 8 to 9 years working with other people on their pages.
You are our elder, Reggie.
I'm not even monetized.
We not. Oh, I feel you. I always try to help you. I'm not monetized. So let me tell you a new thing to do. Look,
I got a question
Reggie,
whenever y'all
real
get
quick.
to it.
This
So
some quick
wait,
game.
I'm not finished with this we
All right, let
commit
him go.
stuff.
All right,
So
let's
all
go.
I see, thank you, Yorok. Thank you for showing this, right? So can we get some more information on we commit?
I'm gonna tell you
Can I
something.
ask a question?
The text corpus got exact amount of information on we
It says
commit
no
as
occurrences.
Hear
Can we
me
go down
out,
to
Reggie. The text corpus has the exact amount of information on we commit that it has on Aya commit. Neither of those have an attestation in the text corpus.
Can we go down to the TLA? Can we go down to the TLA? Can you click that?
Yes, sir.
Can I reiterate so I can make sure that I'm following along?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
What I'm hearing between you guys is that Reggie, in the beginning, you was making it seem like there was a distinct KMT.
Thank you.
That was synonymous with the KMT as we know, and we asked you several times. You was like, yeah, but when we got to the attestation, it wasn't just KMT, and not only is it not just KMT, it's not even referring to like the same Kemet as we thought you were talking about, but you weren't specific, and you was holding the ace to a hole. That's what I'm getting at this whole dialogue right now.
Quite.
Am I wrong?
Okay, so let me say what I say.
In discussion.
So
And
we are looking
Reggie
for the
pulled up the Seneferu's Kemet, which is Kemi Iyad. But even though he pulled up that Kemi Iyad,
see, he keeps saying Kemi Iyad, and I challenged it twice. Asar, Kemi Iyad don't exist, my brother. We've been trying to work that out for years. Can you please show us Kemi Iyad?
Let me share my screen real quick.
Yeah.
Because what I thought I heard Smash say is the way that it's written.
So
you
here's
split it
the
up
Kemi
like
Iyad here.
Right. All right.
Reggie,
So slow down. See, this is where this is where the mistake is being made.
Yeah, and this could be the case. But this is the Demotic and the Coptic. We know where we find it at, right? So here goes Iyad.
So let's see. That's Iyad. Don't you see that? That's one word by itself. Then they got some English under it. Then they go to another word. Kimmy.
Yeah,
you
but
putting them two together and making a compound out of them.
21 and 21st. You're gonna get.
That's because you're having the blood. I hate that I have to show you this live. Look at the top of that column. One of them is demotic, one of them is hieroglyphic. On the left, you got demotic Kimi. On the right, you got hieroglyphic Ayat. It's not Kimi Ayat. And I tried to tell you this a long ass time ago. You reading the chart wrong. Can anybody else look at the chart? To the left, you have demotic. It's hella simple.
We also have Kimi Iyad.
But it's doing the same thing. Oh my gosh, bro. You making the same public mistake that anybody who can read a chart could simply
you
see.
You gotta blow it up. I guess you on the phone.
We can blow it up.
Asar, look. They're showing you this, and let everyone witness this. On the left side, they're giving you the demotic. How it's written in the Demotic script on the Rosetta Stone. On the right side, they're giving you how it's written. I'm not talking about the complete right side. I'm talking about the left and right side of each column. To the left of the hyphen, it's how it's written in Demotic. To the right of the hyphen, but you're arguing that there's a compound word, Kimi Ayat. That is incorrect. When it is written in hieroglyphics, they wrote Ayat. When they wrote it in Demotic, they wrote Kimmy. What am I like? Why am I being made to look like I'm tripping or something?
Hold on. And this is the whole thing here, and this is why they show you in number 5. It says Kimmy, which is black and Coptic and Demotic, and Kemet, which is black and hieroglyphic and hieratic. So that wouldn't. I don't think that would be correct.
But no, you just said it. You said it correct. You said it correct. Asar, you got it correct on that one, but you don't got it correct on the other ones.
It can't be Kimmy Kemet and then Kimmy and Iyad.
Oh, this is the part that you're not right. So, let me explain to you something.
That's crazy.
So you got to understand. I'm not even looking at the wiki you pulled up, but let me explain it to you. This is a breakdown of the real quick. So you could real quick. This is a breakdown of the Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone is a trilingual inscription. It has 3 languages. What they're doing in this section is telling you how they wrote the language.
Inscription.
What they're doing in this section is telling you how they wrote the name of Egypt in Demotic and in hieroglyphic. So in the Demotic section, when they wanted to write the name of Egypt, they wrote Kemi. And during this time period, in the hieroglyphic section, when they wanted to write the name of Egypt, they wrote Ayat. This is clearly what the graph is showing us. If you read the instructions above the graph, it'll say that out loud. But you think from misreading this that there's a place called Kemi Ayat. Now let me prove it. I said if you read what it says above that, it'll say that out loud.
Because we read it off of we just read it off of the
What are these 1,
the
2, and 3?
oil
Those
sensor,
are
which
dynasties.
said
Hold up. Did 1, 2, and
Kemet.
3 the dynasty?
So yeah, they didn't mean Kemet.
So they said the time
hieroglyphic right there. It was 2 different words talking about a location.
Dude, all I ask you to do is if we
name.
read
So
the
that wouldn't be
sentence
right.
above that text, it explains this to us. Listen, y'all, and listen in plain English. In the Demotic Egyptian text of the Rosetta Stone, the Demotic for Egypt is Kemi. There are 3 uses of the actual Kemi, but 7 other references as Kemi refer to Ayat. Other references for Kemi refer to Ayat. There's no Kemi Ayat.
The map, which we know. Now, let's pull up the sensor.
Okay, we know that now. Cool, we good, we good. Word up.
This is when it's all the hieroglyphic.
Man,
that's why you gotta make this.
How much
why you gotta make that.
My money is on Reggie, but it don't look good for Reggie and Nassar right now.
Say, but pull that up again one more time.
What I owe you, Smash? I'm gonna donate it to the show.
The sensor with the oils on it.
Do hella do. Hey, no, this ain't at y'all expense, and at the point in the video will it feel like something that's happening at y'all expense, I would concede. I'm simply like, yo, my man got a book. Shit, Reggie know I sent him my book, and he knocked me down. He didn't do it in the dojo. He didn't say I didn't say I wanted to get on the dojo on my live. But Reggie told me about my book, like, yo, rewrite this shit, do this. You don't remember your response, Reggie?
No, I can send you my response. My response was I didn't disagree with anything that you said in your book.
Yeah, you're right, but you told me rewrite this shit. It's kind of sloppy.
He did me like that.
Yeah, Reggie, I didn't have no hard feelings on that. I was like, thank you.
Hell yeah, I was.
Okay, well, I can find what I wrote you, but I don't. First of all, my language is that I'm like, oh, this is really great. It would be helpful with some more citations.
Are you better at forming your words to not appear harmful? I be thinking my homies know my heart and know I'm not trying to hurt them, so I don't gotta cushion my words. Maybe that's just different uses of tact. You know, I don't got hella tact and shit. I don't be thinking nobody I love think that I got it out for them when when it starts sounding like tough love or some shit. I be thinking like we in the army. Ain't nobody gonna pussyfoot in the army. If we at war, motherfucker gonna say, nigga, come on. You know, they're not gonna be like, would you hurry up and come on because you might not like the way I said.
But Reggie,
so what did I so what you said that I said about your book, I didn't say anything.
No, you didn't say anything negative, but again, you offered me critique.
So that hurt your feelings?
No, definitely not, Reggie. You definitely not. But I'm saying you offered me valuable critiques on tightening up my argument. That's all I'm saying, and I respected it, and that's all I'm trying to do in return. Like,
show the sensor real quick.
The fact that we send it to you first, Reggie, lets you know how valuable you is.
Okay, so let me.
You know what I'm
okay,
saying?
so there's a couple of things going on. First of all, let's just be real. I'm gonna just be. So take the tough love, since y'all want to give tough love, right?
Here you go.
Take the tough love.
Don't
I have a journal article. I have a journal article and I have a DOI with the journal article, right? If you search in any engine, black cattle, right, ancient Egypt, you're gonna find my journal article. right? So the reason why I did a journal article is for it to be peer reviewed. So Shesmo, I saw what you said. You said I monetized Dr. Yosef Benjo Cannon. That's what you said?
Don't pay
Well, let me
attention
just
to
tell
the
you
chat,
something.
Reggie. Reggie, you all the way up. Come back down. We
No,
good. We
no.
trying
You
to tell
put
you
that.
that we love
No,
you
no,
and we
no,
good with
no.
you.
I'm all the way. I'm really, really all the way up right now because I
May I
didn't.
say one thing
I
before
don't
you move
mind.
forward? I'm gonna get out the way. I'm gonna get out the way, Reggie, because Smash said he tried to say it in about 5 different ways, right? He said hostile escape. You took offense to that. He said you was in error. You took offense to that. He said you were incorrect. You were in offense. Well, how is your brother supposed to approach you? And he doing a show at the same time. This is peer review. It's out of love. Nobody mocked you or nothing. We just in the dojo. It's all good. And from I can see it was from a place of love. We just building. He said he was trying to help, but you don't have to take the critique. But don't.
No, listen. The first part of it was dealing with the eloquent peasant, right? So I use AI. So everybody knows AI is going to make miscalculations. But I said it was an AI. I'm transparent, trying to figure out the thing. So then I introduced the word Kemet, right? I introduced the word Kemet because Kemet is there, and that Kemet that's there is not the whole country. So it seems to be in a state, right? And so that then we moved from that point to another estate, right? Which I believe is the first Kemet, the concept of Kemet formed during the time period of Seneferu, right? Which matches their ideas. Now, let's go. So let's get back. So this was you. So what was the reason that you said I monetized Dr. Yosef Benjo Cannon? Why'd you put that in there?
Don't engage in that, Reg.
That's not fair for somebody to say that. Did someone in this chat say that? I don't think
somebody on the live stream. I think it's not on. It's
They're
not
in here though, Reggie.
No, it's on the chat. Shesmu Patah said I monetized Dr. Ben.
I mean, he won't be able to speak, to reply, to answer. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I need
tell him to come in here. Come in here, Shesmu. You out of pocket for that. That's not a cool statement, bro.
So what it is so I'm looking at the chat, and then I'm also trying to argue my points. So so what I've already done is I've already written a concept paper. So I've done a lot of research prior to this. So so it's okay if you say that you disagree, right? And it may be okay if you say I'm wrong.
But right? I ain't even saying I'm disagree. I'm saying you have to change certain things to make the hypothesis work. And what's the most problematic part about that? All I suggested real quick. I simply suggested that you pull the Kemet down on the map to make it line up with other things.
No, but we're not talking about that. That's AI.
But then lastly, all I said about the other thing is reference it as Aya Kemet like it really say, which won't cause no confusion to where people think
won't in my book.
Right. That's the critique.
Yeah. No, but here's the thing is, so what we do is sometimes we translate things, sometimes we get it right, sometimes we fix it, right? But I've never been on this board with any of you, right? How can I say with harsh concepts, because that's not how I learned, right? That's not who I am, right? So you're right, you got a different type of person than maybe some of the other people that you deal with. But when I keep hearing saying that this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, and then I tell you right off the bat, right? I'm making conceptual arguments, right? And then I says, well, I'll show you the Kemet that I'm talking about, right? So I did. So it's okay. Trust me.
You keep calling it Kemet though, Reggie.
You got Kemet on your joint. That's what I'm saying.
You won't ever call it Aya Kemet.
Yeah, it ain't.
Even after all this that we learned, you keep calling it Kemet for some reason.
You saying it's not Kemet?
It don't say Kemet. It say Aya Kemet.
If it say Aya Kemet, Kemet is part of it. No different than we Kemet.
That will make us believe that they're talking about a different location. That don't make
Yeah,
this
it
thing.
is a different location. It's the first concept.
Yeah, we can't
It's not a
say,
concept.
okay, here's
That's the
we Kemet,
point. That's
and
the
then we
point.
say, oh, but it can't. Hold on, we can't say we Kemet and then turn around and say EI Kemet doesn't exist.
No,
We
but this
Kemet
is the
not from
thing. We never
You gotta be
said we've known
specific,
about
man.
We Kemet. Hear me out. We've known about We Kemet for a while. We've never presented We Kemet as another Kemet. That's We Kemet.
Is Kemet, is that
that's
we
EI
Kemet?
Kemet right there.
Wait 1 second. Is that we Kemet in Egypt or Nubia?
Nubia.
Okay, so
That's
we're
what's
talking
dope about it. But
right. So we're talking about so when we talk about we Kemet, could that be syncretism from the Nubians finding their own Kemet, their own version of Kemet? That we Kemet has
that's
nothing
what
to do
makes
with
it
ancient
dope.
Egypt.
I don't know.
Yes, that's what makes it dope. Because how do you got that same word just floating around two
Exactly.
different localities?
And it's a different place.
You know,
I think you can say it like that though, but that ain't how you said. That ain't how it came off in the beginning though.
Exactly.
I would agree with that, but that ain't how it sounded in the beginning. So I think it was just a miscommunication.
No, it was if you go back and you listen to it, right? I was building concepts. So when I got to Ketty's Kemet, Ketty's Kemet is not the Kemet that we all talk about. We know very little of it. Very.
Aya Kemet, which is the actual place that he had.
I don't understand that.
It is because we have to understand how language works. If I add another sound on something, then I mean something else. I don't mean the same thing as when I don't have the additional sound on it. So if we got Kemet without the additional Aya in front, we trying to let people know we talk about something else.
But what I think he's trying to say is Aya Kemet would be somewhat of a prototype for the Kemet that we're talking about now. So he's trying to make that connection.
Yeah, I don't think I have to.
No, I kind of understand how that's trying to be made, but it's not based on nothing.
Okay, so it's the same thing as when I do Kemet the cattle.
No,
Kemet the cattle,
that's completely different, Reggie.
Kemet the cattle, Kemet human. How is it different?
Because Kemet the cattle was the first consonant in Kemet the cattle.
Oh, so you're doing? Oh, I got it. So
you didn't understand that? That's what we've been saying the whole time.
No. I just want y'all to talk.
We've been saying that, bro. We saying
Peace, Reggie. What's going on?
Yeah. So Shazmo. So why are you saying I monetize Dr. Ben?
I need some music. I'm gonna turn on a beat for this part. Hold on.
Need some fight
music.
music.
Big gave me the sound effects.
Oh no, that beat too soft. I need to
So why you say and don't cry? So how do I monetize Dr. Ben?
Crazy with that. Yeah,
So Reg, you think
Go. I'm
waiting on the beat. I'm waiting on the beat.
No, go ahead, go.
So anyway, you think by saying "Don't cry," I'm one of the soft links that's on the Dojo map? You got me fucked up. But check this out. Look, the reason.
No, wait. I want to know why did you say that I monetized Dr. Ben?
Yeah, because that don't got nothing to do with the dojo right there.
Right.
That's an insult, and we don't do.
That's not an insult.
All right, well, you can speak
First
for
of
yourself.
all, like I said, Reggie, in the chat, I said that you have vital and valid. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Wait a minute, hold on. I keep hearing
No, you got your YouTube open still, bro. Close your YouTube.
Yeah, hold on.
By the way, Hassan Khan, you wanted me to pull something up?
Well, real quick, brother Reggie, before you switch the subject, if he said he didn't mean that as an insult, I can see how that could be a compliment, bro. But go ahead, Patan, we listening to you.
Yeah. So Reggie, you and I've been on your stream, and I mentioned to you that you have vital and valid historical videos of our elders. And I mentioned, because even I said, support Reggie, buy him lunch, give him, the super chats or the hit him off on his Cash App. But then I also said, with those videos, what you could do, since you have them archived, put them back up on the African History Channel and monetize it. And you did that. And I have no problem with that because the community needs those videos. So I don't understand where what I heard.
What did you say in
listen,
your chat?
hold up. What I heard you say was, and I'm not monetized. And all I said was, Reggie, you monetized Dr. Ben and the elders. Come on, stop crying and cut that out. Because you was doing the hostile escape. You was doing, you was.
No, let's parse what you're saying.
Yeah, parse it
you're
out.
giving me a recommendation about doing stuff for the people that I love, and I do
absolutely that I love as well.
But and people that I actually been with their families and stuff.
And I appreciate that.
And I
respect that.
And I don't generally, unless I'm defending them, I don't use those people as currency.
Well, I'm not saying you're using them. The fact of you having those archived videos is not using them because you're doing something that I believe or I think that they would appreciate, which carries their name and keeps their name in the ether.
Okay, I'll do that because they were my teachers and I love them.
Absolutely.
What is the part about the don't cry? I don't understand that.
Well, you was kind of like starting to whine, and I'm not monetized. You was trying, you was doing the hostile.
Whining. Okay.
Yeah, you was kind of whining.
Okay, so I got you.
All right.
Okay.
We straight. We still. You my brother.
No. Everybody can talk for themselves, but I got you. I think that you mixed a couple of things in.
Well,
right?
I did. I was following along with the conversation because in text we lose things in translation.
Let me read the exact quote because it
fine.
Reggie
I got
monetized Dr. Ben.
Y'all don't know. Y'all really don't know.
He literally said which is good in that comment. I'm reading it right now, so I don't think he meant it as anything pejorative.
No slight at all.
And what did he say? Read it to the public. What did he say?
It says Reggie monetized Dr. Ben and the elders, which is good. Stop that crying.
Okay, do I monetize them? Or you want me to monetize them?
Reggie, did you not put
he
the
didn't
videos
say monetized with a D? Did he put past tense on it?
Yes, he did.
Oh, well, he's saying you already monetized them, so now you have to speak for those words.
Oh, you have not?
No.
Oh, because it seemed to be because when you from your channel. And it was putting the.
You was talking English and you was giving them a compliment. That's it.
Absolutely. And
drawing out crazy.
From my understanding, from watching videos, out on Joey, you don't even know what's going on. Let me in, brother Reggie.
What are you getting hostile to me for?
Hey, I'm about to. Hey, James, the host. I love all y'all. Reggie, don't take no offense to me. I'll be right back. James is the host. I gotta check on my wife.
Can I say what I want to say before you become
to who?
hostile?
What are you getting ready to say to who?
Shazmu.
Who are you going to say it to?
I'm talking to you, brother.
No, I don't accept it. No.
You see, this is what we're talking about.
No, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know about who this we is. I'm not French. I've known Reggie way longer than you, Joey.
He has. And that's why I'm surprised. That's why I'm surprised.
No, I think there's misunderstanding in the.
I
didn't ask you, but
hold on, Joey.
Let
him and Reggie.
I wasn't talking about his relationship.
Why is he even?
I didn't say that.
I can't do it with you, Joey. You do it all the time.
I didn't say that. You're getting hostile for no reason.
No, I just didn't. I don't understand why you're chiming in, and you had nothing to do with this. That's my point. So Reggie. Are we where we are? I don't want to hear what you have to say.
That's what I want to say.
If you want to promote, well, I'm not even going to go there.
You don't even know what I'm going to say. So
I don't want to know.
You know what? Let me leave you alone because you're acting like a real ass right now.
Oh well, whatever. If you feel like that,
okay. Well,
I'll take that.
Okay. So all right. So Shazmo, I'm just gonna forget about that. So let me just move on while I have the floor. So Sean Carr, you wanted me to put something up. I don't know if I can.
No, I just wanted to
I'm right here, Reggie.
Yeah, I just wanted to see you to show the the oil resin because it says Kemet on there, right? So we know that exists.
It says it's a short form. It says a short form. So
we know that exists, and the even
But I
though,
did want to finish one thing though, real
go
quick.
ahead. Go ahead.
I did. Hold on. I think I started my YouTube again. Hold on. So,
Sorry.
Reggie, you had asked me the question. You said you didn't monetize, and if you did not, then that's my mistake. But in watching your channels and watching, because when you put those I feel like you put those videos up. If that's not you, that's somebody else that's bringing the videos back. Because remember, I made a comment that I've been doing this. I've been studying the elders and you and everybody else for 40 years. And I said, I've watched I've watched every video I could, and those videos have disappeared. And then you
might
mentioned
be the transit.
No, most of those videos got struck by TAP, which is the Transatlantic Productions, who actually did the real interviews. And so I do work with them, but their whole thing is people taking their content, so they're in competition, so they will strike you.
But let me finish.
The stuff that I have, I don't have it, believe it or not, I was a servant. I
understand, but can you let me finish real quick, and then you can do that, because I'm almost done. I'm landing. So in proof, I have, every time I saw those videos, I began to post it in our back chat in the Discord, because I'm saying to myself, those that have not seen those videos, now they can see those videos. Dr. Ben sitting in the classroom, breaking things down. I dropped them in there. And then also, as I was watching them, because I was rewatching a lot of the commercials would come up. So I'm like, okay, they monetize. And then I'm thinking in my brain that this is Reggie, and he has followed, what I had asked him to do. But if you're saying that's not you, and you're not able to do that,
I'm not
then,
monetized.
okay.
I've been in monetization jail because I don't post for 2 months.
So let me apologize.
Okay.
And say that if you haven't, then you have not, and I misspoke. I misjudged. I misspoke, because I thought that was something that you should be able to do.
So for the public, I'm one of those people who is part of, because he's like Dr. Clark is like my extended grandfather, and Dr. Ben is my extended grandfather's brother.
I know the reverence that you have for these gentlemen. Right?
I've invested money into our elders. I haven't received much, right? I mean, Dr. Leonard Jeffries was like my extended father. So I have so I never thought to do that. And then I see people doing this stuff on YouTube and stuff and putting up, and but I have never thought to use my elders like that. But if I was monetized, it would be for putting not their whole lecture up, but a piece of their lecture to make a point, like a reaction video on some points that they have made. So
hold on, Reggie. Hold on, Reggie. I didn't like what you just said. If he was you never used your elders. Like, I don't think that you of all people wouldn't be using them.
Right.
Are you of all people that they would object to you using any content besides what's all owned by Transatlantic Video? I understand what they deal is. They monetize, and the elder Cleveland, he's already made his transition. So that's for the family. I get there. But if you got some personal videos and stuff, I don't think that you of all people would be considered a using them for monetization.
Right. So that's the point. But what the funny thing is, you would think that, I mean, I worked with Dr. Jeffries for 38 years, and almost in all of them, and I've worked as how can I say, a servant.
And Dr. Jeffries, not to cut you, Reggie, but Dr. Jeffries would definitely give you his blessing and would not hold that against you if you were to put his video.
But the funny thing is, and
he wouldn't ask you for a dime.
No, Dr. Jeffries, if he was well, right now, right now we all have to give money that we never received to give back to the elder as they are in their old age. And so it's painful, but nevertheless, you misunderstood. No, I wasn't monetizing, so I wasn't saying anything to be crying about, right? So we misunderstood that. Then there's some other things about hostile escape and stuff like that. Well, I'm a scholar. I'm a good one. As a matter of fact, I contributed much to this community as far as concepts of the Nile Valley over the years. Not just this community, but many communities, right? So I'm not a child in this.
Well,
so my whole point of it is maybe people can talk to certain people a certain type of way. Right?
Reggie, I'm gonna say this one last thing.
Real quick, let me say something.
I was just gonna say he asked to go to the dojo. I had nothing to do
that
with it.
statement, a hostile escape, to coin that term in debate or argument, it's not made to disrespect the person who's making the hostile escape. It's simply saying, aha, you would prefer to get loud, right, and start turning up instead of simply answering the question.
Okay, Smash, you're a good friend of mine. We've been friends for a long time, and I appreciate and I've always supported your work, right? So I will deal with you differently, right? You came to New York on your own dime. You spent your money. You did Kemet on trial. You helped us be successful. Without you, we probably would not have been as successful as we were. So I generally talk to you very differently. Right? I bet once in a while we go into the dojo, but even when we go into the dojo, it was just a little bit different today. So, I got you, but what I will say is that when I finish my work, you're fine. I mean, it's going to be a Lulu book or Amazon book. You can critique it. It's not a problem, right? But I'm because you're all my friends or people who I'm friendly with, I will introduce these concepts when I also defend it. And I don't think that I have not defended my position that there were different Kemets. When I mean it's not the same Kemet, I made the point.
Yeah,
right?
there's a
The
bunch
concept
of Kemets,
of Keddy's Kemet. I'm sorry, I cut somebody off who was cutting me off.
I was saying, there's obviously a bunch of Kemets. We got a weak Kemet. We got Kemets all
Right.
over the place.
So my point is that there were different Kemets. There's not one Kemet and one type of Kemet because it's the concept has a lot of syncretism in it. They use it over and over for their particular purposes. So I said there's a Kemet in the late period. It becomes a Serapium at its final period, which is the burial of the Black Bulls. There's Kedi in the New Kingdom, right? Sometimes in the New Kingdom, it's dealing with the whole country, and sometimes it's dealing still with some type of estate, right? There's Kedi.
All right, let me ask you a question, and let me illustrate what you're doing. You ever heard of Kansas? You have?
Yeah.
It's two Kansases.
Have you ever heard of Arkansas?
Yeah. Kansas, yeah.
But you saying there's two Kansases now because Arkansas. That's exactly what you're doing. No other better way to describe it.
Okay, so why don't okay, so now let's just walk back in.
Yeah, I was about to say Kansas,
Missouri,
and Kansas.
Let's talk ancient Egypt. Let's not talk about America.
No, Reggie, it's not about America. It's about the K, Kansas, the K, the N, and the S. There's also a K, an N, and the S in Arkansas, but there's an AR in front of it.
I understand, but let's go.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
So let me ask you a
There's
question.
Kansas City, Kansas,
I
and Kansas
answered all
City,
your
Missouri.
questions.
You don't
Arkansas.
So hold on, let's slow down. Because just what
No,
you
I
just
answer my question.
Please, gentlemen, you guys don't understand my concept. Especially from what due diligence just said. I could tell y'all don't understand what I'm trying to get y'all to see.
No. Smash
what I'm
just
saying,
said Arkansas
please.
because AR is in front of the
thank you.
Kansas,
I
just
got
like
Thank you, Assault. That's exactly what Reggie is doing. He's saying there's
Right.
2 Kansases because we have an Arkansas. Arkansas,
That was
if you
mean right
take
there.
the AR off Arkansas, it spells Kansas.
That's mean. That's mean right
Okay,
there.
I disagree.
How could you disagree? That's
Easy.
exactly
I
what you're
disagree.
doing.
I'm just telling you. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is the Kemet in the Ramses period? What Kemet is that in the Ramses period?
So I'll address that question. Which Ramses?
Ramses III.
The attestation, there's an attestation of Kemet Waret during the time period of Ramses III that where he's talking about Kim Is
Okay,
that what
fine.
you're
I'm not talking
about?
about that.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
I'm
other
not
than that,
talking
then
about
during
that
his
Kemet.
time period, it would be the majority of what we call Egypt today.
Okay. Well, what if I show you? What if I show you that that's not the case?
If you prove it, then I would be like, thanks for teaching me.
Okay, great. So I'll do that. Give me a second.
So right before you go into the teaching, let me ask this, right? Sinwasret seems to be at the head of almost all of these, or Seneferu, which is Sinwasret, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No. Sinwar is in the Middle Kingdom.
Seneferu was before Seneferu.
Yes.
So Seneferu is heading most of these, from what it sounds like. If they say he built the one in Kemet too, right?
Okay.
Or am I mixing them up?
Yeah. So
Who was before?
Sinwar comes in the Middle Kingdom after Kemet becomes the name of the whole country after Mentuhotep founded. So Sinwar comes in there, and so they are grappling as to they have their own reasons to try to understand what Kemet is. They have their own reasons, but sometimes it seems to be what I had said in the beginning. It seems to be kind of like the soul of the whole country, and it's a state that they venerate to be kind of like the model, right?
Right. Which would go with the whole idea of the black bull, the black people being synonymous with cattle when they speak eloquently, and we've got them in Nubia now. What kind of syncretism do we have for the Wa Kemet and the other Kemet, the other
But hold
Kemet?
on. We getting off track a little bit. Didn't we say
No, we getting on point.
The Ramses.
He's just asking me a question. He's
So
because we
getting
talking
on
about
point,
thieves
'cause-
and Pyramses, right?
Yeah, but we talking about the syncretism between all these words with Kemet inside of them, and the second part would be, what does the Kemets in Nubia mean? Like, do they also have this synonymous? Is it synonymous with black as well? And happy birthday to my man Jadorian. We didn't wish him happy birthday. Happy birthday. I see you in the chat, fam.
Oh, I found it.
What you see? What you see?
There we go.
Well, y'all be thinking I'll stop. I ain't stopping. Hold on. Let me show you.
We thought you was with the wife, man.
That
What
dude
you
said.
doing?
That dude said.
Leave Reggie alone.
Yo, he said.
No, I don't want to be left alone.
No,
'cause
I went in there.
Yo.
She was on the phone. I was like,
Homie
cool.
said, "Oh, I found."
Hey, look, you know when
Out
you
the
walk
blue.
in the room and
He
they on
been
the phone?
searching this whole time.
Right, this crazy.
Let me show you. Look, it's saying
Reggie,
right
you
here.
make this a beautiful stream.
Now it was on the screen, so now we can put it to rest. What does it say? So his name is up here, Kim O, right? We all know that says Kim correct? You see the Kim?
Yeah.
This is who? Who want to read this?
Seneferu.
And his domain is what? That's his domain, and that's all I want to say. I'm not saying this contradicts Reggie.
And that's why I
against
said,
you,
what
Reggie.
does it say for the states that they're in? So that says what is that?
Reg. Oh my God.
Is that Reset Jack?
Blood, his name is your name, Reggie. So now what?
Oh,
It say Reg. It say Reg.
Or is that Mary?
So you can't even play with me, bro. You can't even play, Reggie. What do that say? His gnome. Hey, read the bottom, Reggie. You tell me what his gnome is then.
His gnome is Reg. Oh, his name is it's Red
damn shame. This is out of
Rededge.
control around here. So the ancestors are speaking to you, Reggie.
But when we say Jed, we don't say the D. We just say Jed. If you walk up to an English person and say spell Jed, they're gonna say Jed. So this say Reg. But this is his gnome, and as we see, they got the X marks the spot so that we can know it. It's inside of what? Kim Er. All I'm doing is saying, look, I'm gonna lean on my source to say, no, Kim Seneferu wasn't tripping off no other Kemet. He was up in Kim Er, and his gnome was Reg. That's all I'm saying. All right, so I'm with you though.
Hi. So,
wow.
Reggie crying.
So what
that was like big deal.
No. So no. That it's always good to learn some points. But what I was trying to say is that there has one thing we found out now that we can agree on, which is part of my book, is Kemet does not mean the Black Land, right? It means something more, right? And so the what I was going to put on screen for Smash Rockwell is that Kemet is this term that has these different personalities, even as a place name in different places, right? And so in different periods. So in the Ramses III period, right? Kemet is kicked out of Tameri, and I'll show that to you. So here, Kemet is not the whole country.
Oh
Kemet
no,
is...
Reggie, you got me. You tricked me, but you tricked me. You did that on purpose. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It wasn't the whole country. Yeah, Reggie's right on this secondary question that he asked in order to get me back. You feel me? He said, okay, the second question was, where was Kemet during the time period of Ramses? And I answered it wrong. I said it would have been all of Kemet, but Reggie's right, and let's prove it, Reggie.
Right. So what we tried to do is, well, the main thing that we are all connected to is just not the Black Land. Like, it don't say the Nuit is not no land, right? And they didn't venerate no goddamn mud god, and they didn't venerate the goddamn mud. And anybody who's saying it's the Black Land is just using a simplistic word.
But Reggie, sometimes when people say
they're just mimicking Eurasian or Eurocentric talking points.
But you know, sometimes when they say land, they don't mean top.
Why you didn't let them show the source though?
You're aware of that, right, Reggie? When they say land, they don't mean ties and dirt. They mean land as in the land of America.
I don't care what they mean. They keep that. Let's just deal with ancient Egypt. You're right, Joey. But
I'm just saying they're putting a modern funk on it. That doesn't have anything to do with the ancient people, though. As you said.
Right. They're just using what they know in modern world to remove black people, black things out of this country, and to minimize it to the damn dirt.
Exactly.
Right. And I think we can all agree on that.
Definitely.
I was just showing you the text where we can show the text where Alexandra Nibby.
It's not showing. Oh, there you go.
She said some great words. This is what Alexandra Nibby said before this. She says, for some years now, I've not been alone in urging a closer scrutiny of the term Kemet. Let's see if I can blow it up. Right now, she's talking about this after the Diop conference, and there's another scholar who's talking about Kemet after that I have to find again. That's talking about Kemet after the Diop conference.
What is that at the top?
What?
It's like Kim with the bird and the Kimia.
Kim Er.
Where?
Kim Er.
Oh, is that Kim right there at the
Yeah,
top?
this Kim Word.
The
Kim
other
Er.
one to the left.
This one
To
right
the
here.
yeah.
This is another form of Kemet.
That's from the that's that Kemet to you though. You don't remember from the Pyramid of Ramses. I mean, no, I'm
That's
sorry,
right.
Peppy.
Yeah, that's the Tiyu bird.
Peppy,
Word.
Peppy,
No,
Peppy.
this is the problem
that's
with
not the
that.
that's the
Yes,
vulture.
it's the TU bird, but it has a nuit.
I know, but
Oh,
they
that's
call
the
it a
Nehesi.
Kemet to
You
you.
right
They
there,
call it a
James.
Kemet to
Yeah.
you. Because it got that TU bird. It's the one from the Ramses. You gotta remember. I mean, I keep
That's
saying
yeah.
Ramses.
No,
Damn.
I got fighter
It
memory.
was from Peppy,
Not
bro.
Ramses.
Peppy,
Yeah.
Peppy. You gotta
I
remember,
know
if
the
you
one
go
you
into the
talking about.
TLA,
Yeah.
if you go into the
Peppy,
TLA,
the
it's the
black.
first Kemet to you that pops up.
Yeah. And then there goes the one at the bottom.
Okay.
Pull it up.
So this is a great but here they mess this up and they try to say that this is Kemet. It is not. It's Kemetiu, right?
Yeah.
And this is
Black
Kim
community.
Ware. So basically, Alexandra Nibby says, for some years now, I have not been alone in urging a closer scrutiny of the term Kemet as not being simply Egypt, and as not being equivalent to the term Tameri. The problem of reconciling this term radically is a vast one and will not be accomplished by any one single person. This is after the Dieppe conference.
She ain't lying about that.
My purpose here is to recall the problem exists and that we, which is Egyptologists, must not continue to ignore it, right? In the first place, one must stress that the writing of both of these names usually carries determinatives, which have been completely disregarded by us during the last 100 years, right?
Mhm.
The water bush or water bull, as Smash
Waterbull, yeah.
corrected us, shows that Kemet is usually written with two town determinatives from the 19th dynasty onwards, right? Through is found written without any town determinatives in the 11th dynasty, and sometimes with one town determinative only. So she's saying that the writing of this word in different time periods is different, and I guess associated with that is differences of some type of thought, right? That
Yeah.
the ancient people were having, right?
And it's growing, which is why I was asking if that's where you were going to go with it, because it starts with no town determinative, one town determinative, and then eventually we see it with three new
Yeah.
signs.
So and then it ultimately at the end of the day, so we find this Kemet right here. This is
Oh
a Ptolemy
man,
time
hold
period.
on, Reggie. They was over there talking about Kemet to you. I was trying to read that. Go ahead, yo, because you know that was one of them words we was looking for. That was the most elusive word of 2021 or whatever.
So I got a question about your premise too. Whenever you get finished.
And why does that Tom Marie have two Nuit signs?
Right. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Okay. So then she says that clearly the idea, the enclosure, whether a town or fortress, remained associated with Kemet throughout the dynasties, regardless of the passage of time. How can we ignore it? In an effort to understand what is meant by Kemet, we should perhaps try to interpret it as meaning the Black City.
You don't say.
Right? Which may
Wow.
perhaps be a Trebus or perhaps another town or a state or something else like that, right? So it is a place. Now, it is a place. Now, in this particular passage,
That's the first time I've seen a scholar say that.
Ramses is fighting. Well, it's in my
Some of the
publication.
scholars, yeah.
I already cited it. All right. So now, in my research, so in lines 2 and 3 of this passage, Ramses III tells us that Ta in Kemet, written with the town determinative, was thrown outside. This the meaning of this term was studied by John Marie Cusham in 81, who showed that there can be no doubt about the meaning of this passage, which he's translated as being the exterior thrown out, right? But what is this text says exactly? So when we look at the text, we see we see Ta in Mary with the two nuits, and then it says Sejum So Ta Mary hears,
Uno,
right? Hears, and then it says
Dio,
something that the king gives. I can get the translation of it. I'm just doing it rough, but the point of it is over here we see Ta in Kemet, right?
Dio,
And then we see Ta in Kemet, uh, and Ta and Kemet will be, and if we read it, it would be put outside. Ruti, Ta and Kemet would be Ruti. It would be thrown outside, right? So there's this word right here, Ruti. So Kemet is kicked out, right? Where is it? So Kemet is kicked out, not associated with Timerio. It could have been a rebellion there. It could have been some leader doing something wrong, right? Or it's just not honored at this time period. So my general point is that Kemet has to be looked at sometimes from different periods and what's going on in the whole country, right? And so it's not one thing all the time,
So
right?
Reggie,
It has something to do with the health of the country, disarray, or when the country's in good standing. So it seems to be some type of cultish place, sacred, that they watch, like they watch the cattle, like they go to Siwa. It seems to be some place where they. Well, I made my point. All right, so I'll
that's
stop.
exactly what I wanted to ask because part of your premise is saying that there are different type of Kemet cults in other places. And my question was going to be, can you show an example of like a different ideology? Because that's what it sounds like you're trying to say. Like there's these other places that's Kemet also with a different ideology around it. But I wanted to see like an example so I can be clear with what
Oh,
you mean
sure.
because
Okay. So the way I began was I was talking about the first intermediate period where there was King Kedi. King Kedi, King Kedi, where is he? I put that up. I may not be able to, I could show the glibs, but I'm not going to show the glibs. I'll just show the text. King Kedi, he's the one where we first see the Kemet that we all know and love, right? That Kemet. And he's in Instructions of Mercari. So Papyrus,
Americara, yeah.
Petersburg. The Petersburg Papyrus, which I have, but I'm not going to show the glyphs because we're being weeds and I'm going to make mistakes. And, Smash can make it a whole episode of, of rap.
You mind
Yeah.
if I share my screen real quick?
Okay. So, yeah, you can.
So I want to Sable was showing earlier the where did I put it? Here it is. So what we're looking at essentially is this is this is from one of my presentations. I'm gonna blow it up some. So this is Heliopolis and where it's actually at. Eventually Heliopolis and Kemet or Egypt expands. When it expands, Heliopolis is still here, but it went so far out as to reaching over here by Israel. And this is what we think is happening with the term Kemet. So you can see Heliopolis way over here at the time of the Ptolemies. And that's the expansion of Kemet when they're taking stuff over. This is what we think is happening with the word. It starts in a small locality, then all of a sudden there's two locations, maybe possibly that say Kemet, and then all of a sudden we've got a whole big diaspora area of where Kemet is, and it becomes a huge locality, not just the country, but even more. So it's it's spreading out.
I asked Reggie that because I was saying like Kemet
You
once
did.
extended into the Sinai Peninsula, and then he said no. You know what I mean? But I think he's fixated on this cult aspect of it as it being like Kemet and these different type of Kemet with a different type of ideology. So that's what I want to be clear on. Because when they said there's these cult Kemets, what do you think he means by that? Because I don't think that's the same thing as the Helenopolis in the Delta, and then it expanded out. But he's saying there's a different ideology. Is what it sounds like he's saying to
I
me.
think due diligence. I think what he's saying in the whole idea of Kemet come from what they call cult or religious ideology in academia. I think that's what he's trying to say. That's probably the beginning of it, and then it became something else later on, probably in history and
Well,
probably
from
due
a
to
chronological,
other people's misinterpretation as well. If I'm wrong, Reggie's here; he can correct me.
what I'm thinking is, from a chronological perspective, that's the first adaptation of anything related to a chem, right? A Kemet. Is that correct, Reggie? That you can find. You said it was fourth dynasty, right? He might be away from the mic.
James, what, when you look at his paper, he was saying the first attestation was, as far as that's concerned, was, at least in the text corpus, is dealing with Unas. They describe him as a black ram and black sheep and so on and so forth.
So that's before the fourth dynasty?
Yeah,
No.
Unas is fourth dynasty.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I thought it was fifth, but okay then.
That's your pyramid text.
Okay, well,
He's
thank you
like
for correcting me.
fourth-
So
well,
basically then.
Or Unas might be 56, but his stuff is from the pyramid text.
Right. So basically,
because yeah. So like I said,
so
I'm
basically they're
trying to-
contemporaneous then. That's what you're saying then, Asar.
Well,
They're
if
from the same
if
time
you
period.
correct, Joy, I'm thinking it used
No,
to be.
no. He
Hold
said
on,
that
what I'm saying is it
he said
used to
they're from
be.
the same dynasty, so they're
Well,
contemporaneous.
what I'm saying is, from what I know, the oldest adaptation used to be fifth or sixth dynasty. From what I had heard from on this particular channel, or what we was. Now it's pushed to the fourth dynasty based on what Reggie is saying.
No.
Reggie,
Hold on, James. Asar just said he ruled during the fifth, but the attestation would have been earlier because it came from the pyramid text. So they would have. You understand what I'm saying?
well, hold up. What are we talking about? Hold up. Let me ask you this, Assault. Are we talking about two different people?
No.
This is not the same person as the person that we talking
Right,
about, right?
because Seneferu is different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Right,
that's
but what I'm saying
So
is,
which one of these people it comes before the other from a chronological?
Unas, I believe, comes first.
Okay, so you saying Unis probably is the first.
So, all right. So we okay. So it's a couple of things. Okay. So I just want to add a couple of things. So, all right. So is anybody familiar with the prophecy of Nefertiti?
Yes.
Oh well, sorry.
Okay. So what is the prophecy of Nefertiti?
I don't count.
Does anybody know what the prophecy of Nefertiti talks about?
Yeah, but let them go ahead.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's let me see. Prophecy of Nefertiti. Let me see if I can pull it up. All right. So the prophecy of
Part you want
Nefertiti.
to, because you're just talking about like she's talking about Cairo and kind of how
Okay. Nah. Okay.
yeah, she's talking about Cairo and the fourth dynasty stuff. She's talking about King Ameni, I want to say it is.
No. Okay. So, all right. So the
He said,
prophecy.
he said, nah.
Hold on, I came from the
there it
couch
is.
downstairs.
King
Hold
Ameni.
on.
Amenhotep the first.
Yo, Smash said he
Get
done
off
ran all the way
There it is. It's in my head, yo.
Because look, he asked about the prophecy of Nefertiti. I'm like, you know that, but you just don't remember what he's talking about. This is about a Menti who will come from the south. Remember,
Yeah,
Asar?
that's right. There it is. Yeah,
Right.
right.
Right. So let's read. So
Nubian
I have it on my
heritage.
screen. Can somebody share my screen?
Yeah, we see it.
It's up.
Okay. So, so it says, and we might have to look at the Meta Nature, the transliterations to help us. But so it says it happened that the power of the dual king, Sennacherib, true of voice, was a good king in the entire land. So now this is set in the Middle Kingdom, but it goes back to Sennacherib, right? Which is in the earlier Old Kingdom. One day it happened that the council of the residents entered the palace, may it live, prosper, well, whatever. Okay, so what this is, they take Kemet back to another time period, right? And when they take Kemet back to another time period, so we're going to find Kemet in here, right? This Kemet that they're talking about is the Kemet, the original Kemet. Okay, so it goes over here. So, okay.
She says it's
So
in
now
Nubia.
this is a prophecy,
See?
right? Like Revelations. Or, okay. Utterly destroyed it on those times of happiness in the Baskin Lakes, with men set to slitting fish, overflowing with fish and fowl. All happiness had departed, flung down in the land of hardship from those weights of supplies of the Asiatics who are throughout the land. Men of violence have entered into the east. Asiatics are coming down into Egypt, right? So the confounds are lost, another is beside who will not be heard. Ultimately, they mix different time periods of this Kemet, and it's a prophecy, but the prophecy is built from the Old Kingdom, right? Now, interesting, like Smash just said, ultimately, the leader will come. They're prophesying a leader will come, right, from the south, which people completely forget about, right? And all this is tied into a Kemet. All of this is tied into a different period of the Kemet. So there is a king who will come from the south. Ameni, true of voice, is his name, which Smash said, and Asar said. He is a son of a woman of the land of the bow. He is a child of the heartland of Nechem. He will take up the white crown. He will rise with the red crown. He will unite the two mighty goddesses. He will appease the. Okay. Okay. A lot of people, if you into this subject of Kemet, or this land, a lot of Egyptologists hate this. You will never see this. They will never talk about that the king will come from the south. This is a prophecy of all of Egypt, right? And he will
this is
come from the
prophecy.
south. Huh? Say what?
No, yeah, I agree. I say, yeah, this is a prophecy. But is it concerning the Egypt that we all know, or is this is one of the different Egypts that you were referring to?
This is concerning, this is the problem. Egypt changes, I mean, Kemet changes somewhat depending on the king. So when I was talking about Kedi, Kedi is a king, a nomarch. And he's the first person who talks about the Kemet that we know without the Ea, the regular Kemet, right? Then there is Mentuhotep's Kemet, which is sometimes symbolic of the whole land. And then there's the Kemet of the new Senwar, which is Middle Kingdom, right? Kemet changes.
So which Kemet is this referring to? Do you know?
Oh, this
Well,
Kemet is
this is why I
referring.
asked him earlier, and I
Yes,
want you
this
to
Kemet is
mix this in.
referring to. This Kemet is
Is
referring
the
because
Nubian Kemet.
this Kemet is referring to. It happened that the power of the dual king Sennacherib, right? Him, here goes right here. Aswat when him in Nosut Bidi Sennacherib, who is Ma Keru, right? So it reads differently if we read the Meta Netra, but Sennacherib to a voice was a good king in the entire land. So it's this Kemet is in the time period of Sennacherib.
So let
where is
me
it
ask you.
located? Where is it
Well,
located?
that's the whole thing. And this is why I asked the question earlier. Does it look like there's syncretism between the Kemets or the names that have Kemet in them in ancient Kemet or in Nubia with the
Oh
ones
yeah.
in Egypt. And I asked that because this story here is going to walk you right up the way because it says Amini came from that location and he's a Nasi. He's a
Yes.
Nubian.
Right. So
Right.
so I see what you're saying. So you're saying like, these chemists have a different like
Theme.
yeah,
Theme.
so kind of like how America got its origin story, right? You got the origin story of the Kemet in the South Nubia Sudan type region, and then you got another origin story when Narmer, brought together the two lands, and then you got another origin story of a Kemet depending on the kings in the land. So that's what you mean by cult Kemets?
Correct.
I
Well,
got you.
New Mexico couldn't be looked at as another Mexico. That's just an error, bro.
Yes, it can. And its
All right.
inhabitants would say, no, let me stop.
I see how you working it, Reg. I see how you
So,
working it.
so
Work
watch
it.
this. Papyrus Hermitage says Itiru Shu Nu Kemet. That's what it says, right? And the
You have to
river of
translate that
Egypt is
because
dry. Never mind.
right.
That's talking about Egypt. I was trying to see because I know in the story she talks about Ameni, who is supposedly Amen Imhet, coming from Nubia or whatever the case. And I
Yeah.
believe she says he comes from Kemet, and it's down in Nubia basically. Now that's
But
one
send
of
me
them
that.
spots.
Can you send me that because I would appreciate that. So what I'm just trying to say is well I think that some we seem to have been taught that there's only one Kemet. Now when we start reading the text, Kemet is kind of is a concept, a cult
Yes.
concept
Right.
that's used for legitimacy.
For the
Uh,
Pharaoh. The
yes,
Pharaoh rules Kemet.
right.
Yes.
And so uh the controversial fact or the rejected fact in some quarters of this set is that the king gives his king's jar his providence, right? His blessings to this Kemet. Now, but when I read the text of that I just read, um, we find that it's put they trace Kemet back to Seneferu again. So then, what other Kemet can they be talking about at the time of Seneferu? Because that's
So,
the prophecy was.
You know
Well,
what this reminds me of, Reg? A quote of Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben was saying like these modern day like lines that we have on the map, like the ancient people didn't see it that way. And wherever the people was, that's where the nation was at. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how we see it today. Like, these people were nomadic, they could move around and these places where the people were or where the Pharaoh was and then it could extend out however far in every different direction. But it wasn't these, just stagnant lines, right? It was where the people were. And
but they still pointed back to the south. And I just wanted to
yes,
interject and say this. I agree with what Reggie is saying. The concept is there, and we know that cattle culture coming from probably from my understanding, the Green Sahara near Dukigel and Nabta Playa, and that area being established off the river of Nile, being Nubia and Kish and I'd say Upper Kemet, begin to get established. So that was your throne seat. And then when Narmer went up north and joined the divisions, the 42 nomes, they began to establish the thronehood, the seat in Menefer, just and build pyramids and to establish that whole river as theirs. But they always, the temples where they were built, stand them up, and it's a body pointing to the south. And when they held that seat as long as they could, and then when 2000 BC, when the influx of invaders began to come in, then they had to move further south. And then you had your intermediate periods, but it was always around Thebes or Thebes or Seti and maybe a little bit lower as the true Kemet in my opinion.
Exactly. So there's true. Remember, there's there's the truth. There's people legitimacy of the king. I have the true legitimacy. I have the true Kemet, right? You are the false prophet. So what happened is during this intermediate period, everybody was trying to take a slice, and it happened in the Amos period, a slice of Kemet, right? They were trying to. So when you're taking a slice of Kemet, you can look at it as, oh, they're holding a piece of land, but they're trying to hold the legitimacy of Kemet. So in this particular text, in this particular text, and I
Are
can
you
show you
showing
the
your screen?
primaries. Okay,
This
so
coming up now.
here is Kedi. Here's King Kedi. He's giving instructions to Merikari. Kedi is he's a nomarch, right? And it says, okay, for he who lacks knowledge of the affairs of the enemy will suffer, but enemies will not be calm within Egypt. Kemet, right? For troops will fight troops, and as our ancestors foretold, and Kemet will fight in the necropolis, destroying the tombs with havoc time and again. I did the same, and that will happen again. So he's fighting, right? Kemet, now this Kemet that he's talking about, right, is fighting in the necropolis. What else he said? I did the same, and it will happen again, as it is done by him who likewise transgresses against God, right? So these poetic concepts of Kemet, right, necropolis, right, um, uh, ancestors, and now as it is done by him who likewise transgresses against the Netchers. Do not be too stern with the southern territory, for you know what the residence advises about it. The residence is where the Hinu, right? And it's happened in the past, and things will happen again. There was no attack on the part, even as they maintained, but yet I advance upon. So let's go see this
Man,
in.
you know how significant that right there is? That is out of control.
So
They
then
said
let's
they
go.
got a different understanding of how to deal with the South.
Right, right, which they should, right? Which they should, and they say that the southern part, because Kedi is in Lower Egypt, right? So then when we go, so in building these concepts, what I'm trying to say is that the Europeans, what they do is they try to, for their expensive seminars and stuff like that, you might see combinations of text. But for the other people, they're just going to argue it as the black land. So if I can show another text, well, what I really want to do is I want to show the primary of what we just saw, so maybe some people can actually read it. Okay, so give me a second. So what I'm trying to say is Kemet, the word Kemet just doesn't pop up. And so when I wrote my journal article, I said, well, the first time we see Kemet is when is the Psi Chem Psi Set Kemet.
Have you plotted all the chemists like on the map before? Have you went about plotting them?
The place names?
Yeah, these places that exist that you said that are these cult chemists. Have you like put them on the map before and looked at them, like plotted them
Well,
on?
yeah, on this, for example, like the only reason I can describe this is describe this concept is um because I'm writing, right?
Right.
But I see Kemet as a wow. I see Kemet as kind of the soul, a territory that's kind of like something that they
what a legitimate pharaoh is.
yeah,
Wherever the legitimate pharaoh is where Kemet is.
So then, Reggie, what you're saying in a nutshell is the ritual is as important, sometimes more important than the political part of it. Then that
well, I
ritual
think
has
that
to
I
take
don't.
place.
Right. I think that what it is because I am not a ritual type person. Right. What I think is that I should have some knowledge of their belief system. Right.
Right.
By the
Ideology.
That's
text.
fair.
But I don't have to do the spooky jooky.
Right. So essentially,
Hold on.
it's the legitimate pharaoh with the ideology behind it. That's why they are dynasties, because it's like family type deal. It's supposed to be like passed down, right? But then whenever you have other people come in, these are really not legitimate pharaohs who can claim who Kemet is or where Kemet is at. But they are.
Okay, but hold on. Let me ask this right quick. So it's almost like we done went. I guess we in the fourth dynasty with this, right? So what happens to Tamari and all of that?
That comes later.
That's not before that. That's what I'm trying to get the chronological.
Yeah. That comes.
So you
later.
saying that comes after this Kemet debacle?
Yeah, because Mentuhotep wins the war and he tries to unite the kingdom. Because
hold on, man, this is crazy. this hold up, man, this is crazy. Hold up, this thing. So Tashamau and this comes before that?
No. See, now that's the two lands.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Two lands is different. Tawi is the two lands, which is Tashama. It's the two lands.
Okay.
Right. So now here is what Kemet becomes. Oh, y'all ready for this?
Yeah, Tamehu and
If you had a
Tasamahu.
drum roll, it'd be wrong.
You got us all hanging on the thread, Reg. We ready.
Okay.
And I got to get out of here after this too, but I'm having much fun.
Yeah. So Reg is a nice guy, right?
Man,
and I try to supplement my ideas. So now in the late period, they put it all together and they tell you what Kemet is. So you see this text right here?
Sobek, that's Nubian.
Huh?
Sobek, that's Nubian. Hebrew Nubian. Got
Well,
that
this
Nubian
is Tahuti.
crown.
This is
Right.
Tahuti.
Well, Tahuti, they got that Nubian crown on them.
Yeah. So it look almost almost like the Southern crown, right? The Atep crown. All right. Now, do you know that they calculate the amount of they actually draw a map of Kemet? This right here is a map of Kemet.
That's what I was asking. You talking about the Egyptians drew a map? I mean, the Kemetians, whatever you want to call them, actually drew a map of Kemet.
Yeah. So what they did, so this is the map, but cartography in this period, they don't draw maps like this.
Like we draw maps.
No.
They named the location.
So it's spelled out and said this type of
Exactly. So now it says the visor
to be
recited. I have over to you the document case and property deed of your father, recording the cultivable lands of all Egypt, as of all Kemet.
That's what it say too.
Let's just see how they phrase it.
During the T Kemet,
there it is, right there on the first line. Three quarters of the way
all
down.
Of Kemet, right? See it right here.
Ahu in Kemet, yup.
All right, all Kemet. $27,270,000.
2 million. That's 27
million. 27 million satat of land. God damn.
That's a lot, huh?
That's
Man,
Africa.
it is the
Whatever
acceptance
system.
of the it is the acceptance of the eye of Horus and specification as Thought said, all the fields which with barley and wheat for sustenance. 9 million?
90 million.
90 million?
Don't count this. This is
That's
Yeah, that's
90,000.
yes.
900,000.
9 million.
No, you can't count. So
He said
sorry.
I
90
can't
million.
see it.
One, two, three,
1,
and
2,
1, 2, 3,
3,
9
4,
million.
5, 6, 9 million.
9 million. All right, 9 million. As for the waters of the delta with Sar and Mena papyrus, serpent and Seshem lotus, and all the vegetation grown by the Indonesian. Saya.
Then that's 18 million.
Specification. All the rivers of Upper and Lower Egypt with the waters found in them every day, 24,000, 24 million. Sayat, the marshlands of Lower Egypt, that is Lake, how you say that?
Mauritius.
Mauritius
Mauritius, which becomes
with its
Mauritius.
canal likewise. 66.
It's 6,600,000.
Yeah.
6,000,000. They need to put some commas in that motherfucker, man.
Right, yeah, go ahead.
To
I
fill
got
the
the
eye
numbers.
of Horus with all the part of the eye of Osiris with all its parts, least any of the components be missing, because Egypt is the eye of Horus.
Stop.
It's linked.
Stop. Because Kemet is the eye of Horus.
That's
right?
deep. The black part.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, come on, keep reading.
It's linked from Elephantine in its entirety. That it.
Hold on, you skip past Osiris. You go back to that Horus right there. To
Osiris with all its parts. That's what I meant. I said the eye of Osiris with all its parts.
Okay.
Least any of its components be missing, because Egypt is the eye of Horus. It's linked from Elephantine in its entirety. That is one side of the perimeter. So it's saying it's coming from Elephantine in its entirety. That is one side of its perimeter is Elephantine, right? And its width on the land from the western river branch of Egypt to the eastern one is 14 whatever. Since Kemet is said to be the eye of Osiris, the pupil of which is in the Nile, and the western and eastern mountains are its whites.
Stop.
All
Stop. Kemet is the eye of Osir.
Right, that's on the eastern side.
No.
No.
Show us on the map what it's talking about, Reg, because I'm not familiar.
Eastern.
I'm not familiar.
I'm familiar. It says since Kemet is said to be the eye of Osir.
Asar.
And it said it
Pupil.
in the
Wait,
text, huh?
the pupil. Watch this. The pupil of which is the Nile.
The center. Yep.
So the
watch
whole
this.
of the
Stop.
Nile
ain't got nothing to do with no damn soil.
Stop.
Exactly.
Thank you, Pan-African James.
The whole of the Nile.
Of which is the Nile.
Nile.
And watch this. And the western and eastern mountains
are
its whites.
And hold up, Reggie. You said Nile. We know that that's not Nilos.
And yo, check this out. Where the inhabitants is gonna be at is right where the water at, like where smart people be at.
Well, this is saying from the bottom of the Nile to the top of the Nile is Kemet, and the width of it is on the mountains on either side. Is that correct, Reg?
Right. So the whole point of this is
it's telling you the whole cartography of what Kemet is.
So you're right. These people, it may not be super accurate, but what they did is they put numbers to it. They mapped out the whole goddamn country, and then they said to you that that Kemet is the eye of
No, it said the Nile.
The Nile is the pupil.
Yeah.
Osiris' eye is the whole thing. Now, what's important?
The whole eye is Osir.
Yeah. The important thing is that they just called all of Kemet.
Is the eye of Horus.
Can you pull it back up? Because
no. Y'all don't give me no respect. Y'all
Read
argue.
the-
I want to see a man. I want to cut
Let
that
me get ready to
bullshit
his
out.
respect right quick, nigga.
Y'all don't give me no goddamn respect over
Man,
here.
cut that out.
Y'all be
Man,
arguing
you
with
with
me.
it, Rich.
There you go,
You
crying
with it.
again.
Y'all be arguing with me. Shit.
Nope. Nope.
So no.
Don't
that
poke
was
your
good
chest
shit.
out. Just be
That was good
humble.
shit. Hey, peace, fellas. I gotta
give
get
us
out
the
of
I gave you the
here. It's
whole.
real though.
I gave you the whole. I gave you the damn
you a full
info
clip.
text. I gave you the damn transliterations, and I told you that Kemet is a realm within the eye of Osir, right? And its pupil basically is Horus, right? And that is the Nile, the water, not the fucking black land. So
I
y'all.
agree with that.
So
but don't you agree that the eyes, you got a left and a right? It's the West Bank and the East side.
Nah, they talking
not
about
bank,
one
but
eye.
the East side.
They talking about the
named the
one. They
mountains.
Look
talking
at
about
it
one.
again. Oh, if he pull it
They
up again,
named the
you'll see it.
mountains.
They were
They
talking
named the
about
mountains.
one eye.
It
They
said
put
from
the
the
black
white
in the middle
mountains.
and the white on both banks. That's what they
Okay.
did.
Yes, they named the mountains.
Y'all don't study the
So,
eyes. I study the
Now
eye.
we know it's two eyes.
yeah, but you got to study the land. It's called the Ty. It's called
How many
goes
tiles.
hand in
How many
hand.
nails is it? Hold on, slow
Well,
down.
it's
The
called
How many
Nile is the
nails
two
is
pupil.
it?
The
lands.
Nile is the
It's called the
center.
two
No,
lands
slow
because
down.
what's
Nah, read it
between those
again.
two mountain
Hold
tops.
on, Patah.
All right,
You
I'm
talking
done.
about two? You talking about two eyes?
So,
Now, how
so you
many
got the
nails
two.
is it?
The isle is the
There's
center,
a
the
couple
pupil, the
nows, but that's
black.
not the
But you was
point.
talking
The
about
cornea.
you talking about two eyes though. So
No,
it got
there's
to
a
be
blue
two
If
Nile.
Reggie
nails.
would be humble
There's a
enough to
blue
pull it
Nile.
back
There's a
up,
white
and then
Nile.
we'll
There's a
see it.
black Nile. But the problem is
All I
when
say
it
is study the
names
two
those two
eyes.
mountains, you should be familiar with the Minu Mountain.
Wajet
And you
and
should
the
be familiar
Yeah,
with the
where
other
that's at?
mountain.
Yeah, pull that
So,
up. So I want to know where the locations was at
so
now.
I think he's telling you those two mountains are the Menu Mountains.
yes.
I wonder how
One
far
is
that,
one
but
is
how
the
far
middle,
down
the
are
other
those
is the other.
mountains?
Well, they just gave you the distance, family. They gave you the
I know, but
the
do we know where these Menu Mountains is today? Is what I'm asking.
yeah. We know the size that they're on and what have you. But if we go, and that's basically south to north. So
Your sound is getting kind of funny, sir.
that's because I put my
Well, we could
computer
pull it
down
up
real quick,
ourselves
family.
since
Hold
Reggie
on.
don't want to pull it. So did
But
he
what I
go?
think,
Pull up
Did he
Menu
leave?
Mountains.
but what I
MANU
think,
Or
but what I think,
pull up the text that we just had.
but hold on. But what I think
text is
Assange
one
trying to
thing, but
say,
you want a physicality is what James asked for.
but
So
what I
give the
think,
man what he asked for.
No,
but
I
what I,
understand. I'm just saying it seems like we're doing the date at the time of that text. It was talking about the red hills, and then on the west bank, those hills as the two mountains. But I think in reality, the beginning of those mountains were in the south, whether it was in Lake Tana and in Kenya, not
So
Kenya.
you saying what I just said, that it goes from south to north.
But it
So
seemed, well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. But it seemed like in the text, it was talking about what, the two sides of
No, they
west,
were talking
west and
about
east.
that was only referring to the pupil of the eye. When
but
he
James,
was talking, I don't know if that was the same
but
text as Reggie
but
pulled up.
James, I think, but James, what he's doing, he's taking the divine symbolism and giving you a physical location for the divine symbolism that's mentioned in some quote unquote funerary text. I think that's what he's trying to do.
well,
I don't
the
know.
main
I
thing
know.
is this.
I heard the
He
locale.
just told us.
Hold on. I heard the locale of Elephantine. So that's a location. I know.
Right. That's
Yeah.
talking about where the end,
So they
the southern border
was
is at.
mapping stuff out.
Right.
And I was trying to figure out. The only one that I could recognize was the Elephantine. So I know
Well,
where
I
that's
can help out a little bit.
But I'm
That-
trying to figure out
Nah,
where
Reg,
the rest of
you
it is.
playing games.
Well, that's why you
I
need
can
to
help
know.
out a little bit.
Reggie,
Is this part of
Reggie
your
say he
book or
gonna
something?
help.
Is that why you being stingy?
Yeah, that's part of his book. He was telling us that.
But hold up,
Well, I
It's
can help
known
you out.
information though, but go
I
ahead.
can help you out a little bit. Right.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when they start talking about the length of the Nile, right? They're not talking in a straight line. They're talking in kind of like a circumference to make the eye of Osir, right? And the pupil is the pupil is Horus or Kemet, right? So I could say it in a different type of way, but please do know this is ancient Egyptian cartography, right?
And Reg, you know that Horus in the book of Gates. Horus is, of the humans, the one in the south, and Set was in it. Man, all this ties together. But go ahead. I don't want to cut your
Right.
wisdom.
So this is the latest compilation of themselves answering their own questions over the years about Kemet. And then they finally said, shit, Kemet is a realm. And that realm is Usir's eye, the whole eye, right? And in the eastern and western deserts or its whites, right? So Kemet transforms in different periods. That's what I'm saying. In some kings, they try to take the concept of Kemet and say, I'm going to say what Kemet is, right?
Okay, but Reggie, I think what you're also trying to say is this is where the pupil concept comes in with Kemet as well. Am I correct?
Oh yeah. Because if you read,
yeah.
because see, the guy that translated, he made a mistake in the meta nature, right? So if I showed you the transliteration of it, right? I don't know
And I misspoke, and I said the eye of. Hold on 1 second, Rob. I'm sorry. I misspoke and said I was saying the eye of Asar, but it's the eye of Heru and the eye of Ra. One is the left bank, and one is the mountains to the east, and the others are the mountains or the desert to the west.
Right.
All right.
Let me name the location.
The text that Reggie was reading didn't even mention none of that.
I know. Let me name
See
the
what I'm
location.
saying?
So,
This is crazy.
No, you're wrong. It did.
Hold up, Reggie.
No.
Asar jumped,
just
went your
read it,
bandwagon,
man. It
but
did
that's
not
not true.
mention
Let me
read
name
it
the
again.
locations real quick so you understand how Kemet is set up. The south is the Manu with the mountains. Generally, Hermopolis is as far as that's where it's known, what it's known for.
You showing a map? You showing
Heliopolis.
something, Asar?
Huh?
You
No,
showing a map? Okay, go ahead.
I'm pulling out one of my books so we can have it.
But let me pose a question to you, Asar. Isn't the eye of Heru and the eye of Ra basically the same thing? Or what is the difference? Because to me, they look the same. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
They're not the same, and I can explain it, but if Asar can do it, let him go ahead.
Go ahead. So Heru is like the younger form of Ra. Ra is when he gets older, and it usually refers to the sun, right? So when we talk about little Heru or Kappa when he's being born, that's the morning. When we talk about Heru being really strong, like Heru Behadet, when he is Ra, that's like the noontime. And we talk about old man Ra, we're talking about when it becomes evening. And when we talk about Asar, that's the nighttime. So those are the four delegations. When it comes to Yes, sir. When it comes to the locations, you have Manu, Resetjau, Ament, which is the west, and Akut or Arket, which is the east.
Okay.
And so I was looking.
So Reset and Jedu are the same place, correct?
Well, Reset is the
Jedu are
south,
the same place.
and we know that from the text, which means y'all should be reading your book of coming forth by day, so y'all can really be studying for real. Resetjau, the south. The Manu Mountains, as you heard, you was on there with me when I explained it on Kalams, is another mountain, right? So that's the other set of mountains. And then you have, of course, the west, which you always hear Kenti or Amenti, which is Ament, and which they were, Thebes, basically. And then Arket, which is usually referred to as Memphis.
Okay, Omenefer.
Now, Reggie, when you bring up the text and it's listing those locations again, can you tell us the locations when it says east, west, north, and south? If you choose to.
No, I choose. Well, yes. So, okay. We remember this is ancient Egyptian cartography, right? They're not doing straight lines. They are creating. They are creating a circular. Kemet is a realm at this time period. Kemet is a realm, and I can show you in another text. I show you in another text that Kemet is a realm because they actually draw now Kemet. They actually draw it based on that whole thing that we talk about. So
Don't
they
show
actually
that,
draw it.
even though I
So
want to
let
see
me
it. Don't
just
show
see.
it. Don't show it.
Huh? You
Wait,
said what?
wait for the book. Just wait, save it for the
No,
book.
no. Well,
Okay,
you can pull
okay.
up. No, you can pull up. You can pull up where is Nefer.
And let me add this about the eyes, and you guys can check me on this if you don't. You could check it real time, or you can do it later. But as Asar was talking about the Wujet, which is Wadjet, which is the eye of Horus, and the Ujet, which is the eye of Ra. And if you look at the differences, one is the left, one is the right, and the curls go inward towards the nose. It is said that they represent certain things like smell, sight, thought, hearing, taste, and touch. But there's also added definitions that I can't find right now about what they mean. But they go, both of them have their own distinct meanings. But go ahead.
Accept. So
Let me ask you, Saber, because I seen the city set up in the shape of a song. Is that when it's not the whole country? Do you say anything about that at all, or have you ran across that at all?
say that again. 1 second.
When they show particular cities set up in the shape of a SAR, did you put that in your research at all?
No, because I was only focusing on Kemet, but
Okay.
but what I'm trying to get the audience to understand is that Kemet is not one geographical place. Kemet is a concept that they are grappling with, but it's very important to them, right? Uh, we could look at we could look at things like the Book of Newt, right? Where this all of this is a map, right? Let me blow this up, right? But it's not a map that we're used to. It's a map where you use these words and create what it's talking about. So, for example, the sky, what is above the sky exists in complete darkness. Its limits south, north, west, and east are not known, right? Fixed or is in noon in its inertness. The reason why I'm putting this is just to give you an idea of how they conceptualize things. And so I get kind of upset when Kemet, we make Kemet just a geographical place and not a concept, because it's a concept, right? It's not a place. It could be a place, meaning they could create a place on Earth that they think is Kemet, right? But I mean that they could kind of imagine as Kemet, like a model. So here's where it's Nefer. So they take the now where's nephew is pretty much after the Edfu period. And so now what they do is they graft out this is where I showed a Son Ka in the Metropolitan Museum when we went to the Where's Nefer coffin. Remember that? Hello? Can
Yep, I
anybody hear
remember
me?
that. I
Yeah,
remember.
we hearing you.
Oh, yeah, that's the one I read in the museum.
Yeah. Right. So here's the conceptual. So now what they do is to let you know that this is circular and it's an eye. They put it all together. Where's Nefer puts it all together with the sky and the and Kemet. So here it is right here. Here's the Bayadet, right? And here is kind of like the gnomes and the places. And it's the eye, it's circular. So they put it all together. So this is just how they think, right?
Did they
This is
take the plastic off of that thing?
huh?
Did they take the plastic off of that thing after we was there?
No, no. Well, luckily the plastic protects it because the rest of the stuff is rotten. So let me go back and show you. Let's go back and show you where's Nefer, right? So where's Nefer is pretty much the last priest uh, of. So he may have been Manetho's boss. I think I'm frozen. Can you hear me?
No,
Because
yeah,
you're
right. So let me ask you, Reggie. So you think that they had a concept of something, a circular world?
Yes, I just showed
Yeah,
it
yeah.
to you.
I'm just trying to, just
I
get that
just
out.
showed it to you.
I'm just saying because you got some people that be tripping and stuff. So
I just
yeah.
showed it to you.
I know. I'm just saying you got some people that be tripping on stuff like that.
But not only is it that, it's the eye of Usir.
Right. And let me add, I'm just going to I chat GPT real quick and listen to this. So it says the Egyptian symbols you are asking about refer to the same symbol, the eye of Horus, the various spelling and names, Ujat, Ujat, and Wajet, all refer to the same eye, but it does, I guess my question was a little bit incorrect. The healed eye of the god Horus, the symbol, but then it goes on to the eye of Horus. The eye of Horus is the composite symbol that includes features of both human eye and falcon eye. And then it goes into the mythological origins. According to the myth, Horus lost his left eye in a battle against his evil uncle Set to avenge the death of his father Osiris. The god of wisdom Thoth later magically restored the eye, making it a powerful symbol of healing and wholeness. In the one story, Horus represents the restored eye to his murdered father, Osiris, bringing him back to life. This links the symbol to life, rebirth, and reverent offerings. Then it goes protection, healing, and rebirth. And then it goes the eye of Ra, while visually similar to the eye of Horus. The eye of Ra has a different origin and represents distinct concepts. It is the solar right eye and is associated with the sun god Ra. Key differences are the deity, nature, mythology, and function. And you guys can check out any other information about it.
So great. So you got to remember they have different cult centers, different versions, different norms, different ideas, but they try to fuse it together. So one story may not be the definitive story, right? It may be aspects of another story or what they remember at a particular time or what they want to talk about.
Right.
So my big con, my big con. So where's Nefer? So I share this again. I'm not again. I share another.
You going 2,000 years too, so we got to think about that. Over time, stuff changed. This is happening right in our lifetime.
Yeah. So
some of the music that we listened to growing up, Reggie, that's out of here.
So
we can't get the
major
no
thing
more.
is the experts that came on to talk about Kemet, the experts, they're babies. I'm talking about the Egyptological experts. They're babies. They never showed you, never discussed, never said any of the shit that we're talking about. But they're the experts, right? So this is the tomb of where is Nefer. He's the last. Is Sharon? You can see it?
we see, but we see a bunch of tomb.
No,
it's not just one. It's not just one on the screen.
It's different sides.
Okay, right.
So this is where I took a Soren Ka and Smash too. Smash, right? Even Ankakak, right? I took them into Atrium and I showed them and so this is the plastic that Asar is talking about over here on top of the tomb, right? Because most of this stuff is rotting away, right? So
is that made of stone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stone can rot away like just sitting there?
In the sun, the inscriptions can.
Oh, that's incredible.
And some weird thing when you take pictures of stuff. See, I didn't believe it. I was like, man, they just hating. But when you take pictures of it, it
with
does
flash,
something
right?
to it too. I don't know how. Yeah, something with the flash does something crazy to it.
What they tell you is, I think what they tell you is when you go into the painted, like the painted art, you can't touch it because like the oil's in your hand.
Yeah, but the light destroys the images. But in this particular case, the sunlight basically heats the stone, and because this is right in the sun. So here is this thing that I actually showed you, right? And it's all in their cosmology, right? And this is the map of the world, and we see it here. We see it uh, uh, where is it at? Let me see if I can shrink
Is
it.
that Gab and Newt?
So this stone is off in
Yeah.
the museum, right?
Yeah.
So if they know that the sun is damaging the stone, why don't they just cover up where the sun is at?
Because they don't, and people come by with their fingerprints and rub it all the time.
That's shameful.
So it's and Jedamonk, hopefully Jedamonk, we're trying to figure out what Jedamonk when he comes back to New York, because we tried to photograph it, because where's Nefer is the high priest of all female deities. And I found where his name is. It took me damn near a couple of weeks going back and forth, believe it or not, trying to find out where his name was and why he's a priest of all of these things. And I actually found it. But here it is.
So you just sitting there looking at this stone line by line. until you
Yeah.
found it.
Yeah,
It's a
till
coffin, though.
Till I find
Hey.
his name. Till I find his name. So
Pan African James, when you go out there and you do the tour, if you can read, we're gonna find out.
Right.
So all of these cult groups and comedic hocus pocus people, they're not gonna show you any of this because they don't know. And the Europeans, they don't. What they do is they know because it's in Egyptological magazines and stuff like that. But they're not gonna tell you. Then
Right.
they're not gonna tell you. You get the black land. So but here it is right here. So this is their depiction of the of Kemet, right? And it's circular, right? And so this lines up with what I just showed you
Mm-hmm.
on the that Usir. So how did Ptolemy get it wrong? So
So
Ptolemy,
hold on, Reggie. What dynasty is that right there? Is that late?
yes,
Okay.
that's the latest. This is when soon after Augustus Caesar will come in. This is at the same time period as Manetho,
Okay.
right? So I was going to show what was I going to show?
How did Ptolemy get it wrong? So show
Huh?
Ptolemy, and I'm assuming based off of
No,
Hadrian's
Plutarch.
map.
I meant Plutarch got it wrong. So let me show you. Okay, so so the world has been debating what Kemet meant
Before we got
than,
here.
for more than 2,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right? For more than 2,000 years, but Plutarch came up and he said this bullshit. So I'm gonna show you what Plutarch says.
But you know what amazed me, Reggie, when I read about that? The provenance of that is that was owned by some European and he gave it to the museum, huh? Because when you mentioned it before, I went and looked at the provenance and it said that was in a private collection. And I find that so crazy. The sarcophagus.
It was
but the provenance says it came from some wealthy European who gave it to the museum. It wasn't a private collection, correct?
It may have been. I don't go that far sometimes.
You talking about that stone that it was
It's not a stone. It's a coffin. And when you read the provenance, it tells you an individual owned it and he gave it to the museum.
Well, he owned the whole coffin.
Reggie,
A lot of them say that. A lot of them say that.
Reggie, I'm gonna put forth that Ptah May is I won't say Lion King, but king of the May area, the Tamay area, that Delta area mostly. And I'm not gonna say it's just Ptolemy.
Shit. I won't. I'll look at your data. I won't. Shit. I don't treat y'all like y'all treat me. Shit. Y'all say shit's wrong. Can't do this shit. Da da da.
Don't say y'all. That was smash.
I'm not saying it was just smash because I read the chat.
Okay.
Shit. I can't take peer review and I get fuck y'all. You know, I'm like, yo, fuck y'all.
I was one of the dog pound.
I'm like, yo, fuck y'all, because at the end and politely, respectfully, fuck y'all, because at the end of the day, I'm a researcher. I'm researching this, and I can show you my goddamn sources. So
Hey, Reggie, you put me, you had me in the dojo plenty of times and beat my ass, so I ain't even try.
yeah,
I ain't even
but even though, how can I say? Look, I try to be, I try to be even because I know I'm still learning too, right? I'm
Right.
still learning too. I just try to be even, and I could take man talk all day, but when we're in an environment of learning, I just say I put down my guards until you say something extra, right?
But just check this out, Reggie. You know that it's all love, but like he was saying in the
Nah,
beginning.
get the fuck out.
No, yeah, check it out because hold
I
on.
found out today. Shit ain't
When I
love.
tried to give you some information, you gave me a harsh critique too. You were like, man, where the
No,
hell? You
no,
said,
you
man, hold on. You said, where's the sources? I'm like, damn, I got the source. You like, well, why I don't see them? You know what I'm saying? So you was
no,
like
F
on my
you,
ass
James.
about that, man. So don't
Everybody,
be
I'm
trying to
telling
act like you be
everybody,
trying to be soft.
F you,
You know
F
what I'm
you,
saying?
James. Because I'm gonna tell James.
Like you be soft on us. Nah, we ain't gonna let you
No,
slide.
no. F you, James, because here's what James did to me.
See what I'm
James
saying?
James throws me under the bus. James
Reggie, we don't treat you like them other.
James's work.
Reggie,
And
we
he
don't
throws
treat you like them other channels, bro. We don't what they call it, what's the word I'm looking for, James? When they treat you, when they act like
I
they
can't
like
tell.
Belittle.
Fuck it, I can't tell now.
Yeah, right. Don't even
that
try.
ain't what's going on over here. We all having a good time.
I can't tell.
You know we got mad respect for you.
We had
Come
in
on
a
now.
long time.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Hair Cooney,
I
don't even
can't
try.
tell. I can't tell.
Don't even try it. Don't even try it. You know it's all love over
you'll
here.
get on somebody in a minute, man. Just stop.
Exactly.
So you see, as soon as I
ain't
get
no
on
cream puff around.
hold
up.
Ptolemy got it wrong because of what?
Yeah, that's what I'm
all
trying
back to the business.
Thank you. So that's what, because if I get a chance to tell y'all what fucking James did to me, James is the worst, yo. Let me tell you something. James is the worst. I talk about
Man,
it.
we was having a good time that night. I was just letting them know that you had already checked it out, and it was correct. And did you see that I came up with the Sarah Tishkoff paper today? You see that?
No, I didn't see that because I was serving some goddamn papers today. Give me a second while
that word I was thinking about is patronize, and when motherfucker play in your face and you don't even realize it. That's the part I don't like.
Well,
and they supposed to be your friends.
Well, I learned something about this community a long time ago, and I pick in places like when I go to some places, well, first I'm trying to teach the people, but second of all, my guards is always up, and I entertain y'all a little bit more than them because I wouldn't even have to try to prove my point with them. So I'm trying to find this thing with Ptolemy. Sorry.
They don't know nothing, Reggie.
No, they don't. No, they
You know what I'm
don't.
saying? That's what's going on over there. They don't know nothing.
But another
Trust
thing,
me,
Reggie,
I know.
You know, James.
But another thing, Reggie, you got to stop trying to play both sides and be, you got to stop that carrying water over there like that, man. You got to stand on square in business.
And listen,
and
I'm gonna tell you,
because them likes and clicks that they use.
No. Let me tell y'all something. I've been around for a long time. I knew when people were great friends, right, and introduced me to each other, right. Mm-hmm. So I'm not gonna take somebody's side against somebody, and then at the end of the day, they fucking friends, and I'm the fucking enemy. So I'm not gonna do that, right? Because I knew that when they were fucking friends, right?
I got it.
Right. So I'm like, okay.
I'm the same way too, Reggie. So, you know what I'm saying? I try to stay neutral.
Yeah.
Well, you see how I got in trouble for crossing the line with Reggie, huh?
Oh, you want to bring that shit up again?
No.
Yeah, Reggie, we just saying
Reggie,
you be
Reggie,
honest. You act like you just we just doing you like this.
No, hold on, James. I'm just making a point. Any and everybody get it, so don't take it personally.
No.
That's just Reggie.
You want to bring this shit up again? I'm talking about my fucking research, and then he comes and he says, "Oh, and Jabari bought." I'm like, get the what are you fucking
Right?
talking
No,
about?
but I'm just making the point that he does that with everybody.
You
I got it once, and I'm not gonna get it again. Believe you me, it would never happen again because I didn't like the feeling.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. I'm gonna talk about my work, and I know somebody never showed them what I'm talking about, and you over here talking about bringing somebody else in. I like go to that person and have that person come to your channel. Shit.
And that's exactly what he said. Word for word. That's exactly what he said. So don't feel bad. I got it once,
Like
and
you
I'm
being disrespectful, Joey.
Well, I slipped up once. I mean, I'm allowed one.
And also, I'm gonna tell you that's like how it is over here in the Discord, man. I try to present some, some investigatory information, and Sadiq, Yorick. I mean, Yorick was respectful. James, man, they beat me up. I was hurt.
But it happens to all of us. But see, when you write,
but it fine-tuned me. And when I went to another channel, I just gave the stuff that I thought was real right. And I think that it paid off. You know what I mean? I didn't go with the, like the stuff that I'm thinking that's out there.
Your homie's supposed to hit you with the body shot.
Yeah,
I don't go to
they bodied
but
me
just
up.
because I don't like that application. That's why I don't be over there. I don't like to use it.
Yeah,
right.
No,
It's a lot. I mean, because we got
Instagram,
Instagram,
It's different when you're wrong and you're strong. So it's really, really different when you're wrong and you're strong and you don't want to change. But when you don't get a chance to kind of finish presenting, that's another story.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people,
so
they ain't presenting nothing.
Huh?
They just, I'm talking about the people I'm talking about. They not presenting nothing. You can tell them something.
They changed their viewpoints. If one scholar gets on them, disagrees with them, they go with that scholar, act like they didn't say the shit that they said.
And see, that's
but
what
they don't respect. That the problem is they don't respect. Well, shit. Some of them respect. Shit. I found out some of them respect me more than this fucking.
Nah, don't do that, Reggie.
Man, I'm just sitting here on mute listening. Hold on, I'm sitting here on mute listening to all the fake cheese boxing. So you found out somebody over there respects you more than over here? Seriously?
Well, so good. So Smash.
I'm
Smash. Now you came out for that?
I came off mute. I'm sitting here smoking on mute. I can come off mute when I want to.
But Smash, these are interrelationships, right? So what happens is, like, I know all.
Man, stop with the fake shit. Let's go back to what you said just a few minutes ago. Talking about friends and you don't want to get in the middle and you knew us back from Kemet on trial. Nigga, y'all didn't want to bring Ankh to Kemet on trial. You didn't fuck with him at all. He was one of your enemies. And I coerced you to bringing him. Am I lying or telling the truth?
Well, he wasn't my enemy, but
you didn't fuck with him at all. You didn't want him in the building.
I didn't.
It's the truth, Reggie. It's the truth. What I am saying is the truth. Just admit it. Just go on and say that's true, Smash.
You're going too hard. You're going too
hard. No, because I'm sitting back listening and niggas
it's
is.
Okay. It's all right because we can talk about it.
Is it the truth?
It did not matter because I wanted you to come.
Thank you. Thanks, Reggie.
And you brought them.
Thank you. But then, and just a moment ago, you said the reason why you be over there is because you don't get into. Nah, bro, you didn't even fuck with dude.
Well, you're talking about two different things.
I'm talking about black relationships.
Yeah,
and when somebody don't fuck with somebody, then you get them to fuck with them and you fall out with them and they keep fucking with them.
I don't know. See, here's the thing, Smash. It is true, you and Ankh, or maybe have crossed some waters that you will never cross back. It may be. Why? Right? That may be, but how can I say? I traveled with both of you. I hung out with both of you, right? So like, if it's one thing is if it's information is different than personal dispute.
Sonetta would tell the truth. He'd say me and Reggie didn't want him to come. That's what Sarnetta would say. He would have no problem.
Sarnetta cannot speak for me. Sarnetta cannot speak for me. Sarnetta, as quiet as it kept, no, I can't say that because then it'd be an all-out war. But as quiet as it's kept, when the money game came in and the crowd came in, right? It was about and and Polite was there. So as far as Polite was concerned, no, he didn't need none of y'all. Matter of fact, I was supposed to come and pick y'all up from the well, you was traveling, you had your own security.
You telling the truth. As far as Polite was concerned, he didn't need none of us. But you, being a scholar, knew that was bad news. And so you told me, okay, I want to fuck with you. I fucked with Aunt. And I was like, yo, we got to bring Aunt. And y'all niggas was like, and now I'm not saying this because we knew what the relationship was. As all men at the time, he knew how y'all felt. Y'all knew how y'all felt. But I'm reminding you, while you telling everybody else you ain't getting in between two motherfuckers, I'm saying you ain't even fuck with dude, bro. And that's all. And I'll let y'all continue.
I have to laugh. We
had
wild.
Y'all crazy.
No, we had look, how can I say?
This is history though. So
no,
Reggie, don't wake the lion. Let the lion
what
sleep.
Smash is saying is true.
Made him get up off the couch.
Part of I know. Part of what Smash is saying is true, but these are human dynamics. Now, when it comes to information, right? I believe that the person that was going to carry us through Kemet on trial was Smash Rockwell. Nobody else. Smash Rockwell, right? Everything else with Polite and stuff like that, we was just trying to
theatrics.
He was a great spokesperson, and the crowd came there to see him more than anybody else.
Right.
But as far as winning the intellectual debate, it was Smash Rockwell. Right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
At the end of the day, it was Smash Rockwell.
Hold up. I would add some of Shaka's information in there was helpful. Didn't Shaka speak?
It was simple.
No,
Did they have the hair lock?
Nah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I was not gonna come and ask you if to lock it or not.
Yeah, I was just saying Shaka. He brought some.
Shaka, all right.
No, that was the undercard.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but it was a bunch of people.
But he rocked the house that night. If you remember the response Shaka got, people felt his information.
Right. Yes, I was just saying it was a whole conglomerate of people that came in, and I don't, you know what I'm saying? That was what 12, 15 years ago. Yeah. So that's been a while ago since we all been in the. But at that time right there, man, that was a beautiful time, I thought.
Listen, it was a beautiful time, but through our efforts later as far as intellectual work, which we don't get the credit for, we backed up. Smash wrote a book for the whole conference, right?
Yeah.
So
I got the book.
Intellectual stuff increased. A lot of people don't get their due, right? For what they did. But no, Shaka was kind of like the undercard, right?
Yeah, agree.
The undercard. The main card was the work that I worked with.
Then us helping him. We was his dancers.
Right. Well, me and Smash. I mean, first I got him to go.
Yeah, he showed up in the pyramid or one pyramid, and everybody went crazy.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That was just like what I said. It was just theatrics with him. The information came from you and Smash now.
Look,
he didn't know. I'm gonna tell you, he didn't. To me, when he said that he didn't even know who Dr. Ben was, I knew it was bad.
Who said
Y'all
that?
don't even remember. When Polite first came on the scene, he didn't even know who Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark was.
That can't be right. Is that right?
I'm telling you, bro. He did not know who Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. He only knew Dr. York.
Remember, he was a Nuwapian. He was married to what's his name's daughter.
That was
Dr. York's daughter.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I was, we all been there.
You probably was on tour or something. But one day he said he didn't even know who Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark was.
All right, real quick. Somebody got some questions about your presentation, Reggie, and you had got cut off. They wanted to know, what did you say that Plutarch said?
Yeah, so here is thank you so much. So let's go back to this. I wanted to show you the glibs in the Echo text, but okay, so this is okay, so let me just pull it up. Okay, great. I found it. Okay, so great. So and when I was talking about this the platform, right? I wasn't listen. Here's the funniest shit, right? The funniest thing is I was really talking about the people that I was talking about right now who was fucking with me, and some of them in the chat, right? So I didn't know that Smash you was just gonna pop off, right? Well, anyway, I should have known, but there it goes. Okay, so here's what Plutarch says. From Plutarch, moreover, we have heard Homer speak of Egypt as the land of Zeus, and many have supposed that this country got its name, Egyptus, from a king called Egyptus. But the more learned say that it was from the word Egyptos, which means black, and refers to the blackness of the soil. Also, some say from Chemia, which they say native Egyptians call themselves, native Egyptians themselves call their country, meaning blackness. And thus they claim to have derived the name from the nature of the land, and not as others would have it from the people, right? So, and what we can take from this is that Plutarch, he's trying to research what is the name of Kemet, or Kemet, which becomes Egypt, the root. And he's gathering a lot of information from a lot of people. Homer, right? And other learned scholars. So in this conversation, you find that he inserts, he says, but the more learned, meaning he's talking about his Greek people, say that it is from the word Egyptos, which means black, and those people refers it to the blackness of the soil. Also, some say from Chemia, right, which the native Egyptians themselves call their country. So finally, the indigenous people get in, right, which Chemia is supposed to be Kemet, which the native Egyptians themselves call a country, meaning blackness. And thus they claim to have derived the name from the nature of the land, right? Now he interjects, and not as others would have it. So some people are saying from the people. So they was debating that people that it came from the people because of this whole thing of being black and how and what they call and how they called the people Melacros, right? Then they say, Plutarch continues, the priests therefore call Egypt by the name of Chemia, and they say it is the black land. This is Plutarch. He's the inventor of this bullshit. Because the soil is black and the water is black, and because the blood is black when it is shed.
All right, real quick. So who is, because this is a tertiary source, correct? Because this is somebody else citing what Plutarch said. I want to ask.
No, that is Plutarch.
I know, but this is somebody else saying what he said in his book. Because if we pull up Plutarch right now, I know these phrases, and this person seemed to have added something here, and we can prove it. And it seems weird that they would do this, man. It's like, why they just could get caught. If we start doing the knowledge, we could just clearly catch them. And so it says,
but Smash, he said they call themselves Chemia after the people of the eye, correct?
Yeah, but he's
those
saying
parts
that
are there, but
something's
there's a portion added in there real quick.
Let's see what's added.
I'm gonna pull it up for you from another translation, and we'll
Yeah.
all see it, and we're gonna be like, "Damn, that's shady, bruh." Watch this. But keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just
No,
want
because you're gonna pull something up, but
I'm not gonna
tried
share it now. I'll share it when we'll be able to see how they added something in there. But you could please continue.
Okay, so if I share it, again, I want to show. So now, while Plutarch is, or the people who's adding shit in about Plutarch, right? Okay, so the issue is here. Watch this. Watch this. So now the Meta-Neter says, Der Neti Kemet Jeter. Well, I'm not gonna read it. It says because black, and they insert Egypt, is said to be the eye of Osiris, its pupil. So I could show it to you in the Meta-Neter. I could show it to you directly in the Meta-Neter.
No, that's perfect.
So, but if you want to see it in the Meta-Neter, I'll show it to you in the Meta-Neter.
Well, we know that phrase is where he probably had copied his information and knowledge from. But I want y'all to take a look at something. We're going to look at another college. It's the Loeb Classic Library edition of Isis and Plutarch, and it don't got that line in there about as some other people say it's about the people. So I'm like, why would they add that? But I'll let you continue, and then I'll pull it up, and we'll see if what I'm saying is true.
And I wanted to jump in and just say, and Reggie, I'm getting old. Keep on going. I'll remember in a second.
No, say it. What the hell are you gonna say?
No, I can't remember. I forgot. I was giving Smash
Catch
the
your
floor.
tongue, God dang.
No, I was giving Smash the floor, and it went away. Dang. All right, I'll come back with it and come back.
But it also, but when you deal with this at Plutarch, they recognize that Plutarch didn't know Medu-Neter, so he was fumbling and bumbling, trying to explain certain glyphs because he said that the people didn't talk about those things in public. Correct, Reggie?
Well, that's the point that Smash is going to pull up as to what he actually said it in City there, Osiris, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So
you have his girlfriend. Remember, he's trying to impress Cleo when he's doing this. So he's using her information from class. I don't know if he got his
Plutarch's
paper.
girlfriend, yeah.
Right. So she's an Ethiopian. So I don't know if he got his
teacher,
information.
really. Yeah.
I don't know if his information is correct or not because we don't see the grade he gets on his paper. But that's what he's right. Concerning.
So I got it back real quick. And as Smash has said, what you shared, Reggie, just then was beautiful. But you also shared us the portions of the eye in Stella in
yeah, okay, that's why I was going to
attestation.
show it to you.
Right.
So if you give me a second, I'll find it and I'll show you the primary. And I'll show you the primary. So what it was is that these Egyptologists, they won't tell you, they won't be honest about the black land, right? They won't be honest about where they got it from, and so it becomes part of their world as a rationale. But they're not telling you. Yeah, they're not telling you where they got it from. But now we know where they got it from. So let's find. Okay, I know where it is.
But the first time I saw this, I think you were on this platform and you brought it up. Is that correct? I think that's where I first saw it from Reggie.
No, well, we have been discussing it. So Smash was talking. Smash
brought the actual Plutarch's text. He's the one that brought that.
Right, and what I did is I sourced the the Medu-Neter, right?
Okay.
Which I showed you in the map. So let's pull that up in a second. Species. Okay, I know where it is. Give me a second. Yeah. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so where's it going? Okay, so it's in desktop. So we can see it's its pupil, directly from the text. So these people are not honest with us, these so-called fake experts, because they're not experts on Kemet.
Hey,
They're
so what
experts
page
on,
is that source supposedly on? Because I'm looking for it right now, trying to find it, and I'm searching the book. Pupil, I can't find the word pupil. I mean,
from the primaries.
from yeah,
Yeah, you can. I'm gonna show you right now.
Let's say book 4 because there's 5 versions of that book. I mean, there's 5
Yeah.
volumes
Of which book?
of Isis and Osiris by Plutarch.
It's going to be around those first lines, Smash, because he, like in the beginning, he's talking to Clea, then he says, as the people call Zeus Amun.
Oh, in the first volume, you saying?
Yeah.
All right.
I believe so. In fact, and the page that you're talking about is blue, because that's where I used to go to it all the time, too. Let me see. And I got the book, too, but I don't feel like digging through the book.
All right, well, y'all can continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. So you're saying clear he was addressing was his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And she would have, I mean, being that she's Ethiopian, she definitely had a connection to Kemet, correct?
Right.
Right. So she was explaining to him certain things, and he basically addressed it right into her. Is that correct?
Right. He's like in her, writing to her, and she's okay. So if you go to Plutarch, Isis and Osiris is going to be the first story. I want to say it starts on page 3.
I'm right here. All it says, all good things, my dear Clea. Sensible men must ask the gods, and that's how it's starting out. But what I'm recalling the quote that Reggie cited about the pupil of the eye is from later in the book. No, you're not the F. I'm talking about the Isis on Osiris one.
He's talking about the Plutarch version.
I mean, yeah, the Plutarch version.
So I think it's going to be just a few lines down from Greek roots and this blah 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 blah.
Yeah, because it talks about.
If you put in ChatGPT.
Both indeed were lineage one in the same country, yet was Zeus. For earlier born and knowledge was greater. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
It talks about they don't even want to mess with them, the lightest, those pale skinned people. You know, it was like
Okay, so from here, so here's your primary where the Africans are talking about the people of the eye, right? And so right here is
yes.
Okay,
it is
so
a
here
fact
it is right here.
beard and wearing
Search typhoon maybe, because he said. Remember he called the I think it was the Nile type.
I'm almost at it. We'll find it in a minute. Just go on and
So
build.
on my screen, James, if you can pull it up, you sharing it?
Yeah, we've seen it.
So
yeah,
here.
Matter of fact, I accidentally made you the host. I was trying to make Smash the host, just in case. But so you got control of everything. But yeah, we see your screen right now.
No, take it back.
All right,
give it back to me.
I'll take it. Or if you want it, it's all good. I'm sitting right here, so it's all good.
Of the Nile. Hold up, is that it?
Because I'm getting it here.
The
But here
people of the
goes right
Scotland
here.
abstain from the Phagorous.
So here goes right here. Niti, right? Kemet, right?
Yeah.
The eye, ear, and this is the pupil. So, so it goes up because Kemet is the eye, right? I guess that is the pupil. So this is the words for the pupil. So this is the African text, and Cleo or whatever.
That's not fair to do that though.
Bed that what they're trying to do is put this all together. They're trying to put it all together, but I was able to show you the primary where they borrowed from the African, and for the African, the Kemet is the eye, right? Kemet is the eye, and it doesn't really even say Usir, but Kemet is the eye, and that is the pupil. I guess the author inserted Usir because they saw the eye and they made it the pupil. I mean, sorry, they made it. They made the eye Osir, but it doesn't say Osir.
Okay. But that text is from the Ptolemaic period, correct?
Yeah, then that was from a Ptolemaic building as well.
Edfu.
Edfu was built by Greeks.
Okay.
Yeah, under the Greeks, the Greeks controlled Kemet at that time period, and they was raping the people from the they was raping people for their knowledge.
But then their understanding of the name of Egypt would line up directly with Plutarch's. Because they was Greek and he was Greek. And so that's how we could find out on the building.
Well, but Plutarch added stuff that wasn't on the Edfu text.
True.
Right? So, here's the other version of it. So they say it twice. So here's the other version of it. And I
found it. I told you, blood, they added that, blood. Golly, blood. I know I don't be crazy, man. So pull up your quote from Plutarch, and then I'm going to pull up this and something. We're going to see what's going on here. Because
you said what?
If you don't mind, pull up your
So
quote
they added a line
that you have from Plutarch. They added something to make it seem it wasn't about the people. Now let's look at this. Tell me I'm tripping. Y'all can see my screen?
It's buffering. Yeah, we see it now.
All right, now this, I'm going to go to the direct quote, but you got to read right before it. Look. All right, this is when they talk about Osiris being dark and the reason why he was dark, right? We're going to come down some more. Here is the line. Look, here is the line. Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye, Chemia, and compare it to the heart. For it is warm and moist and enclosed by the southern portions of the inhabited world and adjoins them, like the heart in a man's left side. But if you look before this, it don't say nothing about, and not like the people. Remember? But on your quote right before this statement, it said, it's black because of something and not because of the people. And I'm like, hold on, I read that before, and Plutarch didn't say that. Now we come to what I read, and we could clearly see before this Egypt line, he don't say nothing about it not being black.
But the line before, so what they do, with the line before, it says, in young people, the presence of moisture renders their hair black.
Yep, now look at this. In young people, the presence of moisture renders their hair black, while grayness, like paleness as it were, is induced by dryness in those who pass their prime. Also, the springtime is vigorous, prolific, and agreeable, but in autumn, since it lacks moisture, it's inimical to plants and unhealthy for living creatures. Now he say, the bull kept in Heliopolis, which is Manubis, and which is sacred to Osiris, some hold to be the sire of the Apis, is black, and it has the honors second only to the Apis. Egypt, moreover, which has the black sea, they added some shit about it not being about the people to do they fake ass shit they be doing, bro.
Yeah. Right. So, and then of course, I'm happy they throwing, of course, the bull, right? Menwear, right? So they have a black reality, which the Egyptologists and other groups of people trying to strip out, and not connecting it, only connecting it to trying to connect it to the damn soil, but not to the things that's within the black realm.
So let me ask you a question, because you had started to read in young people the presence of moisture from your source. Can you read that sentence from your source, man?
Okay, so here is young people.
What page is that? Page 80, it says?
Right here it says page 83, and on the link, this is book number 2 on page 83.
So people.
So maybe, Reggie, you know how sometimes when they're quoting stuff, they put ... and they got it from another part of the book?
Yeah.
You think that's the case? But no, it couldn't be the case, because you just started reading the young people sentence.
Uh, okay. So yeah, so this seems to be some analysis of that, which is not exactly what he said. But let me just check again. It seems to be an analysis.
And I would just add that it's possible that during this time that this critique or writing was made, it was talking about other people like us who were saying it means black people, and he was interjecting that like
No,
other
he was
people
talking
said.
directly about black people, and the part about people, they added it. But if you go to the paragraph up here, it proves he talking about people because he say it. He say, let this then be stated incidentally as a matter of record that is common knowledge. But the wiser of the priests not only called, this is just what you was just reading, not only called the Nile Osiris and the sea typhoon, but they simply, now listen to what he really say. They tried to tell y'all he said it ain't because of the people. Listen to what he really say. He says the name of Osiris, the whole source of the faculty creative of moisture. So let me read that again. But the wiser of the priests called not only the Nile Osiris and the sea typhoon, but they simply give the name of Osiris to the whole source and faculty creative of moisture.
And
y'all
that
feeling
right
that?
there, and that right there says the same thing that Reggie shared with us tonight in that Stella with the I being Osiris.
All right, well, yep, now keep peeping game. Believing this to be the cause of generation and the substance of life producing seed. So they think the water and the moisture produce the life. That's what killed them about the black silk. But watch how this continues. And the name typhoon they give to what that is dry, fiery, and arid. In general, the antagonist of moisture. Now this is when he start talking about people. Therefore, because they believe that he was personally of a reddish, sallow color, they are not eager to meet men of such complexion. So these black Egyptians, since they developed a notion that their God was black and his antithesis was red, or his enemy was red, they don't even like to meet red people. But all of that,
damn shame.
yes, but all of that is omitted from the source, and that source actually weaponized it to try to say, oh, but Plutarch said it ain't black because of the people. And when he really said they so black, they don't even like to kick it with red people.
But what he's talking about, he's calling Set Typhoon.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. But once again, we realize that at this point he's making it up because the proper knowledge wasn't revealed to him. So
that's you can't say that from based on what he did, because this is what I could debunk that with what Reggie just showed. You hear me? Let me continue the sentence before you interject. Reggie just showed a Egyptian pyramid at Edfu, which said something that he could have not known unless he knew what it said. It said exactly this down here, close to it. They call it the same as the black portion of the eye, Chemia. How could he have guessed that if they didn't have no access to that information?
In this same writing, he said earlier, the people only come out of their houses or temples with everyday thoughts. So at that point, he's saying they were not telling us what these things meant. He only knew certain things.
Well, he's telling you the certain thing he knows, and this is one of them.
But he made that up. Where does it say in any primary text that they didn't like people? That's not from a primary text, unless I'm tripping.
Oh,
he made that up.
They got the other text to corroborate with
you can make the argument that he made that up, but sometimes people that's called an anal point. Because if you're trying to contribute to the show, that's not what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You just want to interject to make a point that is correct. That's called being anal. When you make points that don't pertain to the subject matter, it ain't even helping us. We talking, first of all, we came here to figure out, did they forge something in another source? That's all we was tripping off. Y'all don't remember?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, and so we're not even like we're not coming here to discredit Plutarch. We simply saying, hold up, you got a version that say they did it not because of the blackness. And we got a version that don't say that. That's all we're scrutinizing.
Okay, all right, okay, my bad. I might have went a little too far.
But if you want to go there, if as going off on a tangent, you have an agreeable point. He could have made that up, but he made the assertion. You see what I'm saying? Like how we know they really didn't like kicking it with red, shallow people. We ain't got no source on that. They got a footnote on it. Y'all want to visit the footnote? They tell us to do that. They tell us it was one of these two.
Absolutely, and we also got facts that those people of the North, I mean, they fought all the time. You know, they were defending their country.
If you want to go there about whether he was true or not, I probably have to side with you. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, if we gonna tackle that, is this true? Is the question. Therefore, because they believed he was of a reddish, sallow color, they was not eager to meet men of such complexion. So I'm going to side on the side of yes, that's true. But we're doing speculative arguments here. Just allow me, and I'm not going to filibuster or take the floor. I want to say this, and I'll ask a quick question. What color do you think Plutarch was?
He was a Greek, wasn't he?
We would call him white.
I wouldn't say he was. He was Sudan or
would he be closer to the color of Osiris or Typhoon?
Typhoon.
So if we agree that he being a Greek, may have been closer to that red hue, he's giving an admission against himself.
Yep.
He would be saying they don't like fucking with people like
Swarthy.
me. So why would you write in your book they don't like fucking with people like me? You would have to have a motive behind that.
He experienced it.
Thank you.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough, Smart. That's a fair point.
Yep.
And what I didn't think about, by the way, but that's a fair deduction. So
Yeah,
I will go with that.
He has to go through intermediaries because they're not messing with him.
Right.
So he's just trying to collect what his own people say, the Greeks, right? And then turn it around and going through intermediaries of suckers that is going to tell him what some of the texts say. Like, yo, can you please? Yeah, here's some money. Can you please give me some research on this? I got a question. So ultimately, this becomes Egyptology. So what we're looking at is Egyptology. They concern themselves with the Greeks say about Egypt rather than what the indigenous people say, because even when indigenous people say stuff, they leave the shit out.
You're 100% correct. And then not only that, look at this. They take what the Greeks said and weaponize it and change it. Because look, the instance we observing here in your source, they want us to believe Plutarch said that Kemet wasn't called Kemet because of the people.
But that's not what it said. Yeah, you're right.
But the real source don't even say that. And to the contrary, the real source say they don't like fucking with red people, dog. Ain't that crazy?
And then, Smash, if you continue to read, then it talks about Set with the red eyes, and it talks about Horus protecting those of the south.
Yeah, and so they're talking about that the problem is with Egyptologists, they refuse to see that this is talking about differences in people, right? So they want to convert, they want to forget all that shit and make it the black land. And then we have people on other channels, right, talking to the experts, and they don't know enough to ask the experts. And experts may not, and I found out most of the experts, they're not experts on Kemet, right? They would never tell you that Kemet is OCSI. They would never tell you because they never did.
Right. Or I might have been, I'm sorry to interrupt, I might have been thinking about the Book of Gates on that Horus.
But once again, to Smash's point, they wouldn't fuck with them because they were invaders. That had nothing to do with the color of your skin.
Well, no,
you're invaders.
No, it's
you
not
are the enemy,
that.
basically.
You got to be careful because there was a hell of a lot of kings, pharaohs, Norsut biddies from Augustus on, right? That they made kings. They had priests. They had sucker ass priests. That's why I argue with Jabari. They had sucker ass priests that was doing it for the coin, right? Their spirituality was saving themselves.
I
I mean, but Reggie, it's clearly a given that human nature would take over, and everybody who's doing it is not doing it
That's
for
why
that reason.
spirituality
From just one
bullshit
to
is
power.
bullshit. Because it's about human nature, not about spirituality. Because if it was about any of that stuff, they wouldn't have did this shit. They would have just died, right?
And it wasn't just like you said, sucker ass priest. It was females falling for it too, just like Pocahontas. You know what I mean? It was
Well,
And you
I
know,
mean, priest is male and female, so
and you know, and you know, Reggie, I thought about it for a second, saying if these people really believe what they said, they would have had no fear of death. So the threat of death would not have made them turn if they were really into this thing. So I have to agree with you. I can't disagree with that point.
well, that's why because spirituality to me and all that stuff is comfortable shit. When there's food on the table and everything is good and we can give thanks for that shit.
Oh,
But when the shit is
no.
tough,
Sot 12 just broke the door open. I forgot about this. I remember we went over this before. Guess what? Sot 12 just wrote in the chat. Shout out to Sot 12. He said, Smash, there's a note after the Plutarch, I quote, the hieroglyphs of Hor Apollo. Book now, so you're trying to tell me we gonna get to the bottom of this. Nah, Hor Apollo lived after Plutarch, dude. I remember that. Hor Apollo didn't live before Plutarch. So how could Plutarch have got it from Hor Apollo? If Plutarch got that from Hor Apollo, then we over here like, oh, hell no.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm pretty sure you showed us where it was after.
Let's see if Hor Apollo lived before or after Plutarch. Book 1, chapter 22. So
Or was Hor Apollo with Herodotus? Because I know, was Hor Apollo the one that
Hor
used
Apollo,
to...
I thought he was more modern than Plutarch.
One of them used to bang on Plutarch. I mean on Herodotus.
So if you're trying to tell me Plutarch's source was Hor Apollo, we got some homework to do. So because this dude don't know what he be talking about. He said number 12. Uh-oh, we almost there. It's gonna say the eye and the pupil. Oh, did I pass it? I passed it. No, that's 11. That was 14. So I did pass it. All right, this is 11. So
Chat GPT said Hor Apollo was after.
After? Yeah, so how is he sourcing? Man, that ain't got no, man, this scholarship be pseudo when you start looking at it.
But you see, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, how they gonna say he got it from Hor Apollo? How could his source be? Well, it's a footnote. It's not a source.
Well, is that? Wow.
Oh, he said 22. I'm looking at 12. He said 22.
But that would have been the author's source, not Plutarch's source.
Let me find 22. Here go 22. Right? Wait. Hold on. Hum. There you go. Let's make it big. 22. I see a Kemet. Y'all see the Kemet? But that ain't what we looking for. Doesn't this say 22, how they designate Egypt? He said hieroglyphs of Hor Apollo book 22, how they designate Egypt.
But
I see the eyes,
to read it?
I see the eyes, yeah.
All right. Let's read. To designate Egypt, they depict a burning censer and a heart above it. He don't know what he's talking about. Implying that as the heart of a jealous person is constantly inflamed, so Egypt from the heart perceptually vivifies the things which are near. Things that are in are near. I know that ain't the end of it. That was the end. Hold on. Why would they put that was the source? Is this the beginning? Let me make sure that's not the beginning. It might have started earlier. Number 12 might have started earlier. And we got to read all of this. All right, so this is number 20. That's 21, right? So let's go see where 22 started. Yeah, so that's all 21. Oh man, so they be on some pseudo shit. They'll give a motherfucker a PhD for nothing. Cause 22 start right here. So let's look at the glyphs. In the glyphs, first, what's that first location y'all got up there? Y'all know that place? Should I make it bigger? I'm gonna make it bigger.
Is that yacht or is
This
that Kemp?
place.
Is that yacht?
Well, that's a different type of belief, and I can't remember it, but I think
I don't
you got
know that
something.
leak. Will you read the T first?
Hey, there go Chris. Hey, Chris, if you could click into the Magi Discord, you can find the link to this video, or you can click it from a computer. But I think that I forgot what this leaf. I thought it
That's
has
not the read.
a D to it or something. But what we're looking for, we don't have to read all the glyphs to know that what
Right.
we're looking for ain't here right in the glyphs at least.
Then that's the right eye right there.
Oh,
That's,
so is this the pupil they talking about? Oh, this is why they brought us here. Oh, this is Bach. Okay, this is Bach.
Okay.
This is the name of Egypt they talking about. This is
The
the name
I-
of Egypt. Look,
Yeah.
now we getting it. This
So
is the
hold
name
up,
of
what would
Egypt.
that be? Well, hold up, right there with that
center of the eye.
What is that? How would you pronounce that right there?
Ujet.
That's Kemet?
That's the
think
the
that's
right
okay.
eye.
All right,
So that's
look, every
that's
one of
Ra's
these
eye.
is Kemet. Look, that's Kemet. Because this is
That's the
Tashma'u
suit. Yeah, that's
and Tamahu.
Yep.
Right? Then this is Kemet because we got the red
Upper
crown.
and lower.
So I should stop saying it's Kemet. Right?
Yeah, upper and lower.
It is
yeah.
upper and lower. Yeah, and now who want to call out these? Because I can't do it offhand.
That's probably the suit with the suit and the May. That's the Sama and no, not Sama.
No, that
that's
ain't
the
that.
suit. That's the
That's
that's the
papyrus.
sedge.
No, that
sedge
ain't
and
none
the
of
Ma.
those.
That's, I think that's the sedge and the Ma.
No, that's not those though. The sedge got the two things at the bottom.
Well, I mean, it could be older.
Somebody can help us. But
There's two flowers.
Yeah, but so they're saying now that
Now this right here, I know that part right there in the middle.
let's see the argument. It still don't make no sense, but let's try
That
to
right
figure
there
this out.
is two lungs, and with the papyrus, it wraps around. That's considered.
Oh,
Kemet
this
as well.
right here.
Yeah,
This
that's
this the unified. This is the
That's the
unification.
Yeah.
Sama, yeah, okay.
Yeah. With the
So let me ask y'all a question. How did Horapollo get this right?
That's a good question.
And we see the Nitsubiti, no up and lower, and we see the Uraeus. We need to see Moot and Nebhet.
Somebody had to
upper and
tell.
lower too.
No,
somebody had to.
let's show ourselves something. You can learn that because I did this too before I could read Meta Nature, and I can help somebody do it. If I tell you X marks the spot, if you see an X in a circle, that's a location, then you can know these locations without knowing the names of them. But let's see if he knew the names. Did he know this was Nisu, Biddy, or whatever, you know? And Nekbet and Wajet. He don't say that here.
If he don't say it, then he didn't know it.
Yeah, because when he gives his explanation, he start explaining something different. So how can these glyphs be
making up
right?
shit.
But think about it. In the time period he lived, what time did Chat GPT say he lived?
1500 BC. I mean AD. 1500 AD.
1500 AD?
It said he lived 15 centuries after Plutarch. How about that?
That don't seem right. Chat GPT might be
Hold
wrong.
on, let me double check. Somebody check me
Let's
out.
ask regular Google because Chat GPT hallucinate.
Plutarch, Greek geographer, 44 to 120. He is best known. And Harpalo, it says, what does it say? No, century. It says,
Let's just look up
centuries
Harpalo.
before Harpalo.
I'm gonna look him up.
Pretty sure I saw what it said. Fifth century.
Yeah, 5th century. That's
Fifth
right.
century.
That's not no 1500 years.
No, yeah, I thought I saw one. I thought I saw 15.
Oh, okay. All right, so
That's
let's
around 500 AD then, right?
Yeah,
But he's
contemporary era.
he's ain't no glyphs. Well, the last glyphs were read in they were put up in 394 AD in the Temple of Philae, right?
Yeah. And they wasn't deciphered until,
No,
Man,
no. If
they
they put
way
up glyphs in 394, they probably knew what that. Somebody knew what they was putting up.
Oh yeah. Indigenous is yeah.
Some priest or something.
And maybe some Plutarchs. Yeah. I mean some Ptolemies.
So do we think that the source is now qualified? Because they said he was saying they call it the blackness of the eye because it's the eye of Osiris or the eye of Horus. We clearly see it a name here. They saying for Egypt as the eye of as this watch it eye or whatever.
They knew some information, but they ain't know it wholly.
Nah, he got all of these names right, though. I mean, how he know all these mean Kemet?
I mean, probably from like Stella or it's probably stated. That's kind of like a known thing. Like when you come to California, you know where LA at. You know what I mean? They got signs. They got Oakland signs up. You know that's Oakland. But other than like the Oakland culture, you don't know. You just because you're there, you know that's Oakland. The sign, you don't really know it. You know
Well, I couldn't tell anyone Plutarch got it from Horapollo. That's an anachronism.
Yeah, that came later. Yeah, Horapollo came like you said, 500 years later.
Well, back to the point.
Oh, here we go. This is what we didn't read. Somebody read what we did. I'm gonna make it so big.
Go ahead, Joey.
I'm gonna make it big enough that anybody can read. Look.
Let me put on my glasses, huh?
Hold up.
Go ahead, Joey.
Okay.
Or you can start from now that. Can you see that now that?
Yeah, now that Egypt generates the water, we may deduce from this that in the rest of the earth, the inundations of the rivers take place in the winter and are caused by frequent rains. But the country of the Egyptians alone, inasmuch as it is situated in the middle of the habitable world, like the parts of the eye, which is called the pupil of itself, causes the rising of the Nile in summer.
All right, so let's stop. He did verbally in his writing try to equate the Nile to the pupil, but how could Plutarch have got this from Horapollo? Maybe they're just saying in the footnote, we're going to show you another person who's saying the same thing, but normally you show where you got stuff from.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because Horapollo got it from Plutarch, and then he...
Yeah, exactly.
Or if he
Not
didn't
the
get
other
it from
way.
Plutarch, he said similar things, and you could put them two together and say, here's another citing.
So what I'm not comfortable with is that Reggie did show us the only ancient Egyptian source on that, but that's on the Greek temple.
Well, the Greek temple was probably before Plutarch, though.
Well, yeah, it was. Edfu was up before, not before Plutarch, but it was before.
Yeah, because Plutarch was...
Edfu ain't before Plutarch.
What's the age of Edfu? Because Plutarch
It's one of the last ones. Philae and Edfu is two of the last two temples.
But check it though, 46 AD and one between, well, he was born they say approximately 46 AD or CE to 120 CE. So the Ptolemies, they were before that.
I'm gonna see.
Because you know,
when was the
Alexander
temple?
Yeah,
all the north, I'm listening, you're in the top.
We with you.
But he can't be the source because that's about 300 years after Plutarch.
Now look at this. The Temple of Edfu was built between 237 BC and 57 BC. That's right when he would be living.
No, CE.
Oh, no, that's
CE.
like BCE.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking CE for who?
Plutarch. And Horapollo. Horapollo was 300 was 400 CE.
So what happened was, now we can see the Greeks who wrote it on Edfu had that information first. But where did they get that from?
You know, well, we know who they got it from.
But we don't got it from the black Egyptian temple.
You know, yeah. I mean, you know, we know that we understand that the priests kind of play games with the usurpers, not just the
but Reggie said that they were raping priests to get information at the time.
No, when I mean raping, I mean exploitating. And
Sorry. My bad. I went somewhere else. I apologize.
Yeah.
I thought you
Yeah,
meant
but
something.
what this is basically is just like a word of mouth thing over time. So the myth or the misinformation gets a origins, and it keeps being regurgitated over time. Because I got a video in the back chat right there that you can play, Smash. I think I might have showed that before, where they talk about the Greeks were the ones who coined the mountain of the moon, like Dr. Ben was talking about. So this is just what they do.
Yeah, but as we was talking with the Greeks doing the mountain of moon, and then they do Edfu, and their interpretation of where they get their information either from the priests or from the culture or from the people.
Yeah,
They
they
were saying
separate
that
advocacy.
the Khmer, that they understand that their center was the Nile, and they're talking about the floods. It's all about the water mainly. That's the center, and the land, and in that area from Memphis on down to, I'd say, Edfu, or to, not, on down to Elephantine. And then as Smash was saying and showing with Plutarch, he was kind of with the glyphs was showing the same thing, showing the eye of Horus, showing the names of what it was being called. Kemet. What was that first one we said? Smash with that particular leaf branch or plant branch with the
I don't know. Can I ask any of y'all, though, not to cut you off, how familiar are y'all with the use of that uwachit to say Kemet?
I think that maybe it was just because it was an I that he probably made that connection. I don't know if he
So everything is lining up with the Greeks. And you can ask Chris, and he gonna say yes or no if he's in the chat. I guarantee you that that's late Egyptian.
I'm not so sure because I think the two snakes with the sun and the wings. Let me see the eye. Yeah, the eye of Ra.
That's about to be a late Egyptian way to say Egypt.
It probably so.
Because I think Abu Simbel had the I think the Wajet was around.
No, Uwachit been around forever, but it wasn't used to say a name of Egypt.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Right.
It could be.
I think it was on the temple of Abu Simbel at the top.
Yeah, it's hella places. This is used different. It has a T after it and then an 049, which is making it be a location. So that Abu Simbel don't got that.
Right.
So what he's saying is that Ujet was a place thing then.
Well,
correct?
it was a strong symbol. And
Which one y'all talking about?
No, when you look at the one with the I, that says Ujet with the 049, correct?
I would presume, but I can't answer that correctly. Reggie probably can.
It looks like it because I saw a T at the end of it, so. It seems like he said that the Ujet was also a place name, which is not necessarily something that is unthinkable. But you're just saying, Smash, you can reconcile that within yourself based on your studies then.
No, I just have a hunch that that's a late Egyptian name of Egypt.
Right.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to break out, fellas. But
Yeah,
I'll get up with y'all tomorrow.
All right, then.
I'll close it down in a minute, but I ain't in no rush. I'm just over here, not even tripping.
So I looked up the Wajet, and yeah, it's talking about the Delta is the old Mbutu.
Okay, so and what time period they giving you that?
3100 BC.
No, but is they giving you that for the whole name of Egypt?
Nah.
Yeah, they saying it was used to say the whole name of Egypt. Maybe Plutarch was tripping.
The two ladies of the unification of Wajet and Nekbet, that's considered the whole unification. So that was being used.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, upper and lower. So that's old. That goes way back. Wajet and Nekbet.
Yeah, this was like 15 hours of streaming today because I had a whole 8-hour stream before this. But I ain't shy at when I ain't got nothing else to do, I ain't tripping. I'll be busy my whole life. So when I get some time, I'm gonna like let it rock. I ain't tripping. Reggie, you there? See, you can't let Reggie fall asleep because if you fall asleep mad, then he gonna wake up thinking he mad at Smash.
I think he could. I think he could.
Reggie, where you at?
He sleep.
He fell asleep.
At least he ain't snoring, right? I know I done did that back in the day.
I snored on hella live streams.
Man. Now in the Old Kingdom, it has the Eye of Horus as well, 2686 to 20.
But it ain't for the whole name of Egypt though.
Oh right. It just
I mean, I'm
depends on
saying,
analytics.
is it?
No, it's just the symbol was there. It's not talking about
Yeah.
it's the whole.
So that's gonna wind up being something. So that's gonna all wind up being Greek, bruh.
So you gave us some. Smash. You gave us some good homework there.
What was that?
About the Ujet. That's some good homework
I'm
to
with
see
that.
where he would
I'm
have
on
got
that
that from.
too. I'm kind of like trying to look at that right now. Even when this stream stop, I think I'm gonna keep on trying to look that up.
But that's a good question. How would he have known about that? That's a very good homework question.
Now we talking about Horapollo, or we talking about Pluto?
How would you attempt to answer it?
That's a good question. Maybe he did some research and got a hold of the information like we're doing now.
So he did some research, right? Because he definitely did that because he was a scholar. But you think there was some access to true ancient Egyptian knowledge in his books that he could go access? You feel what I'm saying?
I mean, what clearly, if he got everything else, he clearly had some good sources, whatever they were, if you're agreeing with him. But all the other ones are just questioning one of them. So it's clear that you would, by your research, he would be correct.
Well,
You're
he
just
say
questioning
some
one of the
things
things.
right and he say some things wrong. But when he say things right, the question is, how did he get them right? Like even a kid, tell him you gave him 10 math problems, right? And they got 5 of the math problems right. You'd be like, how did he get 5 right? I didn't even teach him math.
Well, but clearly he had some sort of limited access. He had to have. How, we don't know.
So we gotta agree on that. And it probably came through the priesthood somehow. Because during this time, the average person couldn't speak and read Meta Nature.
Well,
So once again, it goes back to what Reggie was saying about quote unquote turncoat priests.
Well, both of them go back kind of old, and here goes some information. This is just a wiki that popped up. Wajet, Egyptian Wajet, green one, known to the Greek world as Uto, Koine Greek, or Buto, which we know is in the Delta, among other renderings, including Wajet, Ujet, and Ujo, was originally the ancient Egyptian local goddess of the city of Dep, or Buto, in Lower Egypt, which was an important site in prehistoric Egypt. Wajet's worship originally started in the pre-dynastic period, but evolved over time from a local goddess to a patron goddess.
Well, for now then, Smash, maybe just chalk it up to he made that part up, and that part wasn't.
No, he just came with some good information. But read if you are you on Wiki?
Yeah.
You can read. Well, I'm reading here. They're talking about how they started doing hella celebrations at Butu, the Greeks, just like we thought.
Yep.
And then they just probably how they used to celebrate at Hukapata and start calling it the whole shit that. They probably had another phenomenon with Butu and Wajet where they start calling the whole thing after some celebratory festivals they used to do. Because it says Greek historians recorded that Butu was celebrated for the monolithic temple and the oracle of the goddess Wajet, Butu. It says, and a yearly festival was held there in honor of the goddess. While writing about Egyptian culture, the classic Greeks attempt to associate the more ancient Egyptian deities with their own in a process called interpretatio Greca. Well, anyway, it's kind of telling us that it was just that location, and from their interpretation, somehow it came all of Egypt.
Well, it also says here, Wajet was said to be the matron and protector of Lower Egypt in her cobra form, and upon unification with her sister Nekbet, goddess of Upper Egypt, the joint protector and patron of all of Egypt. So they kind of, you know, how we was talking about the synchronism, or the where whoever was ruling kind of said, okay, this is Kemet, no, this is Kemet, or this is Egypt, and this is Egypt. So they was kind of like combining from wherever the throne was, and they was respecting, like, you know, the goddesses or the deities of
But at this time, we're talking about the Greek. Well, at this time we're talking about. I think the Greeks would have been ruling, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But the thing about it is, all those symbols were there before they got there. So in order to kind of call the people, they had to respect those symbols and deities, and
Well,
they
that
gave
is-
their own
Let me show you something.
But that is how they got into power. They used their own. They used the Kemetic people's culture against them.
Yeah.
Look at this though. Let me see if I can share the
Well,
screen.
actually, they respected at that time. Greeks and Romans respected the Egyptians' culture because it was strong. It was
Look, y'all can
great.
see this?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, we see.
Y'all
it on
see how
Bluetooth.
high up in the Delta Bluetooth is right here?
Yeah.
What is it right next to?
The
Rosetta,
word.
right?
Oh, the stone, where the stone was.
Yeah, and guess what else is right next to?
Alexandria.
Alexandria, bro.
Yeah, where your boy was
So
at.
I'm saying all this keep lining up with this Greek stuff,
Yeah.
and I'm saying it says Per Wajet right here,
Mm-hmm.
so we already know that this is the house of Wajet,
Right.
but it might be from their perspective. All right, let me give you an example. If I say to you, I'm going to the MGM, where am I going?
To the MGM.
But where
Or
am
you
I going?
to MGM Grand, Atlantic City.
I
mean,
thank you,
Vegas.
but you're
I'm
right.
sorry, Vegas.
You're right. I'm either going to Vegas or Atlantic City. They got one in both. You see what I'm saying? I just told you a building that I'm going to tell you I'm going to a whole state,
Right.
Las Vegas, or you see what I mean?
Whole eastern side or western side of a nation.
And that works the further I am away from the structure.
Yeah.
If I tell somebody I'm going to the Eiffel Tower, they gonna say, "Oh, well, wherever that is, you're going to Paris, France, or
yeah.
wherever." You feel me?
Yeah.
So now I just used another. Yeah, I know about that other source, Site 12. I appreciate you, but so now that's just another way we can see how people use structures to denote that they're going. But we never saying that Las Vegas was called the MGM.
Right.
They just start saying, "Oh, eventually you just call it the MGM," you know, and you don't say Vegas anymore.
Okay.
You see the analogy?
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
It's just because they saw symbols and they saw what they were called, and then they just started spewing, you know. Saying
Well,
this is
they
this.
were coming to festivals that were at a particular location far away, and that the festival most often was in one particular city center.
Yeah.
When they, in the sense of
Memphis, the
Hukapata, they wanted to go to the building of Hukapata. They so far away, they telling people they going to Hukapata just like we say we going to the Bellagio.
Yep.
You know, you say, "Hey, I'm about to go to the Staples Center," and people know you're going to LA.
Exactly.
So then,
Right.
but they're telling us that LA was called the Staples Center, and I'm like, no,
Right.
that's just because they was.
But then
from-
they would, but then when they watched these festivals, they would also act out some of the culture, correct?
That's a good question, and I
You probably would wear you know, you might wear a jersey, you might wear a
I
hat.
can't answer that authoritatively. Think about it.
But
Were
what
they
I'm saying-
spectating at the Egyptians doing their procession,
Right,
or did they come and join in the procession?
What I'm saying is we've shown people who we respect show you that the Greeks would do these festivals and have what they call a hierophant, which was an African, actually lead them in it and show them how to do it. So they'd have gotten it from a first-hand source because they wouldn't have known. So the African priests or Kemetic priests were acted out. So they and showed them how to do it and explain to them what was going on.
All right. You're not wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I got a whole video about that. You might be extra right about that.
Right.
But what is that? So that means that since they would have this Hierophant teach them at a later period.
Right. Well,
he's their access to knowledge, or what am I taking?
Yes. Because remember, we see several other scholars who would have said these things on other platforms and actually shown you depictions of the people who are obviously Greeks with the Hierophant, the high priest in the center, actually explaining to them what is going on. So that is how they learn. And you also have to remember something else. The genius of Medu Neter is that pictures help you learn language. We know that because we know that because when we were in pre-K, they showed pictures and we knew the words by the pictures before we actually knew the words. Correct, Smash?
Yeah, man, you're right.
They showed a picture of an apple, you say apple, but you couldn't read the word.
But I mean, you're somewhat right, but yeah, but this language ain't all the way pictorial, but it helps you to know what some of the glyphs are.
Well,
like if you know that that's a man right there, then you probably don't even need to know the word in front of it is sa.
I'll say this, Smash. I have looked at glyphs and made certain connections just by seeing determinatives on the glyph to know that it has something to do with striking or violence, not necessarily knowing the word.
Yeah, that's because you got a limited, that's how it works. You got some knowledge of the system. And so with that knowledge, no matter how, you don't have, like, imagine when kids was learning the Medu Neter. They picked up piece by piece and symbol by symbol and eventually put it all together. And I think about my elementary stages in the learning. I spent years of not really having a full grasp on the grammar, but just knowing symbols and making my way through the glyphs, but not really couldn't read it all the way. You know what I'm saying?
But this is, I mean, it's just like how children find YouTube videos without being able to read. They recognize the characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in their mind.
You can hand a young man, maybe 5, 6 years old, your phone, dog. He could navigate that mug all the way, get everywhere he want, but he can't read nothing on it, though.
Better than us, too, huh?
Better than us. And so, yo, I know this was the longest stream in the world. I told you earlier today I was going to do a marathon, and I didn't put it off. Now all I deserve, and I think all of us, especially Brother Reggie, because he thought I was going hard on him, bro. And how you going to be playing the victim when you say you want to hop in the dojo, says me?
I don't know. He tried.
He asked me did I want to hop in the dojo.
Exactly.
And then when we gave him so what we call the dojo is not pulling no punches on our critiques. We don't intend to hurt nobody, but when you're not gonna pull no punches, I want your game to be tighter. And if you would accept this as a sort of a peer review, then I would be not so happy that if you don't accept our peer review. You see what I'm saying? Like, we look over your work, we give you our commentary, and there's something in the way of you accepting it.
Yeah. And you can't be, we don't fall for the, wait. And you in a dojo, you could be faking. You could wait, and then you come with the, then you try, once I let you up, then you try to flip me over and try to take over.
Exactly. He tried that move twice tonight. You feel me? He tried to flip me over, Sumi Numakti. I wasn't even tripping. But I appreciate y'all, and it's always love, but, whatever. I don't even like the disclaimer part of the show. Like, we all know we got good intentions towards it. Sometimes it get greasy. I don't never want to hurt nobody's feelings. That's what I don't want to do. You know what I'm saying?
But Smash, we're human beings, and people, and me, number one, Mr. Toten feeling, so I can't even talk about hurt feelings and act like I've never had my feelings hurt before.
Well, that's true. Let me think. I got my feelings hurt by Ranoko Rashidi, but none of my homies. I got my feelings hurt by Brother Aunt when he slandered my mama. It didn't have nothing to do with you feel me, scholarship. Other than that, it was by Ranoko Rashidi. When I tried to talk to him on his Facebook page and he said my information was stupid and shit. This was back when he was alive, rest in peace.
I mean, but you know,
That's probably because you respected him, and for
Yeah,
Elder to do that.
yeah, he was just like, you don't waste my time with this all on the wall, on his wall on Facebook.
Yeah. And we know, I mean, we look at, we can critique his with, a lot of the lookership, but,
Yeah, but I ain't in a position to do that. But I'm just saying, I was just talking about, I understand not taking it well. When you work so hard on something, you want it to be well received. But if you want a critique, you want a critique. If you want a fake ass critique, never come to Smash.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. This platform right here that you built, you gotta come correct. If
Hello.
We hear you.
Who is that saying hello?
Oh, look who woke.
Reggie, you just woke up?
No, I was on the phone.
Oh, we were sharing some good words. I'm glad you came right back in because we was just sharing some very good words about the discourse. Ultimately, I was saying I never intend to hurt nobody's feelings. I understand how much passion we put into our research, but I also feel the same way about someone rejecting a peer review when they know that we all in this together, and if somebody be like, hey, bro, even like on the hoop court, they can see you dribbling a certain way and be like, hey, turn your hand like this and you going to shake dude. And then a dude don't do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So all the recommendations was what was going to make the presentation much tighter. And if it came off like something else, then you know that's just how we talk.
No, I'm not worried about that because I'm gonna write my book. So and when you write it, then peer review usually comes with data. So I'm not gonna worry about that. I just sorry if I upset you. You're a good friend of mine.
Oh, never, no, hell no. We
Those are the
over
people
here.
I've not necessarily met personally. So, but I met you personally, right? So, and people have to breathe because even like for example, you and Unc were good friends, but what happened was sometimes language goes array, and sometimes you can't take some things back, and first you're dealing with information, and then it gets into other stuff, and I'm old enough to listen. I've dealt with a lot of people, especially elders. And I learned from Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. I just learned that some things is I could argue my point, but just and argue points about how my information is received. 'Cause,
And Reggie, and some of the stories that you have told us with some of the answers that you asked or just insinuated towards the elders and how they reacted to you, the stuff we do to you, it is nothing compared to
I'm not worried about it. Listen, listen.
and also when you when you go in the dojo, what is that? 42? How many blocks is it? That you know?
52 blocks.
Yeah, you wasn't doing 52 blocks today. That's right. You gotta do your 52 blocks.
I don't do 52 blocks the way other people do 52 blocks.
52 sources, bro.
I hit you. I don't wait for it to be blocked.
52
shit.
sources.
But yeah, so it really comes down to scholars. Listen, when I was talking about black cattle, you know how long it took for people to even begin to contemplate it? First, they didn't know Kemet was cattle. They didn't even know that. And then they didn't find any attestations. And so, listen, I went to ASCAC first, and I thought well, anyway, I had better success on YouTube than ASCAC, right? Even the scholars that I talk to, they're too busy with their own work, and sometimes it's competition, and they don't want to deal with it. The fact of the matter is, they never brought up Kemet as cattle and the importance of the cattle. They left that aside, and so look, my whole thing is it's just tracking words in our discourse.
Well, but I absorbed that like a sponge. When you even opened that door, I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah, well, I care about, I know Smash personally, so I don't want to ever break up my friendship with my good brother Smash. We've had some crazy highlights. We were on a phone call to Polite, and while he was going over what, And so we had some.
While he was at the wall, Kemet trying to ask what this mean.
Yeah. So and it's
That's
it's
crazy.
hard to talk about polite because of what the situation is. But we've had as men we've had some good times. See, personally, he never treated some of us. Firstly, he's a businessman. He treat certain people like that because they are they actually want to they how can I say they want to believe that he was the teacher. It's like with Omar, you know, and then at some point you actually start believing that you like the master teacher, right?
Right.
And so uh, look, my whole thing is I will y'all be surprised I fight back. So so I take
Well,
it.
I'll tell you this, Reggie. I haven't met you yet, and I expect to. But we've spoken over the years. Unc and I, we know each other. We met. Smash, don't remember, but we met. And I played me and my family. The Olympics, the next Olympics in LA. I'm gonna be there, so I might holler at you, Smash, when we come over there in what 2028, whatever.
Okay, well, I'm now I'm 60, going to 61. I'm getting my first grays on my hair.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm right behind you. I'll catch you next year. I'll be the same age before you.
but
When's your birthday? No, don't tell your birthday.
yeah, it's
But
in
yeah.
March, but it doesn't matter. But how can I say? I, look, friends are friends. The rest of the people, I'm not scared of nobody. I am not scared of.
Nah.
I've had so many debates out in the street with. I'm not scared of the back and I'm not scared of the back and forth.
That's why they
But
paid. That's why they paid you to go and speak at the Zahi Hawas's little thing in New York because they knew you would stand up.
no,
And
it was luck in it was how can I say it was a
that
neat
wasn't luck. That was meant to be.
Jedem Ankh and
Yeah.
Monica and others in Dr. Ricketti's school.
Yeah.
They said, well, who's in New York? Who might be able to pull this off?
Yeah.
And they say, Reggie,
That's an honor. Yeah.
he might be able to pull it off. And so I did. So I'm one of the only
Yeah.
African Americans that
Man,
that
that
put
was 30 years ago. I just had to remind you of the history. And you like, oh yeah, I know you was like, that is true.
Say what? I can't hear you.
I said that was a minute ago, but I just had to remind you of how that really went down. You know, because you probably don't remember. Remember?
No, but I probably don't recall because you got to remember, Nazi Yassafel was trying to, I don't know,
There was a lot
extort me
going
to
on.
Houston, right? And they, you know, so there's a lot of things going on, but and then we was trying to win the debate. But as far as you know, the business people, because it was polite inside this debate.
Yeah, that's
we
right.
were you was yeah, it was their debate, and then it turned into something more than we ever expected it to. So there was a lot of stuff going on. And then once the arena came in, the damn balcony was packed and people had VIP and you know you could charge what you want at the damn door, right? And it was really important because we stopped the rise of the Hebrews.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So the shady stuff between us, I don't really recall, but I do recall that that Ankh was how can I say introduced to the public, right? And we, you know, everybody outside of New York was introduced to the public. And you had been to New York, so you had been on Sarnetta's couch, right? And you was helpful because, hey, listen, I mean, as Polite was trying to learn and navigate, it it just wasn't it wasn't it wasn't research based. He was a great, masterful speaker, and then So if it wasn't for a smash, it wasn't just smash on Kim on trial. It was smash prior to that. His work prior to that.
Him with a SAR and who else was when they
No,
was
they
on the
was
street?
they wasn't good. They wasn't.
I'm talking about them debating, you know, back in the day on the you know, before YouTube. You know, when they got
Nah,
together,
they
the
wasn't.
Amara Squad and stuff, when they were doing that.
Yeah, nah, they wasn't. They wasn't. They look, Smash
Sharpen.
Those. We went to the Met and we went to the American Museum of. Did we go to the American Museum of Natural History? But yeah. So look, everybody was learning. That was a different time. That was damn near 12 years. Some people have gotten better. Some people's got worse.
I was at the one, you didn't make it, but Sonetta was there. We was in Atlanta.
No.
And then Gozy was there, Stinky, Inky was there, and Smash was there. And Wujah was there. And that was when SETI and they was debating, was the Meta Nature deciphered? And now that I think about it, Smash, we stood at the car.
I went to that one. I don't think I went
Yeah,
there.
you stood at the car. You stood at the car and you passed me the thing, and then next thing you know, you passed me the keys. And then Professor Smalls got in the front seat.
Oh, that was
and
looking at me like I was crazy because I was smoking. Because I was
I
smoking
drove,
blunt in
yeah, because it
Atlanta.
was like, who's driving? And I'm driving all, you know, it was crazy. But we made it back to the hotel. It was crazy, you know. Yeah, and Edmondson with the
No,
shoes.
I didn't fire up in the car, did I?
No, it was on the outside when it was all over.
Yeah, y'all be hella scary in this world, man.
Who? Man, because we had let me see, me and Edmund, Tariq outside while things was going, and then I bought Sonetta a glass because that Sonetta, he was like, we was all going to get some beer or something at the bar. He was like, somebody bring me back a glass of wine. Bought him a glass of wine, he didn't even drink it. But me and Tariq, we went out back. We broke bread, and then I got the shoes too. Them that was when the Converse, the new little Converse, the flats, you know, the ones like the fish heads.
You going back? You going back? I'm about to get ready to shut this down. You start ripping
None of these, my whole point of it is ultimately the people that carry the day is the people that's gonna write something, right? And when you write something, it's pretty permanent for the period until you change. All the chit chat is interesting, but Smash knows how hard it is to write, and I damn sure know how hard it is to write, right? And then the worst thing is when you write, you certainly want to be populated, right? And so for the rest of the people that come on the channel, yeah, listen, whatever you say is interesting, but write something and then we can take a look at it, right? So until I write something, man, I mean, fine. I just don't ever want to get in a situation where I upset a friend of mine. And again, wait. I heard you say something. You're gonna shut it down, but I wasn't trying to come in no dojo tonight.
No, Patah.
He doing it again.
Yep, Patah.
You forced me.
Reggie, we went over this earlier. You said to me you want to get in the dojo. I said, "What's up?"
It's recorded.
I said, "What's up?" Then that's a response. I accept
you kept saying, no, you're wrong. So then I was like, okay.
You challenged. You said you want to
Yeah,
get in the
but I didn't
dojo.
want to. It was out of force.
You could have been like, "Okay, I'm gonna explain to you later."
Right.
See, you like,
still
since
don't
you ain't
business.
getting it yet, Smash. I'll explain it later. But you said you want to get in the dojo.
Yeah. So
What that?
So, but listen, I made my point. I showed my sources. You can agree, disagree. You know, the difference is that I'm wise enough to have other sources that I didn't show, but I just left it like that. But it's okay.
See, Reggie, that was that New York that came out of you. You know what I mean? New York ain't gonna sit down for nobody.
If somebody hacks you and they can see your, I'm talking to somebody in the hold on.
That don't mean that I'm gonna win against the West Coast or anything like that. But I got sources, as you see, as time went on.
Yeah.
Like my whole,
you definitely have some. I mean, the book it's gonna be worth it. So
my whole thing is I don't know. You know, it's a struggle to get agreement on what Kemet means, and it's not going to come from the Egyptologists because they done lied all these goddamn years.
Too long, right?
It's not going to come from them, so I don't need them.
We don't need
Smash, and none of you need the Egyptologist. Listen, y'all, if y'all heard me talk to Dr. Karakuni, right? She was all the way wrong.
And she was mad that you were right, clearly.
Yeah, she was all the way wrong. And so some people want to big up her. She's who she is. She's Dr. Karakuni. She's nationally, internationally known. But as far as Kemet is concerned, not so much.
Hey, 049. That's all I got to say. Look, with that, I'm out. I'm gonna holler at y'all, yo.
So,
but Reggie, doesn't Karakuni speak Medunecha?
no, none of us speak Metanetia. We speak transliterations.
I mean, sorry. Can she read Medunecha?
She's a Egyptologist. She was trained.
But I don't think all of them necessarily are language experts, though.
No, they're not expert languages, but they have resources. They have books that we can never get our hands on. It should be that if we could get access to what they can get behind those paywalls, like you would be amazed. Like you don't know how long it took me to find that map of Egypt, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Did anybody ever did you ever see it before?
Clearly, no.
All right. So
But you see, but see, Reggie, sometimes we as people seeing you do it, it looks you're making it look easy. And then when somebody like me tries to follow what you did, I'm totally lost. I'm totally lost.
Subscriptions. I gotta go to the goddamn New York Public Library. I gotta go to the Met Library. I gotta order books that don't come.
All right. I feel you, but we gotta accept, and it sounds like a knock. And it's nothing I would say to you, because I respect your work higher than this, but you gotta just feel what Babylon Don said in the chat. He said the same way the Oriental Institute make Kemet mean black soil is what most do with other Metal Netters words.
I don't understand that.
The same way they did with the black soil and Kemet, some cats be doing with other Metal Netter words. Making conclusions on what that word mean without a primary source.
Okay, I would agree with you, Smash, and that's fair. But sometimes when we look at these things, they really have no concept in our culture. So we, not we, but people tend to input our cultural norms on it when it doesn't mean that. Just like I had a whole debate with someone about oppression in ancient Kemet. And I realized the word oppression does not mean in ancient Kemet what it means in modern America. It doesn't mean the same thing.
Yes, it does, because King Keti was really oppressive, and Mentuhotep was really oppressive, right?
But Reggie, when I looked up the words, they didn't necessarily have a connotation of people just right. But that's not saying that. But that's not saying a tyrant. That means we had a fight and you got beat up.
No, no. Well, we could go.
Well, that's how I take it, Reggie.
But with Babylon Don, the Babylon Don is not incorrect. But most of the people who do that are people who don't even look at the text. So the people who do look at the text, we go through dictionaries, TLA, we go through articles, and we see sometimes you can't apply one word the same way in the same sentence, right? Sometimes like Kemet might mean to gain, and sometimes it might mean to.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you, Reggie. But when I looked up the terms, one said aggressive, one was fekti, which means to be wasted, to oppression. And, you know, a lot of other words is basically mean you got beat up in a battle. It doesn't mean some mad tyrant ran up on you, just beat you up for no reason because he wanted something.
Well, if you read the eloquent peasant, that's common people talking. But anyway, we can go on. But what happened in eloquent peasant? He got robbed. That's oppression by somebody who was kind of like important. Right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
and yeah. So there you go. So I want to say good night. I had a long day, but it was okay. So I got my first for pushback. That's not a problem. That's not a problem because that's not a problem. I just don't want to have no beef with casual smash Rockwell.
Oh man,
Well,
never that. Come on, you my teacher, my savior, brother Reggie. Like I don't like to even feel like it's an issue if we go over some shit and we don't agree. That ain't a big deal. Shit.
yeah, I just don't want to have no.
But let me just say, I appreciate you brothers taking time. But I also want to let people know, humility goes a long way in this community, and they don't realize that. My humility has got me into places that I probably shouldn't have been.
No, that's why. That's
I
why
want people to understand that.
Most of these Kemetic people that talk about spirituality and shit, they don't even read that. They don't even apply the text. Look at that, and they get mad at me. I just proper conduct, who you are as a man. That shows more so than you dressing up and wearing goddamn ankh or something
I
like
mean,
that.
I would say this to you, Reggie. At first, when you were talking about your concept of spirituality, I didn't
I don't
see.
have a concept of
Any
spirituality.
account that you still have
sorry.
access to, you should close it. Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying
one
is
of my
this,
friends
when
got hacked, and I'm trying to help him on the text
Okay.
message. Go ahead.
Wow.
What I'm saying is, Reggie, when you started saying how you felt about the spirituality thing, I was upset about it until I started to see how people were really, some people now in 2025 are really too overly religious, and they're really taking it a bit too far in 2025.
None of those people.
So I
Hey,
have come to understand why you say that, even though I would necessarily fully agree with you.
you couldn't come
But I
around
understand
Dr.
your point of
Joseph
view.
Benjo Cannon. You could not come around Dr. Joseph Benjo Cannon and some of the other scholars with the stuff that they say. Our
I
elders,
agree.
some of those elders are long gone, but I was there. No, none of that stuff flew with them. They saw it for what it was on its face. You just trying to make yourself some type of religious teacher. And I saw how Dr. Ben dealt with them, and I don't have any prestige like him, but I'm now 60 years old, and the shit didn't work on a slave ship. Spirituality did not work on a goddamn slave ship.
But once again, I'm not one who's as down on spirituality as you might be. I think there are some people who
Did the
are
shit
sincere.
work on a
I think
slave
it,
ship? Did God,
okay,
spirit,
I
anything
hear
stop
you.
them slave ships? Hell no.
I hear you, Reggie, but I've come to understand there are people who are sincere about those things, and I don't have to necessarily roughly attack everyone
I'm
who is
not
in.
attacking
No, no,
everyone.
no. I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for myself. I realize because I'm not into Christianity and these Abrahamic faiths, I don't have to be aggressive with everyone because some of them really believe it and they sincerely practice that.
No,
Even though I think they're
it's
misguided,
not.
I think that
What
some of them
the
do.
situation is, no, I don't go around uh beating up on Christians and
No, no,
more.
no, no. I'm not putting that
I'm
on
just
you,
saying if
Reggie,
you want to
because I know
defend
you
some
don't do that.
bullshit,
I know you don't do that.
if you want to
'Cause
defend it, right, then you're gonna get beat up.
no, but I'm not saying you do
But you
that.
was mad at me because I was you wasn't mad at me about the Christians and Hebrews. You was mad at me about the Comedics, right?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't mad at you, Reggie, because you were absolutely correct in what you said. I wasn't mad at you. I wasn't even upset. I just felt bad I didn't. I just said it without thinking. I
Yeah,
didn't. I didn't consider how you would feel about me mentioning it. So it's not that I'm
no,
mad at
it's
you,
not a problem because
and I can't be mad at you, Reggie, because that is.
I live in the real world, so I live in New
No, but I
York.
can't be mad at you. I can't be mad. I'm from New York, so I know what you're saying.
So
But I can't be
I
mad at
have
you.
to encounter these people.
I know you do.
I have to encounter these people, and all this mod stuff goes out the window when they see me, because then they looking mean and stuff like that. I'm destroying their legacy
Well,
and,
but you see, once again, I can't argue your personal experience. I don't know these people personally. I don't know you personally,
yeah,
so
I know,
I'm
I
not
know.
arguing that. I'm just saying these are people who I see, in my view, are sincere, and
Hell no, they're not sincere. Go to the museum with them and ask them to read. Get the hell out of here.
Okay, all right. I feel you from a knowledge standpoint. I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that.
Y'all hella funny.
Yeah, so listen,
I really can't. I really can't.
I want them to read what they say. I knew people who say mine and hotep all the damn day and don't even know the glibs for it. Right?
Well, unfortunately, Reggie, I'm in a better position than I was a year or two ago with Medundacha, but I am considered a functional non-reader. So I can't be too hard on people who don't know Medundacha, since technically I don't know Medundacha.
That's fine. That's you, not me. So so I want to see the goddamn text, because I show the text where Sir is a weary hearted and he can't help nobody when their day comes, and they didn't even believe, and in the Harper's hymns, they didn't even believe in the afterlife like people think they did. So anyway, I gotta go. It's late.
All right, yeah, I appreciate y'all too. Thanks for helping make it another good show. I'll probably be back tomorrow doing another marathon. I'm gonna get my viewership up.